Then I will give you evidence, so that you can die clearly. After speaking, Nizi waved his hand. Come here, please invite everyone related to this matter to come out. A moment later, Izimo, Ziqianji, 20 men in black, and thousands of combat troops who saw Ye Bufan in Qingfeng town at that time. Auntie, are these the evidence you are talking about? Pointing at Izimo and others in front of him, Ye Bufan looked at Nizi and asked. Isn't that enough? What can these people prove? What does it mean? Nizi sneered. 5-star General Ziqianji and his thousands of soldiers saw you kill General Ji Yan in Qingfeng town. Afterwards, you were rescued by the 20 black-clothed men transformed from demons. Also, 3-star General Izimo was ambushed by you, and all 3,000 of his men were wiped out. He was the only one who escaped. They saw all this with their own eyes, isn't that enough? Yeah, Ye Bufan sneered. Brush. The next second, he walked up to Izimo, who was bandaged like a mummy, looked at him and sneered. Izimo's body trembled. What do you want to do? Why, with so many people here, are you afraid that I will kill you to silence you? Looking at the panicked Izimo, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, you said that I am the one who attacked your team and killed 3,000 of your soldiers. Don't try to deny it. Izimo said through gritting his teeth. I won't deny it. Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. It's just that I am very curious. Since I killed all 3,000 of your men, why are you still alive? Or do you think I am stupid and I kept you here to testify against me? Don't say it's because you're strong. Look at you, you are already so badly injured. You must have been half dead when you escaped, right? Since you are already half dead, and I have the ability to kill your 3,000 men, do you think you can escape? Izimo was stunned. The others present were also slightly stunned. I knew I was no match for you, so after being seriously injured by the Demon King under your command, I pretended to be dead. I only escaped after you left. Izimo said after a moment. Oh, Ye Bufan responded meaningfully, so you pretended to be dead to save your life. Tisk tisk, what a good idea. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Nizi and said with a smile, Auntie, do you think that a living person pretending to be dead can deceive a demon king or a warrior in the divine Yuan realm? Nizi was stunned. Cannot. 2 words suddenly rang out in her mind, with great determination. Not only Nizi, but everyone else present at the moment had the same idea. They had been misled by someone before and had not thought about it that much. But now that they calmed down and thought about it carefully, it was not difficult to find that everything Izimo said was highly suspicious. Izimo was shocked. Ye Bufan ignored it, shook his head, and walked directly towards the 20 men in black. At this moment, the 20 men in black were tied with iron chains and could not move at all. Ye Bufan came up to each of them and asked, do you know me? Roll. The man in black roared angrily. Tisk, tisk, so fierce. Ye Bufan sneered and ignored the man in black, but walked towards another man. The result was the same as the first one, the other party just told Ye Bufan to get lost. This happened 19 times in a row. Only the last one is different. Do you know me? Looking at the battered and scarred man in black in front of him, Ye Bufan asked with a smile. The other party trembled. Recognize. Oh. Ye Bufan showed a hint of surprise on his face. Then do you know my name? What do I do? Ye Bufan, Tianwang Camp, 1-star General. How do you know me? Yes, it was the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor who asked us to protect you. So that's how it is. Ye Bufan responded, then pointed at the other 19 men in black and said, so, they are here to protect me just like you. Yes, it is. They all know me. No. Since they know me, why are they pretending not to know me now? They are here to protect you. To protect me. Yes. Then why did you betray me again? I'm afraid of death. I see. Then besides me and your 19 brothers, do you know anyone else here? No. Does anyone know you? No. Oh, so, in other words, except for yourself, no one here can prove that everything you said is true. Or, someone has bribed you to frame me. No, I didn't. No. How do you prove it? Everyone, I'm sure you've all seen it. This fellow can't even prove whether his own words are true or false. How can he prove that I am in the same group with them? Who can guarantee that he is not lying? Ignoring the man in black, Ye Bufan looked at the crowd and said, unless someone among the other 19 people around him can prove what he said, They insisted that they didn't know me before, so they can't suddenly change their words now, right? After all, they are not under any threat now. Besides, can the demon race be trusted? Everyone hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan looked directly at Zi Qianji and said, Commander Z, you and your men saw me kill Ji Yan with your own eyes. Yes. Commander Z, think carefully before answering my question. What I'm asking you is, did you see me pierce Ji Yan's throat with your own eyes? Zi Qianji hesitated slightly. We didn't see this, but... Stop. Zi Qianji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Since you didn't see me kill Ji Yan with your own eyes, how can you be sure that I killed Ji Yan? Zi Qianji was speechless. I just want to ask you, are you sure that I killed Ji Yan? No, not sure. That's fine. Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Zi Qianji, but looked directly at Ni Zi and said, Auntie, you have also seen that Izimo is a liar and cannot be trusted at all. The words of the monster cannot be confirmed, and Commander Z and the others are even less sure. Although all signs point to me, I cannot absolutely confirm it. With so many doubts and so many uncertainties, you still call it ironclad evidence. Isn't that a bit too hasty? This concerns my life. This is more about the reputation of the War Department. Ni Zi hesitated slightly. At this moment, the more than 20 million free warriors present all looked confused and stunned, giving people an appearance of indecision. You're making excuses. A loud shout suddenly rang out in midair. Chapter 361 Who are you to Han Nuo? You're making excuses. In midair, 4 words exploded like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth, echoing in everyone's ears, and startling everyone. Swipe, swipe, swipe. One after another, surprised eyes looked up. Call out. In midair, a beast with green eyes and golden pupils rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and in an instant, it landed 3 meters away from Ye Bufan. He stared at Ye Bufan with his copper bell-like eyes and said, I can prove that he has surrendered to the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor. Forehead. The sudden scene stunned everyone. The demons come to accuse humans. They had never encountered anything like this before, and for a moment, the more than 20 million warriors present were briefly stunned. Zi Qinhao's pupils shrank. Oh. Ye Bufan sneered, looked at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and said, You, a demon king, come to the human race to testify that I have surrendered to your netherworld evil dragon demon king. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Also, do you think anyone will believe it? Or do you think we are all fools? You are a bunch of cowards, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you take down the demon king when you see him? Then, Ye Bufan roared at the crowd again. Everyone woke up. Master, everything I said is true. The blue-eyed golden-eyed beast didn't care at all. He glanced at Zi Qinhao and said solemnly. Owner. Everyone was stunned again. Swish, swish, swish. Horrified eyes fell on Zi Qinhao one after another. Zi Qinhao frowned slightly. After a moment, he glanced at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and said, He is indeed my battle pet. I have arranged him to be in the demon tribe all these years. What? Never stop until your words are shocking. Zi Qinhao's words shocked everyone present. The blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast is Zi Qinhao's war pet and a spy he placed in the demon tribe. So everything the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast said is true. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Boy, what else do you have to say? Your war general's pet has personally testified against you. He is also a spy arranged by the War Department to be beside the demon emperor of the demon clan. Now, let's see how you can quibble. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. Ye Bufan was suddenly speechless. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan turned around and ran. The 9 steps of the soaring dragon are extremely fast. Want to run. Looking at Ye Bufan who was running away, Ni Zi snorted coldly. The next second, she disappeared from the spot. When she appeared again, she was already in front of Ye Bufan. You want to run away after your trick is exposed. Do you think you can still get away? Looking at Ye Bufan with cold eyes, Ni Zi said in a cold voice. Ye Bufan was suddenly speechless. Then, he smiled and said, Run. Why should I run? Which eye of yours saw that I was going to run? Stop talking nonsense. Ni Zi snorted coldly and interrupted Ye Bufan. Call out. The next second, Ni Zi stretched out his right hand, and a long golden rope as thick as his index finger instantly flew out of his hand at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan was automatically tied up, without even giving him a chance to react or dodge. What? Looking at the golden rope that tied him up, Ye Bufan said while struggling. Ni Ziyi ignored it completely. Brush. She took a step forward, grabbed Ye Bufan with one claw, and directly held Ye Bufan in her hand without saying a single word from beginning to end. Bang! In front of the 20 million free warriors, Ni Ziyi threw Ye Bufan heavily to the ground. Ye Bufan felt the pain and glared at Ni Ziyi angrily, roaring, "You bitch, you better be careful, don't let me get you. Do you think you still have a chance?" Ni Ziyi looked at Ye Bufan and said with a sneer. "You." Ye Bufan was furious. He glanced at the angry faces around him and finally stopped at Zi Qinhao. "General, I have never betrayed the human race. I was wrongly accused. It must be your battle pet that betrayed me and framed me with others." "Yes, that must be it. General, you have to make the decision for me." Chaotic and anxious voices came out of Ye Bufan's mouth again and again, but no one present paid any attention to it. Now everyone believed that Ye Bufan was a traitor. I didn't want to believe it at first, but... As he spoke, Zi Qinhao glanced at the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast. It was obvious that between Ye Bufan and the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast, he believed the latter. "You." Ye Bufan suddenly became furious. "Things have come to this. Considering that you are a general of the War Department, this general will give you a quick death." Looking at Ye Bufan, Zi Qinhao shook his head and sighed. "You want to kill me?" Ye Bufan was shocked. "How can I tolerate you betraying the human race?" Brush. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, a long sword instantly appeared in his hand, with a chilling cold light and murderous intent flashing on the blade. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. "Kill him! Kill him!" In an instant, the deafening voices of the 20 million free warriors present rose one after another, and the voices merged into one, like bursts of thunder in the sky. Etc. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. Among the crowd, Wang Junhai, Wang Yu and 8 servants of the Wang family who were at the Divine Origin realm walked out and came directly to Zi Qinhao. Looking at Zi Qinhao, Wang Junhai said, "Wait a minute, General. Who are you? What's the matter?" Zi Qinhao frowned as he looked at Wang Junhai who was in Zhoutian realm in front of him. "General, I am Wang Junhai, from the Wang family of Beidou Martial Academy." Wang Junhai introduced himself and pointed at Ye Bufan, saying, "This guy kidnapped my son Wang Meng and extorted 300 billion stones from my Wang family. So I want to find out the whereabouts of my son Wang Meng before the general kills him." Hiss. Before Wang Zhen finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 300 billion stones. This kid really dares to speak. Wang family. Ye Bufan looked at Wang Junhai with his eyes wide open, and then angrily cursed, "Damn it, was it your Wang family who framed me?" But as soon as he said this, Ye Bufan immediately denied this idea. The time when he left the Great Qin Empire was almost the same as that of the Wang family's Divine Yuan Realm warrior. It was impossible for the other party to set up such a trap for him in such a short time. "Frame you?" Wang Junhai sneered. "Does my great Wang family need to frame a little bastard like you? Tell me, where is my son Wang Meng now?" "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered. "You want someone? Sure, give me 300 billion stones, or, take me away from here. Otherwise, just wait for your son to be buried with me." "You." Wang Junhai was instantly furious. The Wang family simply couldn't afford 300 billion stones, and even if they had it, they wouldn't give it to him. It was even more impossible to rescue Ye Bufan. There were more than 20 million warriors here, and a spit from each of them could drown Wang Junhai, who was in the Zhoutian realm. "You really won't tell me? 300 billion stones, or save me and leave." Ye Bufan tilted his neck, looking as if he was not willing to negotiate. 300 billion stones, save them for underground use. Wang Junhai shouted angrily and ignored Ye Bufan. Instead, he looked directly at Zi Qinhao. "General, go ahead." Hiss. Wang Junhai's words made most of the people present tremble. "Are you giving up on your son? So cruel." Zi Qinhao ignored him and raised the long sword in his hand slightly. But at this moment, a heavenly voice suddenly sounded. "General, can you hand him over to me?" The sound of nature is enchanting to listen to. This sudden sound made the souls of everyone present, regardless of whether they were men or women, tremble. Ye Bufan is no exception. Ning Chushui, dressed in a white dress whiter than snow, still looked otherworldly as she walked slowly out of the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Stunning beauty. Like a poem or a painting. Countless people looked at her, but were stunned. Ye Bufan frowned. He looked up and down at the woman in white in front of him, but no matter how hard he thought, Ye Bufan could not remember such a person in his memory. Ni Ziyi also frowned. Ning Chushui gave her a sense of familiarity, but this feeling was so vague that she couldn't remember who the other person was for a moment. Leave it to you. Zi Qinhao looked at Ning Chushui in surprise. Yes. Ning Chushui responded and said softly, my husband was killed by this guy in Qingfeng town. I want to avenge him with my own hands. Please help me, General. As she spoke, Ning Chushui bowed slightly. This. Zi Qinhao hesitated slightly. All right. Then, he handed the long sword in his hand directly to Ning Chushui. Ning Chushui grasped the long sword. She glanced at Ye Bufan with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. In front of 20 million warriors, she raised the long sword in her hand with a cold light flashing. The whole clan shall be punished and executed. 4 words came out of Ning Chushui's mouth. Cold and resolute. Buzz. Ye Bufan's body trembled suddenly, and his pupils shrank. What a familiar scene, what a familiar line. He immediately turned his head and looked at Ning Chushui. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Who are you to Han Nuo? Chapter 362, Kill the demon and silence him. Who are you to Han Nuo? With a stern face, Ye Bufan looked directly at Ning Chushui with eyes as sharp as knives, carrying a cold light full of murderous intent. From the beginning to the end, Ye Bufan knew that someone had set a trap for him and was plotting against him. If the current situation continued, he would have only 3 possible outcomes. First, on the run. Second, if you are captured by humans, you will inevitably die. Third, join the demon tribe or wild beasts. Ye Bufan had thought about what the other party wanted. The first one, to be on the run, Ye Bufan directly rejected it. The other party had spent so much manpower and resources, it was impossible that they only wanted such a result. Captured by humans and eventually died. If the other party really wanted to kill him, given the strength he had shown during this period, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Let yourself join the demon tribe or wild beasts. Ye Bufan couldn't understand what kind of value he had that could make the demons or wild beasts go to such great lengths to win him over. 3 possibilities, none of them is possible. However, when Ning Chushui took the knife from Zi Qinhao's hand, and the look in her eyes when she came in front of Ye Bufan, and that meaningful sentence, sentenced the whole family to death. Think back to the testimony of the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast. Ye Bufan seemed to have thought of something. It was like an epiphany. Suddenly see the light. On July 7th, at Filongtai, didn't he convict Han Nuo of a crime against his clan based on the false accusation of the Snow Wolf Demon King, and then beheaded him with a single sword? What a similar scene, what a familiar scene. If the other party wanted to avenge Han Nuo and kill him in the same way, then everything that happened before would have a reasonable explanation. The whole clan was convicted and beheaded in public. This is the final outcome that the local government has set for itself. Ning Chushui was slightly stunned when she heard Ye Bufan's sudden question. She glanced at Ye Bufan, especially at his eyes at the moment. Ning Chushui directly denied it and said, Han Nuo. I don't know what you are talking about. Yeah, Ye Bufan sneered, with a hint of coldness and amusement on his face. You went to so much trouble to deal with me, isn't it to avenge Han Nuo? Suddenly, Ye Bufan asked, Family Han. I don't know what you are talking about. Ning Chushui denied it flatly. He raised the long sword in his hand and killed him with one blow without any hesitation. You lose. Ning Chushui slashed down with a knife, and Ye Bufan said with a chuckle. Go to hell. Ning Chushui said coldly and ignored him. Brush. The cold light, the sharp blade, the sword slashed down, the wind blew, and everyone around showed joy on their faces. This traitor deserved it. When, suddenly, there was a sound of metal clashing. 3 inches away from Ye Bufan's neck, the long sword in Ning Chushui's hand was blocked by a spear and she could not move forward even a little bit. The man holding the spear was Zi Qinhao. The sudden scene stunned everyone. General, what do you mean? Ning Chushui frowned and looked at Zi Qinhao in confusion, her voice slightly cold. The others also looked at Zi Qinhao. Stunned and puzzled. You can't kill him, Zi Qinhao said with a smile. Why? Ning Chushui was stunned. He betrayed the human race, massacred Qingfeng town, slaughtered 100,000 of my people, and killed my husband. Why can't I kill him? Suddenly, Ning Chushui looked directly at Zi Qinhao and said in a deep voice, General, please give me a reason. Otherwise, I will not accept it, and everyone present here will certainly not accept it either. Our loved ones must not die in vain. Gnashing of teeth. Be firm and resolute. Ning Chushui incited people and put pressure on Zi Qinhao. Yes, why can't we kill him? Such traitors should be killed by everyone. General, please give us a reason, otherwise, we will not accept it. We don't accept it. We don't accept it. Kill him. Could it be that the War Department wants to protect him? Such a traitor must die. The voices of 20 million free warriors rose one after another, and the voices merged into one, shaking the heaven and earth like the sound of thunder from the 9 heavens. Ye Bufan, he deserves to die. Amid the abuse, Ning Chushui stood up and looked directly at Zi Qinhao, saying in a resounding voice, General, please obey the will of the people and kill him. Kill him, kill him, kill him. 20 million warriors responded to Ning Chushui. The momentum is huge. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. Human. At this time, Ye Bufan sighed, shook his head, stood up from the ground, looked at Ni Zi, and said, Beauty, please untie me. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ni Zi stretched out his right hand. Call out. The long golden rope that originally bound Ye Bufan tightly instantly returned to Ni Zi's hand, and Ye Bufan regained his freedom. Ni Zi's behavior surprised everyone. As a general of the War Department, it was understandable that Zi Qinhao protected Ye Bufan, but Ni Zi was not from the War Department, and was now competing with Ye Bufan. But now, how? You? Ning Chushui glanced at Ni Zi and was also slightly stunned. Isn't it strange? Looking at the stunned Ning Chushui, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Actually, the three of us are in the same group. They were just cooperating with me in acting just now. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Acting. Ye Bufan continued, 3 days ago, I sent someone to tell them that I would lead a 10 million demon army to attack the Sky Fortress in 3 days. However, I also asked the messenger to leave a message for the two of them, asking them to cooperate with me. As for the purpose. As he spoke, Ye Bufan glanced at Ning Chushui and said with a smile, Of course I want to see who is behind this, and I also want to see what else you have and what you want to do. Now the answer has been revealed. Ning Chushui's pupils shrank, and she immediately denied, I don't know what you are talking about. She was very surprised and even shocked as to why Zi Qinhao and Ni Zi trusted Ye Bufan so much and even cooperated with him in acting. However, Ning Chushui would not ask any more questions. The timing is wrong. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, she continued in a low voice, I only know that you are a human and a general of the War Department. You colluded with the demons, massacred Qingfeng town, and killed 100,000 people. This is simply unacceptable and you should be beheaded in public. As she spoke, Ning Chushui looked at Zi Qinhao again. General, please don't risk the world's condemnation and let this traitor go. Betraying the human race and colluding with the demon race is such a serious crime. Ye Bufan laughed loudly, looked directly at Ning Chushui, and said with a teasing look on his face, At this point, do you still want to hold on? I say, you lose. You lost from the beginning. Is it because you are from the War Department? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ning Chushui looked at him and said in a cold voice. Then, she looked at the 20 million warriors present and incited them, Everyone, did you see that? This is the so-called War Department. It is so tyrannical and unreasonable. Think about your relatives who died tragically in Qingfeng town. Can you tolerate it? Cannot. Thousands of warriors roared angrily. Yes, I can't stand it. Ning Chushui responded, pointed at Ye Bufan, and said resolutely, Since the War Department will not give us justice, then we will seek justice ourselves and kill him. Kill him. Kill him. In an instant, 20 million warriors swarmed in. That's enough. Zi Qinhao shouted angrily, and scanned the whole place with cold eyes. His murderous intent surged. All officers, listen to my orders. Anyone who is instigated by others and starts trouble, kill them. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, all the garrison members on the fortress tower drew their swords instantly and stared directly at the 20 million warriors with cold eyes. So what if we have strength in numbers? The War Department is not afraid of any challenge. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. The atmosphere became silent. But no one dared to say another word. Ning Chushui was stunned. General Zi, do you have to cover up for him? After all, what benefits has he given you? Then, she gritted her teeth and said coldly to Zi Qinhao. Cover. Zi Qinhao sneered, looked directly at Ning Chushui, and pointed at Ye Bufan. you said he betrayed the human race and colluded with the demon race. The evidence is irrefutable. Ning Chushui stood upright, full of righteousness. Ironclad evidence. Zi Qinhao sneered again, then pointed at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast beside him and said coldly, "Could the ironclad evidence you are talking about be him? Isn't that enough?" Snort. As soon as Ning Chushui finished speaking, Zi Qinhao snorted coldly. Call out. The next second, Zi Qinhao came directly in front of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Owner. The blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast was slightly stunned. Owner. Zi Qinhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He stared directly at the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast and shouted angrily, "Are you worthy enough to be called my master?" Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qinhao fired a shot directly across. The killing was shocking. The blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast was shocked. He wanted to hide and escape, but unfortunately, he was only at the Demon Emperor Divine Yuan realm. How could he be a match for Zi Qinhao? Zi Qinhao fired a sweeping shot from top to bottom. Puff! The terrifying speed and the sharp tip of the gun were unstoppable, tearing flesh and blood apart and spurting out bright red blood. Bang! With a dull thud, the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast fell to the ground. Killed with one shot. Zi Qinhao held his spear upright, blood dripping from the tip of the spear. He stared coldly at the corpse of the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast on the ground. This general has an agreement with Xiao Jin. At any time and under any circumstances, he cannot show up in public without this general's permission. You are so eager for quick success that you revealed your identity in front of 20 million warriors, and for such a fictitious thing. How can you be him? A cold voice and a dead silence fell throughout the place. No one expected Zi Qinhao to suddenly attack, and no one expected Zi Qinhao to kill the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast with one shot. Paw, paw, paw. Suddenly, a burst of crisp applause rang out. Everyone was stunned. Ning Chushui laughed loudly. Good, good, a good way to kill the demon and silence him. Chapter 363 Meeting the Young Marshal. Good, good, a good way to kill the demon and silence him. The sudden laughter startled everyone, but Ning Chushui did not stop. She looked directly at Zi Qinhao and said, "General Zi, for the sake of a subordinate, you even killed your war pet who had followed you for many years. Should I say that you are protecting your subordinates or that you don't care about our friendship?" Zi Qinhao was stunned and said in a cold voice, "This general has already said that he is not this general's war pet, he is simply another demon pretending to be him. No one can prove his wrongdoing." Ning Chushui chuckled. "This blue-eyed golden-eyed beast is already dead, so now it's up to you to decide what to do, General." You. Zi Qinhao suddenly became furious. Even more frightening. When he saw the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast before, he was also stunned. He had never expected the other party to appear. After thinking it through, he was sure that the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast was definitely not his battle pet, and his blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast was afraid that it had been exposed. It's more likely to be a bad thing. Afterwards, Ning Chushui mentioned the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast again and used it to testify against Ye Bufan. Sad and angry, Zi Qinhao killed him directly. But now, before Zi Qinhao could think about it, Ning Chushui spoke again. "General, why are you looking at me like that? Threatening, intimidating. If you were not guilty, why did you kill him directly? Even if he is not your battle pet, you can capture him and confront him. But you didn't. You have already acknowledged his identity, and he also pointed out Ye Bufan. Now, you have killed him and denied it. Do you think we will believe it? In other words, do you think we should believe you, or should we believe the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast that you ruthlessly killed?" You. Zi Qinhao's face suddenly turned pale. Extremely angry and frustrated. Paw, paw, paw. But at this moment, Ye Bufan gently patted Zi Qinhao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "General, it's just a monster. It's no big deal if we kill it." Zi Qinhao was stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. "What's the big deal? You little bastard, do you know that the other party is now holding on to this point? It is possible that because of this, you will forever be charged with the crime of betraying the human race." Ye Bufan ignored him and just looked at Ning Chushui, smiling. "You are a great opponent. Can you tell me who you are in the Han family? Or what is your relationship with Han Nuo?" Ning Chushui frowned. "Why, you can't say it. Or your identity is too shameful and you dare not say it." Looking at Ning Chushui's hesitant look, Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Have we met before?" At this time, Ni Zi stepped forward, looked Ning Chushui up and down, and said, You always give me a very familiar feeling, as if I have seen you before. Hee. Hearing this, Ning Chushui chuckled. Are you acting, or are you trying to frame me? I'm just a woman in Qingfeng town. Not to mention. After a pause, Ning Chushui looked directly at Ye Bufan. Who am I? Does it have anything to do with your betrayal of the human race and collusion with the demon race? Ye Bufan shook his head. Since you don't want to say it, then I won't force you. He's just a dead man, his name is not important. Ning Chushui frowned. Ye Bufan continued, as for what you said about me betraying the human race and colluding with the demon race, I have already said before that you were doomed to fail from the beginning. Is it? Ning Chushui sneered. She doesn't believe it. One wrong step, all wrong. Looking at Ning Chushui, Ye Bufan had a look of confidence and amusement on his face. Although you have made every possible effort, you have overlooked one point, which is also the most important point. Or rather, you don't know this at all. Ning Chushui's brows suddenly frowned. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Ni Ziyi was puzzled. Although they had helped Ye Bufan put on a show before, up to this moment, they still couldn't figure out where Ye Bufan's confidence came from. Although the current situation cannot fully prove that Ye Bufan is colluding with the demon clan, it also cannot prove that Ye Bufan is not colluding with the demon clan. It can be said that it is very unfavorable to Ye Bufan. Although Zi Qinhao absolutely trusted Ye Bufan, he could not give him proof. Before anyone could think about it, Ye Bufan had already taken a step forward. He came to Yi Zimo again, looked directly at him, and said, I will give you one last chance. Yi Zimo was stunned. Ye Bufan's voice turned cold. Tell me, why do you want to slander me? Yi Zimo hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, I didn't slander you. I saw everything with my own eyes. It was you who killed our people. Think it over before answering. Don't joke with your life. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone around him. What is this? Blackmail. Intimidation. Oh. Ning Chushui sneered. Ye Bufan, do you think it will be useful to threaten him? We have millions of eyes watching us here. We are not blind. Ye Bufan ignored it. Yi Zimo gritted his teeth and said, facts are facts. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled and said, I hope you won't regret it later. Regret. A look of surprise flashed across Yi Zimo's face. Ye Bufan ignored him and walked directly towards the 19 men in black who were transformed from demons. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, the 19 men in black were stunned. Ye Bufan asked, what about you? Do you have anything else to say? Roll. 19 men in black cursed in unison. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Brush. The next second, a long sword appeared in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the blade. The 19 demon men in black were stunned. One of them asked, you, what do you want to do? Since you can't help me get out of this situation, what use is there for me to have you? Ye Bufan's voice turned cold, and he chopped down the long sword in his hand. Puff. The knife fell and blood splattered. Bright red blood spurted out. The man in black's neck twisted and he died instantly. Killed with one blow. The sudden scene shocked everyone. What are you doing? Ning Chushui exclaimed. She didn't care about the life and death of the 19 demons in black. From the moment they participated in this plan, they were doomed to die. However, Ye Bufan's behavior was too abnormal, which made her feel a little uneasy. As men, we should slay demons and savages. The voice was stern and the tone was resolute. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the long sword in his hand chopped down again. Puff. The knife fell, blood splattered, and another monster was killed. Arrogant, presumptuous, and looking down on everything. Everyone was stunned and confused. They looked at Ye Bufan with stunned, confused and puzzled eyes, not knowing what on earth he was trying to do. Kill the demon and silence him. Or is it to vent your anger? You. The remaining 17 demon tribe black-clothed men were even more horrified and angry. One of them gritted his teeth and immediately became furious. Ye Bufan, you are unkind, don't blame us for being unrighteous. Brush. After saying this, he looked directly at the 20 million warriors. I want to testify. I want to testify against this kid. He, Ye Bufan, has long since betrayed the human race and joined our netherworld evil dragon demon emperor. He led us in a bloodbath in Qingfeng town. This was the only condition that the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor put forward for him to join us. Buzz. When the man in black finished speaking, everyone trembled. Yes, I will testify against him. Ye Bufan, you bastard, it would be fine if you didn't save us, but you actually dared to kill us. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor will not let you go. You human idiots, you have all been deceived by him. This kid has already defected to our demon race, to the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. Why don't you stop him? He wants to kill the demon and silence him. Waste, idiot. 17 men in black roared angrily, and the sound rose one after another. The whole audience was in an uproar. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered and shouted, well said. Then, his voice sank again and he said, it's a pity that it's meaningless. Puff. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan slashed at another man in black again. Cold and heartless. Killed with one blow, the killing was decisive. Facing the arrogant Ye Bufan, the space was dead silent in an instant. Everyone looked at him, stunned, stupid, and bewildered. Is this kid crazy? Zi Qinhao also looked stunned, dazed and confused. Stop him now. Suddenly, Ning Chushui pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted sternly, he wants to kill the monster and silence him. We must not let him succeed. We absolutely cannot. Wow. In an instant, 20 million free warriors were outraged. Stop him. Without any hesitation, 20 million free warriors swarmed towards Ye Bufan frantically, to stop him. I want to kill, no one can stop me. Ye Bufan shouted fiercely and raised the long sword in his hand. All officers, listen up. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be killed without mercy. Yes. In the crowd, deafening voices rang out from all directions. Firm, resolute, and violent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, figures rushed out from the crowd, some flying in the air, some stepping on people, and instantly stood between Ye Bufan and the 20 million warriors. There aren't many people, only about 400 or 500. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The golden swords exploded and the long knives were unsheathed. The long swords in the hands of 400 or 500 people were pointed directly at the 20 million warriors in front of them. Although there were only 400 or 500 of them, the fierce murderous intent condensed into a ball, like a prehistoric ferocious beast, rushing straight towards the 20 million warriors in front of them, making people dare not take another step forward. Killing power and deterrence. The world was dead silent. Who are you? Ning Chushui looked directly at the 400 or 500 people who suddenly appeared behind Ye Bufan. Feeling their momentum and strength, her heart sank and she said with a grim expression. Ye Bufan pointed his long sword at Ning Chushui and said, this young master will not betray the human race, and will not surrender to the demon race and wild beasts. This is ironclad evidence. Ning Chushui was stunned. Then, she sneered again, how ridiculous. Can these people prove that you won't betray the human race and join the demon race? Do you think we are stupid, or are you just too naive? Brush. As soon as Ning Chushui finished speaking, the 400 or 500 people behind Ye Bufan ignored the 20 million warriors in front of them and turned around to face Ye Bufan's back. Bang, bang. The next second, at the front of the crowd of 400 or 500 people, two middle-aged men faced Ye Bufan's back and knelt on one knee without hesitation. They clasped their fists and said solemnly, the commander of the Skyfire Combat Division, the Flying Dragon Army, the Divine Wind Battalion, Ji Yufeng, greets the young commander. Commander-in-Chief of the Tianshui War Department, the Flying Dragon Army, the Shenwu Camp, Ni Yun, greets the young marshal. Buzz. The sudden scene and the voice in the mind made everyone present tremble violently and their pupils shrink, shocked and dazed. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, 4 more people appeared behind the 2 middle-aged men, facing Ye Bufan's back. They looked fervent, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison. General of the Tianshui War Department, the Flying Dragon Army, the Divine Phoenix Camp, Sha Shuangshuang, greet the young commander. General of the Sky Dome War Department, the Flying Dragon Army, the Divine Tiger Camp, Yin Feng, greets the young commander. General of the Sky Star War Department, the Flying Dragon Army, the Divine Phoenix Camp, Feng Shui, greets the young commander. General of the Tianqing War Department, the Flying Dragon Army, the Divine Slaughter Camp, Tang Zijin, greet the young commander. 2 commanders and 4 generals. Bang. In an instant, 400 or 500 people knelt on one knee. Greetings, young commander. 4 words, 1 sentence, the neat sound was like the roar of a dragon or the howl of a tiger, shaking the sky, echoing in all directions, and lingering for a long time. Ning Chushui stood there in a daze. The whole audience was shocked. Chapter 364 The Name of the Flying Dragon. The Demon Battlefield, 81 War Tribes. The human race, the demon race, and the wild beasts have been fighting each other for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, during which countless heroes have died on this battlefield. The battlefield is ruthless and life and death are unpredictable. Here, the blood of countless people was shed. It is the end of life and the destination of death. However, it is also the most glorious stage for talented people. Long years and bloody fighting. The three tribes have been fighting each other for countless years. On this barbaric battlefield, countless glories and legends have been performed. The demon clan has a peerless demon. The wild beasts have amazing warriors. The human race has an immortal legend. It's a pity that with the passage of time and the ravages of time, these have long been buried under the dust of history and are destined to be unknown to people. No one knows what the past was like. However, in the past 1,000 years, or more than 10 years ago, a legendary figure was born in the human race's combat department, Flying Dragon Commander, Ye Bufan. He was the youngest, most domineering, and most powerful commander of the 81st War Department in the past 1,000 years. He was also the only iron-blooded commander who led his war department to defeat the monster tribe's defense line, entered the monster mountain range several times, and massacred the monster tribe's base camp. Throughout the millennium, there has been no exception among the 81 war tribes. Ye Bufan first joined the War Department at the age of 16, starting as a 9th-class private. Over the course of 4 years, his military rank soared, becoming a 2-star general at the age of 17, a 5-star general at the age of 18, a general of the War Department at the age of 19, and the youngest commander in the history of the War Department at the age of 20. At the age of 22, he left the War Department. The journey to the War Department was full of blood. In just 6 years, countless demons and wild beasts died at the hands of Ye Bufan and his Flying Dragon Division. It was a bloody period, but it was also the most glorious period for the human division in the past 1,000 years. But it was a nightmare for the demons and wild beasts. Wherever the Flying Dragon passes, the monsters and barbarians avoid it. That is the myth of the War Department. He is the idol in the hearts of everyone in the War Department. 10 years ago, Ye Bufan died. 10 years ago, the Flying Dragon Army was disbanded. Since then, the Flying Dragon Army, that made the demons and barbarians tremble with fear, has officially withdrawn from the stage of history. In the past 10 years, many things have changed, and the once powerful Flying Dragon Commander Ye Bufan has gradually been forgotten. However, forgetting does not mean forgetting. Some people and some things are destined to be remembered forever. That's Ye Bufan. That's what the Flying Dragon Army is like. That is a myth, that is a legend, it will last forever. Now, looking at the 400 or 500 people behind Ye Bufan and recalling their solemn and powerful words just now, everyone was stunned. Dull and wooden. For a moment, I was at a loss. Are these all the people from the Flying Dragon Army? The human traitor who colluded with the demon race was called the Young Marshal by these people. The sudden change seemed difficult for everyone to accept for a while. You already knew his identity. Besides Zi Qinhao, Ni Ziyi glanced at him and asked suddenly. Ni Ziyi was very curious before, and even couldn't understand why Zi Qinhao trusted Ye Bufan so much, and even that trust had reached a blind level. Even when she agreed to help perform the previous scene, she still had this mentality. But now, everything seems clear. Ye Bufan's son defected to the demon clan. Ni Ziyi felt that this was the funniest, most hilarious joke she had ever heard in her life. It was simply ridiculous. Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched slightly. Ye Bufan's son. He already knew Ye Bufan's identity, but he never expected that Ye Bufan would break the situation in this way. Simple, rough and domineering. With just these 4 words, young Marshal Filong, all accusations will become pale and powerless. Even if it is the demon god of the demon clan who makes the accusation himself, even if the evidence is irrefutable, what can it do? Will anyone believe it? Can anyone believe it? What shocked Zi Qinhao the most was the current strength of the Flying Dragon Army. In his memory, or among the generals of the Flying Dragon Army that he knew, there was already one who was the commander-in-chief and 2 generals. However, it is not included in this list. In other words, including the 1 commander and 2 generals he knew, the former Flying Dragon Army now had 3 commanders and 6 generals. What kind of concept is this? The former Flying Dragon Army now controls the power of almost 4 war departments. Moreover, the commanders and generals in front of them are all from the war departments adjacent to the Tianfeng War Department. There is no doubt that among the 81 war departments, there must be other commanders and generals of the Flying Dragon Army. When he thought of this, Zi Qinhao's heart couldn't help but tremble. Wang Junhai was confused. The other 9 members of the Wang family were dumbfounded. Ning Chushui stood there in a daze. Get up. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and waved his right hand. Beneath the smile, there was also fear. Ye Bufan knew that his cheap father had a great reputation, and that was why he asked Qian Duoduo to find people from the Flying Dragon Army to help him break it. This method is simple, effective, and brutal. But he didn't expect that Qian Duoduo would directly find 2 commanders and 4 generals, and judging from the others, they were probably at the level of generals. What kind of concept is this? Surprised, but also happy. Yes, Marshal. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone behind him spoke in unison. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 2 commanders, 4 generals, and the remaining 400 or 500 people stood up suddenly, bringing up a gust of wind and a huge momentum. Miss, I wonder if these people can prove my innocence. Looking at Ning Chushui, who had a dazed and stunned face, Ye Bufan asked with a smile. Then, he sighed again. Yi Tianshang's son has taken refuge with the demon tribe. I wonder if the demon tribe dares to accept him. Ning Chushui's mouth twitched. How does it feel? Ye Bufan saw Ning Chushui's reaction and couldn't help but let a devilish smile appear on his face. I said that you were doomed to fail from the beginning because you ignored the most fundamental and most important point. As he spoke, Ye Bufan pointed at himself and stood up straight. Ye Bufan, the eldest son of the Yi family in Tianwang City, the commander of the Flying Dragon, the son of Yi Tianshang. Brush. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan pointed at Ning Chushui. You, lost. Ning Chushui's mouth twitched again. There are mixed feelings in my heart. She never thought that Ye Bufan would be the son of the killer god of the human race. Of course, it was not her fault. After all, before meeting Qian Duoduo, even Ye Bufan himself did not know that he had such a domineering father. Fart. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes immediately looked in the direction of the sound. Zemo gritted his teeth, looked at Ye Bufan, and said with hatred, "You think you can wash away your guilt by just finding a group of people to pretend to be the Flying Dragon Army? When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked." Thinking of what Ye Bufan had said to him before, and that look in his eyes, Zemo couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and a chill rose in his heart. If I let him go acquitted, would I still be able to live a good life? Impersonation. Zemo's words stunned everyone. Swish, swish, swish. Those pairs of strange eyes once again fell on Ye Bufan and the 400 or 500 people behind him. This possibility was not impossible. Oh. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Ji Yufeng, the commander of the Skyfire combat department behind him, sneered and looked directly at Zemo, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Impersonation. Brush. The next second, he ripped off his shirt, revealing his bronze skin, shocking scars, and the lifelike, golden dragon tattoo on his chest. No one among the human race can and dares to impersonate the Flying Dragon divine mark. Is this enough? Looking directly at Zemo, Ji Yufeng asked in a cold voice. Swish, swish, swish. Behind Ji Yufeng, there were 400 or 500 people. Except for the women, all the other men had their shirts torn off, revealing their bodies full of scars and the golden flying dragon. Is that enough? 400 or 500 people shouted at Zemo. Neat and solemn, like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. Buzz. Zemo's body trembled and his pupils shrank. He hesitated and spoke in a disorderly tone. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, even if you are from the Flying Dragon Army, even if he is Yi Tianshang's son, so what? Wouldn't Yi Tianshang's son betray the human race? The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Ji Yufeng took a step forward and faced Zemo. What do you want to do? Zemo was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, taking a step back. Ji Yufeng kicked out. Bang! He kicked Zemo, who was still injured, to the ground. Zemo felt pain and became furious. Brush. Ji Yufeng ignored him and without hesitation, he clenched a long sword in his hand and slashed at the lying Zemo. Fast, fierce and violent. The blade flashed with cold light and Ji Yufeng looked indifferent. Cut it down with one knife. Puff. Blood splattered. Ji Yufeng cut off one of Zemo's arms in an instant. Zemo let out a painful and shrill scream, and he fell to the ground, struggling and rolling, covering the wound on his broken arm. Hiss! Everyone present instinctively gasped. To slander the young marshal is to humiliate the general and trample on the flying dragon army. Ye Bufan stood up with a knife in hand, blood dripping from the tip of the knife. He looked coldly at Izimo. The first time, I'll chop off your arm. If you do it again, kill. In one word, indifferent and resolute. Chapter 365, Filong kills people without asking why. To slander the young marshal is to humiliate the general and trample upon the flying dragon army. The first time, I will chop off one of your arms. If you do it again, kill. Ye Bufang's words made everyone present tremble in their hearts. So cruel, so crazy, so domineering. Izimo's heart trembled, and he endured the pain, but he didn't dare to say anything more. The atmosphere was dead silent. Ye Bufan turned his gaze and scanned the entire audience with cold eyes. His cold eyes made the hearts of the 20 million warriors tremble, their bodies shivered, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Ye Bufan raised the long sword in his hand and said, "Those who think that the young commander betrayed the human race and defected to the demon race, please, step forward." The calm voice carried a hint of chill. Everyone's heart trembled again. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 20 million warriors stepped back involuntarily. They had no doubt that if they dared to take a step forward, they would definitely be hit by the sword. Walk. Feeling the changes around him, Wang Junhai said to Wang Yu beside him. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? Flying Dragon Army, Yi Tianshang. The reputation of these 6 words is so great that even though Wang Junhai is not a member of the War Department, he is familiar with them and knows exactly what they mean. Yi Tianshang is about the same age as him, but he is far from being comparable to him. Now, the 2 commanders, 4 generals, and 400 to 500 people of the Flying Dragon Army came to Ye Bufan's aid. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for them to kill Ye Bufan. Even if they continued to stay, it would be a question whether they could leave at that time. The Wang family members did not stop either. Did the marshal let you go? Suddenly, Ye Bufang's cold and gloomy voice suddenly sounded. Everyone in the Wang family trembled. Run! Wang Junhai shouted loudly. Brush. The next second, he grabbed Wang Yu beside him and flew into the air. As the head of the Wang family, Wang Junhai has only 2 sons. One, Wang Meng, is now in Ye Bufan's hands, and he doesn't want the other one to fall into this trap as well. Moreover, compared with Wang Meng, Wang Yu obviously made Wang Junhai more satisfied. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the 8 divine Yuan realm masters of the Wang family also rose into the air. Want to run? Ye Bufan sneered, can you run away? Take it. With a loud shout, Ye Bufan rushed out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beside him, another commander, 4 generals, and half of the 400 or 500 people all flew into the air and attacked the Wang family's group directly. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. So many Shenyuan warriors. When the Flying Dragon Army gathered together earlier, they did not realize that there were so many divine Yuan warriors among them. At this moment, the scene of the 6 Jodian masters and more than 200 divine Yuan realm warriors rushing out brought a strong visual impact to everyone. Shocked and horrified. In midair, Wang Junhai's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Boom. Before he could say anything more, Ye Bufan had already attacked. Not only that, in addition to Ye Bufan, another commander-in-chief and 4 generals also swarmed over and came to Wang Junhai. 6-1, siege. Although Wang Junhai was also in the Jodian realm, at this moment, he had no strength to fight at all. In less than a minute, he was shot down from midair by 6 people. Boom. Wang Junhai's body was knocked heavily to the ground. The earth trembled and the dust flew. Puff. Wang Junhai spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang. Ye Bufan didn't give him a chance to speak. He grabbed him and threw him in front of Ye Bufan. Young marshal, how do you deal with this man? Wang Yu and 8 divine beings were also captured. It was pushed forward with such force that it had no power to fight back. Leave him alone for now. After looking at Wang Junhai, Ye Bufan smiled. Yes. Ye Bufan responded, and then said to the others, watch out, if anyone dares to run, kill them directly. Wang Junhai's heart trembled. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Izimo, smiling slightly. Do you remember what I said to you just now? Buzz. Izimo's soul trembled. Tell me, why did you want to frame me, Ye Bufan asked without thinking too much. Now that he had the people of the Flying Dragon army with him, he had plenty of time. Snort. Ye Zemo snorted coldly and said nothing. Ye Bufan frowned. Ji Yufeng glanced at Ye Zemo, then at Ye Bufan, and said, "Young Marshal, leave him to me. I will definitely make him talk." "Okay, come on," Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Brush." Ji Yufeng looked directly at Ye Zemo. Ye Zemo's soul trembled. Ji Yufeng pointed his long sword at him and said, "Tell me, why did you want to slander the young commander? Who ordered you to do so? Tell me the truth and I will kill you." Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. What is this? Forced confession. It would be strange if people would tell the truth in this way. Ye Bufan smiled and ignored it. He just glanced at Ning Chushui with a playful smile on his face. In Ye Bufan's opinion, the person behind this must be Ning Chushui. Even if it's not her, she cannot escape the connection. Snort. Seeing Ye Bufan's playful eyes, Ning Chushui snorted coldly. Although she said nothing and did nothing, there was a flash of anger and unwillingness in her eyes. "Just you wait, boy. Son of a flying dragon. If I can't kill you this time, you will die faster next time." Ye Bufan and Ning Chushui looked at each other, as if it was a silent confrontation. At this moment, feeling the cold light of the long sword in Ji Yufeng's hand, Ye Zemo's body trembled, and he said in a frightened and panicked tone, I didn't lie, what I said is true." Zi Qinhao. After Ye Zemo finished speaking, Ji Yufeng shouted loudly, "I will be here in the end." Zi Qinhao took a step forward, faced Ji Yufeng directly, and said with his fists clenched. Although Ji Yufeng was not a member of the Tianfeng War Department, he was still a commander after all. In the War Department, the 81 commanders had the full power to temporarily command any general. Ji Yufeng pointed his long sword at Ye Zemo and asked directly, "What's his name?" Zi Qinhao was stunned. "Ye Zemo. Where do you live?" "Chuyun Empire, Fengcheng, Yi family." Everyone was stunned and looked at Ji Yufeng with suspicion, not knowing what he was going to do, especially Ye Zemo himself. At this time, Ji Yufeng looked at Ye Zemo, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you still conceal the truth after 10 seconds, Chuyun Empire and Fengcheng Yi family, no matter whether they are men or women, old or young, will not be spared." His expression was cold and his tone was resolute. Hiss. Ji Yufeng's words made everyone gasp. Are they going to wipe out his entire family? Ye Zemo's body trembled, and he looked at Ji Yufeng with horror. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said 2 words, "You dare." 10. Ji Yufeng simply ignored it. "You." Ye Zemo was furious. 9. Ji Yufeng's indifference and disregard made Ye Zemo's heart tremble. He could not help but roar at Ji Yufeng, "Come at me if you dare. As the commander of the War Department, you killed a whole family. Aren't you afraid of being criticized by thousands of people?" Ji Yufeng sneered and suddenly asked, "How did your 3,000 men die?" Ye Zemo was stunned. Ji Yufeng continued, "Why did they all die, but you survived? Now I suspect that you colluded with the demon tribe, slaughtered 3,000 of my subordinates, and framed the young commander." After a pause, Ji Yufeng continued, "Don't tell me about evidence. I don't have any evidence, and I don't need any. Flying Dragon kills people without asking why. You." Ye Zemo looked angry. "You have 3 seconds. Ji Yufeng ignored it and said in a cold voice. 2. 1. Zijin, take people to Fengcheng of Chuyun Empire and destroy the Yi family. After 10 seconds, Ji Yufeng no longer paid attention to Ye Zemo, but just said it calmly. "Yes. General of the War Department," Tang Zijin responded. Boom. Ye Zemo's body trembled, his pupils shrank, and he said hurriedly, I'll tell you everything. I thought you were so tough." Ji Yufeng sneered and looked at Ye Zemo and said, "What are you waiting for? Tell me." Ye Zemo hesitated slightly and said, "I didn't kill the person. It was a woman in black. She led people to attack us and killed 3,000 of my men. She also seriously injured me. Afterwards, she gave me 100,000 yuanxi and asked me to testify against Ye Bufan." Wow. Ye Zemo's words caused an uproar in the audience. Is it really like this? Ji Yufeng frowned. "Who is that woman in black?" I don't know him." Ye Zemo responded, "She was wearing a mask at the time, so I couldn't see her face at all. I can only confirm that she should be a 20-year-old woman." Swish, swish, swish. Instinctively, everyone looked at Ning Chushui. But Ji Yufeng pointed at Ning Chushui and said, "No." Ye Zimo shook his head and said, "The woman in black is a head shorter than her hair is shorter than hers, her body shape is very different, and her voice is also wrong." Ning Chushui sneered. Ji Yufeng glanced at Ning Chushui, then looked at Ye Zimo. Brush. The next second, he swung the long sword in his hand. A cold light flashed. Puff. A trace of blood spurted out from Ye Zimo's neck. He opened his eyes wide with an expression of disbelief, but he lost the ability to think. Bang! In an instant, Ye Zimo fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts tremble violently. Although killing people was not a big deal for the more than 20 million warriors present, they felt inexplicably fearful when they saw this scene. Ji Yufeng killed Ye Zimo with one strike of his sword, as if nothing had happened. Then, he looked at the 17 demon tribe men in black, a sneer appeared on his lips, and he raised his long knife, skinned them, cut their flesh, and removed their bones. Chapter 366 Kill Her. Skinning, cutting and deboning. Ji Yufeng's simple 6 words made everyone present tremble in their hearts, and their horrified eyes were all turned to the 17 black-clothed demon men. The atmosphere was dead silent. The 17 black-clothed men from the demon tribe trembled suddenly and were filled with fear. What do you want to do? Among them, a timid voice sounded. The 3 words, man's name, tree's shadow, and flying dragon army, were like a nightmare in the eyes of the monsters. Just words and actions are enough to make their souls tremble. Faced with the fear of the demon clan, the 400 or 500 flying dragon army completely ignored it. 17 divine Yuan realm warriors stepped out and arrived in front of the other side in an instant. One-on-one, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely silent and depressing. Without exception, the 17 black-clad men from the demon tribe were shaking and trembling. They were afraid and even more terrified. Base. The next second, the long sword was unsheathed. The pupils of the 17 men in black shrank. Brush. 17 long swords flashing with cold light fell down in an instant. Indifferent and resolute. Puff. The knife fell, blood splattered, but it only broke the skin and did not hurt the flesh. Under countless trembling eyes, the 17 Shenyuan realm warriors of the Flying Dragon army retracted their swords and grabbed the rolled-up flesh of the wound on the black-clothed demon man with one hand. One pull. A pull. The movements are consistent and done in one go. Skilled and experienced. It is obvious that this is not the first time they have done something like this, and they have even practiced it thousands of times. Practice makes perfect. The human skin was torn off from the flesh. What kind of pain is that? Ah! Heart-wrenching screams came from the mouths of 17 black-clad demons. They tremble. They struggle. They were in excruciating pain. Without exception, all of the more than 20 million free warriors present were trembling in their souls, and a deep sense of fear emerged from their hearts. Heart-shaking, terrified, these are a group of lunatics. Ye Bufan was shocked. Explain. In the dead silence, oppression, and even suffocation, Ji Yufeng shouted loudly, his cold eyes staring directly at the 17 monsters, who colluded with your monsters to frame me, the young commander of the Flying Dragon army. Give me an answer, and I will give you a quick death. A demon emperor and 20 demon kings framed Ye Bufan for no reason. If there was no one instructing them and no one colluding with them, who would believe it? Ha ha ha. As soon as Ji Yufeng finished speaking, a demon clan member endured the severe pain and laughed loudly. He gritted his teeth, looked at Ji Yufeng coldly, and said with difficulty, "You want to blackmail us? Let me tell you, it's useless. Even if you kill us, you can't wash away the crime of colluding with my demon clan. Continue." After the demon clan finished speaking, Ji Yufeng shouted coldly. Rip it. The 17 divine warriors of the Flying Dragon army did not stop. In an instant, a sound that would make one's scalp tingle was heard, and the skin and flesh of the 17 monsters were torn apart, and blood was dripping. Ah! A heart-wrenching sound was heard. The soul shudders. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Vomit. Among the 20 million warriors, countless people couldn't help but vomit when they saw the skin and flesh of the 17 monsters being torn apart and bloody. Too bloody and too cruel. Killing people is not the right thing to do, why do this? At this moment, even Ning Chushui frowned slightly and the corners of her mouth twitched. Is this the style of the Flying Dragon army? A bunch of lunatics. Zi Qinhao, Ni Zi and others also frowned. Cutting the meat. At this time, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. Looking at the 17 miserable members of the demon clan, he remained unmoved and shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. 17 long swords slashed out in an instant. Fast, fierce and violent. Puff, puff, puff. Thin slices of meat were cut off in an instant. After peeling the skin, cut the meat. The heart-wrenching, soul-destroying pain caused 3 of the 17 demon kings to faint instantly, but it was a relief for them. Unfortunately, the flying dragon army did not let them get their wish. Brush. The long sword slashed out, and flesh and blood were separated. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain awakened the 3 unconscious demon kings. Continue. Take out the knife and cut the meat. Pieces of flesh were constantly being peeled off, and the bloody scene was so horrifying that people dared not even look at it directly. The scene of 20 million people was eerily quiet. You can hear the sound of a pin falling. Silence is even more terrifying. 17 members of the demon clan fainted from the pain, then woke up, and fainted again, over and over again. Their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. Life is worse than death. I can't die. I say after a moment, a low, weak voice finally rang out. We just received the order from the demon emperor to carry out the mission. Other than that, we don't know anything else. Really, everything I said is true. Please, kill me, kill me. The sudden voice startled everyone, and the next second, pairs of eyes full of fear instinctively looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned. That's enough. Ye Bufan's voice suddenly sounded, and he said calmly, kill him. Kill. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Swish, swish, swish. The 17 flying dragon army's divine Yuan realm warriors didn't hesitate at all. Without thinking or asking, they swung their swords directly at the demons in front of them. Puff, puff, puff. The knife fell and the head was cut off. 17 demon heads fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. After a muffled sound, in an instant, the 17 men in black fell to the ground and died, and all turned into their demon forms, appearing in front of the 20 million warriors. It was a bloody mess, shocking to the eye. Beauty, are you satisfied with this result? At this time, Ye Bufan looked directly at Ning Chushui, shrugged, and asked with a smile. Ning Chushui frowned. Ye Bufan continued, in fact, it doesn't matter what they said, because I don't care at all. I just want to take this opportunity to tell everyone here, and even the world, that I am very busy. If you don't have the strength and ability, it's best not to trouble me, otherwise the consequences will be serious. As for the truth, after a pause, Ye Bufan sneered and said, a fat man once told me that the truth is actually not important, and I also think so. You said so, beautiful lady. Ning Chushui was stunned. Hee hee. Then she smiled calmly again. The truth. Indeed, the truth sometimes really doesn't matter. If she had not expected that Ye Bufan also had the identity of young Marshal Filong, even if she could not prove Ye Bufan's crime of betraying the human race and colluding with the demon race today, she would have had a follow-up plan to let Ye Bufan die in front of these 20 million warriors. Unfortunately, one wrong step led to another. Now she could no longer implement the subsequent plan, and there was no need to continue. Once the flying dragon appears, defeat is certain. Beauty, you are so beautiful. How about I discuss something with you? At this time, looking at Ning Chushui with a smile on her face, Ye Bufan looked her up and down with obscene eyes, touched his chin, and said with an evil look on his face. Ning Chushui was stunned. Everyone around twitched their lips and cursed inwardly, shameless beast. Bang! Suddenly, without waiting for anyone to think, Ye Bufan took a step forward, performed the Tenglong 9 steps, and rushed straight towards Ning Chushui in front of him, at an extremely fast speed. The evil and vulgar look on his face was instantly replaced by a touch of indifference and murderous intent. The ground soldiers' spears suddenly appeared. The gun flashed with cold light, and Ye Bufan shot directly at Ning Chushui. The sudden change made everyone lose their minds. No one expected that Ye Bufan had bad intentions towards Ning Chushui in the previous second, and then he turned against her with a knife in the next second. Ye Bufan didn't want to either. It's a pity that Ning Chushui's expression and reaction were too calm and composed, as if she didn't even take the 400 or 500 flying dragon army in front of her seriously. This calmness and composure made Ye Bufan feel uneasy. To Ye Bufan, Ning Chushui's existence is always a scourge. No matter who she is, what her origins are, or what her relationship with Han Nuo is, she cannot be kept no matter what. That's why Ye Bufan chose to launch a sneak attack. If you can't kill her, you have to hurt her. Ye Bufan believed that as long as Ning Chushui was seriously injured, with the power of the Flying Dragon Army, even if she was a divine martial master, she could be buried here. Call out. A spear was thrust out, swiftly and sharply, with unstoppable force, and it arrived in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ning Chushui didn't stop at all. She pushed the ground with her right foot and her body instantly retreated backwards at an extremely fast speed. One side attacks, the other side dodges. The battle was fought between breaths. Ye Bufan's shot missed. Ning Chushui took several steps back, and when she was still unsteady, she sneered at Ye Bufan, a sneak attack. You think you can kill me? Ridiculous. Ye Bufan ignored him. Almost at the moment when Ning Chushui dodged his sneak attack, he retracted the spear in his hand, and an imitation longbow of the Lutian bow appeared instantly. Hold the bow and pull the string. The movements are integrated into one breath and extremely fast. Call out. The Yuan power condensed into an arrow, and in a flash of lightning, the arrow was shot out. Martial arts, storm of arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp arrows in the sky carried extremely murderous intent and went straight towards Ning Chushui. It is overwhelming and cold. Ye Bufan shouted, kill her. Chapter 367, Heaven Burial Palace, smash it. Kill her. The voice was cold, stern and resolute. Ning Chushui's pupils shrank. Faced with this sudden scene, the calm and playful expression on her face finally changed, replaced by a hint of solemnity and shock. Thousands of arrows covered the sky and the sun. There's no way to dodge. This is also the terrifying aspect of the martial arts skill Storm Arrow Rain. In close combat, it is almost impossible to dodge or avoid the arrows, and you will definitely be hit. Snort. Suddenly, Ning Chushui snorted coldly. Ning Chushui was dressed in white as snow, with long hair dancing in the wind. She paused and a terrifying aura burst out. Her Yuan power was released, majestic and pure. In an instant, the energy condensed into a protective shield. Dang dang dang. Thousands of sharp arrows fell on the Yuanli shield in front of Ning Chushui, making the sound of metal colliding. The extremely fierce arrows could no longer move forward, falling to the ground one after another, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The rain of arrows has not yet stopped, and the murderous intent is coming again. Ji Yufeng switched from his long sword to a gun, and attacked with the force of a tiger or wolf. Beside him, there was a commander, 4 generals, and 5 powerful men in the Jodian realm. The rain of arrows died down, and the 6 of them had already arrived. Kill, he shouted sternly, with a resolute murderous intent. Ning Chushui was not given any chance to breathe or escape. The 6 Jodian realm powerful men surrounded her in an instant, and attacked her with 3 sharp weapons, knives, guns, and hammers. 6-1, a sure kill. As a member of the Flying Dragon Army in the past and now the Commander-in-Chief and General of the War Department, the 6 people in front of them knew very well that keeping someone like Ning Chushui would always be a scourge. No words are needed, the first move is a killing move. Seeing the shocking killing power of the 6 Jodian realm masters, Ning Chushui's pupils shrank, but she was not afraid at all, and shouted, "Don't overestimate your own abilities." Yin. The next second, a sharp piano sound was heard. Ning Chushui stood playing the piano. Zhu Tianchen. Looking at the Guqin in front of Ning Chushui, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. Ning Chushui was stunned. Pa. The next second, without stopping, she slapped the body of the piano with her right hand, and her slender hands fell on the strings. Her 10 fingers moved, plucking the strings. Yin. The sound of the piano rang out. The world was dead silent. As the sound of a piano sounded, the energy gathered around Ning Chushui and condensed into a star-shaped light curtain around her, protecting her firmly. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 2 commanders Ji Yufeng and the 4 generals had already launched their killing moves. The 6 Jodian realm powerhouses did not hesitate at all, and the sharp weapons in their hands instantly fell on Ning Chushui. The sharpness of the knife. The cold light of the gun. The weight of the hammer. Boom. The 2 commanders, 4 generals, and 6 Jodian realm powerhouses joined forces to attack, creating a terrifying energy shock. A thunderous sound exploded between heaven and earth. The terrifying momentum even brought about a gust of strong wind, sweeping in all directions with Ning Chushui as the center. Bang, bang, bang. Strong winds swept across and hit the edge. Hundreds of warriors were knocked away in an instant, and countless people stepped back instantly, involuntarily and uncontrollably. The power of terror. A terrifying impact. Ye Bufan took 3 steps back, looking horrified. Buzz. Among the 6 Jodian realm powerhouses, Ning Chushui's body trembled slightly, her hands paused, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but in return, anger and murderous intent burst out in her eyes. Court death. A roar came from Ning Chushui's mouth. What? Ji Yufeng and the other 6 Jodian realm masters were shocked and horrified. Not only them, but also the people around them. The power of the 6 Jodian realm masters was so fierce and terrifying that they had repelled hundreds of people with just a charge. Ning Chushui was at the center of this power, and even a Jodian realm master of the same level would be seriously injured if not killed. But what about her? Apart from a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, Ning Chushui seemed to be fine. The Yuanli shield was still around her, and the sharp weapons in the hands of Ji Yufeng and other 6 Jodian realm powerhouses were all blocked by this Yuanli shield. What kind of defense is this? Astonishing and shocking. Kill. After a brief moment of shock and daze, Ji Yufeng suddenly shouted loudly. Kill. The 6 Jodian realm killer moves appear again. Unfortunately, Ning Chushui no longer gave them a chance. Pluck the fingers and play the strings. Yin. A sharp sound of zither rang out, and the strings of the zither in front of Ning Chushui moved, and 6 cold rays shot out at an extremely fast speed, with almost no order. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 6 cold rays spread out in all directions and killed the 6 powerful Jodian masters. Cold, deep, and powerful. Full of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the 6 Jodian realm masters shrank. They stopped their attack and dodged instantly without any hesitation. This cold light gave them a sense of death crisis. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 6 cold rays passed through the 6 Jodian realm powerhouses, 6 of them broke through the air, and the remaining 2 directly attacked the 20 million warriors. The speed is extremely fast. Like a flash of lightning. Puff, puff, puff. A strange voice sounded, and 2 cold rays of light passed through the 20 million warriors. Wherever they passed, no matter if they were transcendent, condensed, or returned warriors, they had no time to dodge, and were directly pierced through the body by the 2 cold rays, and blood splattered. Bang, bang, bang. In a breath, nearly 100 warriors fell to the ground. Either die or scream. Hiss. Seeing this scene, seeing the nearly 100 people who were seriously injured or directly killed by the 2 cold rays shot out from the Gukan, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The world was dead silent. Horrible piano sound, horrible piano skills. Swish, swish, swish. Ji Yufeng and the other 6 Jodian realm masters looked at Ning Chushui again, but they all frowned, with inexplicably solemn expressions. The woman in front of him was not only thoughtful and scheming, but now the strength she displayed was even more shocking. If such a person were to launch a surprise attack, who could fight back? She can't be kept. In just a breath of time, the 6 Jodian realm powerhouses looked at each other and made a decision immediately. They clenched the weapons in their hands and attacked again. The previous attack by the 6 people caused blood to flow from the corner of Ning Chushui's mouth, which meant that the joint attack had seriously injured her, which meant that they were not unable to kill Ning Chushui. Kill. In an instant, the 6 Jodian realm warriors rushed out again. Play the piano and play the strings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Along with the clear yet sharp sounds of the Gukan, cold rays of light with great murderous intent continuously attacked from the Gukan in Ning Chushui's hand. Fast, fierce, fierce. The sound of the piano continues and the cold light is endless. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 Jodian realm masters kept swinging their weapons, defeating Ning Chushui's offensive again and again, but they themselves were unable to take a single step forward. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know the girl before, and even now they didn't know who she was, but her strength shocked everyone. She was fighting 1 against 6, 6 of them were in the Jodian realm, but she didn't lose at all. If Shenwu doesn't come out, who can fight? Suddenly, Zi Qinhao looked at Ni Zi beside him and shouted, President Ni, what are you waiting for? Take action. Ning Chushui. Although there was no evidence, Zi Qinhao was completely certain that what happened this time was definitely related to Ning Chushui in front of him. How could she stay with someone who was so ruthless as to bloodbath the whole city? What's more, Ning Chushui came for Ye Bufan and wanted to kill him. Swipe, swipe, swipe. In an instant, everyone's attention shifted. Look directly at Ni Ziyi. She, Ni Ziyi, is the vice president of the Martial Academy and the only divine martial master present. Ni Ziyi was stunned. Buzz. Surrounded by the 6 Jodian realm masters, Ning Chushui's pupils shrank and her body trembled slightly. It was obvious that she was afraid of Ni Ziyi, the divine martial master. Ni Ziyi took a step forward, ready to take action. Ning Chushui's fingers kept playing, and the piano continued to play, but she shouted, Ni Ziyi, if you dare to attack, I guarantee that your idiot brother will die on the street tomorrow. Blackmail. Ning Chushui's words stunned everyone. No one expected that Ning Chushui would dare to threaten a vice president of a martial arts academy, who was also a divine martial arts master. She was simply courting death. Buzz. At this moment, Ni Ziyi's body trembled, his pupils shrank, and his steps stopped. Who are you? Looking at Ning Chushui, Ni Ziyi asked in a cold voice. From the moment Ning Chushui appeared, from the moment she first entered Ni Ziyi's sight, Ni Ziyi felt that she looked very familiar, as if she had seen Ning Chushui somewhere before. However, Ni Ziyi had never been sure, but now, she was completely sure. Even if they were not close friends, the woman in front of them must have met each other once. Moreover, this woman was definitely from the Martial Academy. Oh. Hearing this, Ning Chushui sneered, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if you make a move, I won't die, but your brother will definitely die. Shenwu Zun, you are very strong, but your brother is just an idiot. Can you guarantee that you will be by his side all the time? Killing him is not difficult. You. Ni Ziyi was furious, his face changed drastically, he looked directly at Ning Chushui, and shouted coldly, who are you? Oh. Ning Chushui sneered and ignored him. The next second, she glanced at Ye Bufan, a chill flashed in her eyes. Ye Bufan, you are lucky this time, you escaped by luck, but next time, I hope you can have the same luck as today. Next time, Ye Bufan sneered, his face darkened, do you think you will have a next time? Today, you must die. A decisive voice sounded. Ji Yufeng, the 6 of you get out of my way. Then, Ye Bufan looked at Ji Yufeng and the other 6 Jodian realm masters and shouted. Ji Yufeng and the other 6 were stunned. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, they did not stop and just moved aside. Ning Chushui was stunned. Ye Bufan looked at her directly, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This woman must not be allowed to stay. He shouted angrily, today, I want to see whether your tortoise shell is stronger or my heaven burial palace is stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw with his right hand. Heaven Burial Palace, smash it. Chapter 368 Girl, are you injured? Heaven Burial Palace, smash it. 6 words exploded like thunder. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the fist-sized Burial Heaven Palace rushed straight towards Ning Chushui. It was extremely fast and a cold light flashed past. Ning Chushui gave Ye Bufan a feeling of being too dangerous. If he couldn't get rid of her today, he would not be able to rest easy. For this reason, Ye Bufan did not hesitate to expose the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan didn't know what Ning Chushui's energy shield was. Ye Bufan didn't know how strong Ning Chushui's energy was to protect her. Ye Bufan only knew, and was even more clear, that the weight of the Burial Heaven Palace, which had escaped from the hands of him, the owner of a semi-artifact, was absolutely unimaginable. If I can't kill you, I'll smash you to death. Must die. Call out. With unstoppable speed, the Zhangtian Palace attacked Ning Chushui directly. Everyone was stunned. Burial Heaven Palace, destroy it for me, what does that mean? Ning Chushui seemed to have thought of something. Her body trembled, her pupils shrank, and a look of shock and horror instantly appeared on her face. Boom. A few meters away from Ning Chushui, the Burial Palace suddenly changed. 100-meter golden palace suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, shocked, and their pupils shrank. Then, without exception, everyone present swallowed their saliva instinctively. Heaven Burial Palace, destroy it for me. Is this the Heaven Burial Palace? Damn, what would it feel like if this palace fell on me? Everyone felt a chill down their spines and trembled involuntarily. Ni Ziyi was also shocked. Call. In front of Ning Chushui, the Burial Heaven Palace attacked, bringing with it a gust of strong wind. The Golden Palace and dead objects are not afraid of attacks. Run! A thought rang in her mind. Call out! The next second, she put away the Gukin in front of her and fled into the distance without any hesitation. The huge Burial Heaven Palace was not something she could resist at all. Stop her, don't let her run away. Seeing Ning Chushui trying to run away, Ye Bufan immediately shouted angrily. In fact, Ye Bufan didn't need to say much. The moment Ning Chushui escaped, Ji Yufeng and the other 6 Zhodian Realm Masters had already attacked and chased Ning Chushui. Boom! The Heaven Burial Palace suddenly fell down. The attack missed and the ground shook and even cracked. Gurgle! Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but swallow. Damn it! Ye Bufan cursed in his heart, and with a wave of his right hand, the Burial Heaven Palace instantly returned to his hand. Looking at the cracked ground, Ye Bufan felt dissatisfied. If the Burial Heaven Palace is a divine weapon, Zhangtian can perfectly control the Burial Heaven Palace. This attack, even if it doesn't kill you, will cripple you. Pity. Ye Bufan was unwilling but helpless. Although the Burial Heaven Palace was terrifyingly heavy, it was a dead object after all. Once Ning Chushui ran away, Ye Bufan could do nothing to her. Unless Ji Yufeng and his 6 men could hold Ning Chushui tightly, making it impossible for her to run or dodge, they would be able to hit her with one strike. But in that case, Ji Yufeng and his 6 men would also be hit by the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan thought he was not cold-blooded enough to do that. Brush. In the distance, Ning Chushui saw herself dodge an attack, and then looked at Ji Yufeng and his 6 men coming towards her to kill her. Without any hesitation, she immediately took out the Gukin. Piano sound, shield. Boom 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 boom. The attacks of Ji Yufeng and the other 6 instantly landed on Ning Chushui, but they were ineffective. Ning Chushui's strings moved, and the sharp cold light came out again. Ji Yufeng and the other 6 had no choice but to defend with all their might. Although Ning Chushui was unable to move, she was capable of both offense and defense. Ji Yufeng and the other 6 were unable to take a step forward and could only defend. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point. Master, although the Burial Palace is a spatial artifact that can be big or small, its weight remains unchanged no matter what form it is in. If the Master just wants to use it to hit people, it will be the same even if the Burial Palace is in its smallest state. At this time, as if sensing Ye Bufan's unwillingness and helplessness, the voice of Zhangtian suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's mind. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. Pa. The next second, Ye Bufan slapped his head, feeling annoyed. Yeah, how could I be so stupid? The Burial Heaven Palace is always the Burial Heaven Palace. Whether it is in its largest or smallest state, its weight remains the same. The reason why I can pick up the Burial Heaven Palace is not because it has shrunk and its weight has decreased, but because I have already recognized it as my master. It is like a part of my body. Nima. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan felt annoyed. It has to be said that he had fallen into a misunderstanding before, but it is not too late to wake up now. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Ning Chushui in the distance again. Sneered. Little girl, this time, let me see how you die. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan no longer stopped, took the Tenglong 9 steps, and quickly swept away, arriving outside the battle circle of Ning Chushui and the 6 Zhodian powerhouses in an instant. Ning Chushui was stunned when she saw Ye Bufan coming. Then he sneered. Disdain. Although Ye Bufan's Heaven Burial Palace posed a great threat to her, there were pros and cons. It could be said that after what happened just now, she was no longer afraid. Now she is waiting for an opportunity, a chance to escape. Oh. Seeing Ning Chushui looking at him with disdain, Ye Bufan sneered. At this moment, the 6 people of Ji Yufeng kept swinging their weapons in their hands, shooting down the cold light from Ning Chushui's Gukin, and at the same time advancing towards Ning Chushui step by step. Unfortunately, even if they occasionally attacked Ning Chushui, they would only be blocked by the Yuanli shield around her body, and would not have any effect at all. It has to be said that Ning Chushui's piano skills are very powerful, even terrifying. Her combination of offense and defense makes her completely invincible. The only drawback is that it cannot be moved. However, this alone is enough for Ye Bufan. Can't move. Then you can only be beaten. A movement of the body. Haha, I'm afraid that the energy shield will disappear immediately, and at that time, Ning Chushui will also be attacked by the 6 powerful Zhodian masters at the same time. That was definitely not something she could bear. With this thought, Ye Bufan did not stop. and raised his right hand back, and the Heaven Burial Palace in his hand immediately became the size of a brick. As the former overlord of the underground world and a former street thug, the brick was definitely one of Ye Bufan's favorite weapons. Hitting someone with a brick is easy and satisfying. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. With Ye Bufan's full basic strength of 700, plus his cultivation of the 5-star Guiyuan realm, and the amplification of his martial arts, Ye Bufan's strength directly exceeded 10,000. Oh! A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lock on Ning Chushui. Call out. Ye Bufan moved his body and threw his right hand. The brick-sized Burial Heaven Palace in his hand was instantly thrown out, turning into a cold light and attacking Ning Chushui directly. The speed is extremely fast. The momentum is like an unstoppable force. Call out. Between Ye Bufan and a general, the Burial Palace passed through like a sharp arrow and headed straight for Ning Chushui in front. Intimate contact. The Heaven Burial Palace and the Force Shield collided. The force of 10,000 Jin smashed the incalculable Burial Heaven Palace, and finally, this blow landed on Ning Chushui's shield. What kind of feeling was that? Ye Bufan didn't know. But at this moment, Ye Bufan only heard a thunderous sound. The earth seemed to be shaking and the space seemed to be trembling. Pa! The Heaven Burial Palace was built. The energy shield remains. Puff! Ning Chushui spat out a mouthful of blood, her body trembled, and her face turned pale. Looking at Ye Bufan, anger and coldness rose in Ning Chushui's eyes, and the terrifying murderous intent seemed to freeze the world into ice. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Miss, are you injured? Internal injuries. Tisk tisk, how is it? Is it serious? Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Ning Chushui became even angrier and more furious. Although she didn't know what a doctor was, she thought he was someone similar to a pharmacist. Ye Bufan was simply teasing her and making fun of her. Ye Bufan ignored him, and with a wave of his right hand, he instantly took back the brick-sized Burial Heaven Palace, threw it, and caught it again. He looked at Ning Chushui with a teasing and amusing look. Girl, guess how long you can hold on. Ning Chushui's face turned ashen. It's like a capsize in a ditch. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and locked onto Ning Chushui. Just like before, he threw out the Heaven Burial Palace in his hand again. A cold light flashed, like a sharp arrow rushing. Ye Bufan's face darkened. I guess, no matter how many times I hit you, you will be smashed to death by me. This is the fate I have chosen for you. How? Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Heaven Burial Palace crashed onto the Yuanli shield. The heaven and earth shook and the space trembled. Pa! The Heaven Burial Palace was built. Puff! Ning Chushui spat out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the sound of the piano stopped, the energy dissipated, and the shield disappeared. Chapter 369, 9 Lives of the Heavenly Demon, Reborn from the Ashes. The sound of the piano stopped, the energy dissipated, and the shield was broken. Ning Chushui spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 consecutive attacks from the Burial Heaven Palace made her face as pale as paper, and her body was completely exposed in front of people. Her hands were shaking and she could no longer play the piano. Twice. Unbreakable. Looking at Ning Chushui who was 100 meters away, Ye Bufan sneered, then his expression turned cold, pointed at her and shouted, "Kill her." The voice was cold, resolute, stern, and without any mercy. If this person is not removed, I will be in great trouble. Ye Bufan and the other 6 powerful Jodian masters also knew this truth, so when Ning Chushui's energy shield was broken and Ye Bufan shouted at them, they rushed out directly. 6 men surrounded her and tried to kill her. Ning Chushui's body trembled, her pupils shrank, and she suddenly looked up and looked directly at Ye Bufan, with a murderous intent in her cold eyes. Seeing the 6 Jodian realm masters coming to kill her again, she did not hesitate at all, and she put away the guqin in front of her, and the long sword suddenly appeared. Yin. The long sword shook, and fierce, sharp murderous intent surged out of her body, with an extremely cold chill that seemed to freeze the heaven and earth clean. Ye Bufan, I want you to die. Ning Chushui shouted sternly. Call out. She dodged and flew into the air. She was extremely angry and hateful to the point of madness. As soon as she finished speaking, the terrifying aura burst out from Ning Chushui's body, sweeping and spreading madly around her. The space trembles. The sky and earth changed color. The wind was blowing hard. The sudden change stunned everyone present. Ye Bufan and the other 6 people paused. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have solidified. In an instant, Ning Chushui's beautiful eyes turned bloodshot. Boom! Her energy surged. 7-star divine essence. This is her current level of cultivation, and it is also her real level of cultivation. But it made everyone stunned and shocked. No one had expected that Ning Chushui could rely on her piano skills and the cultivation level of 7-star divine Yuan realm to fight against the 6 great Zhodian without being defeated. But only for a moment. The next second, Ning Chushui's cultivation level skyrocketed. 8-star divine essence. 9-star divine essence. A complete cycle. 7 revolutions of the heavenly circle. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chushui's cultivation level soared from the 7-star divine essence to the 7-turn heavenly realm, directly crossing over to a major realm. With a terrifying aura, the situation changed drastically. Her cultivation level soared, her pupils turned blood red, and Ning Chushui's originally jet black hair changed color in an instant. Between heaven and earth, 3,000 strands of white hair danced wildly in the wind. She, with one thought, has white hair. Anger, murderous intent, and evil spirit. The 3 energies converged, the wind and clouds changed color, and under the terrifying momentum, Ning Chushui was like a peerless demon god standing proudly in the world, making people frightened, trembling, and terrified. It seems long, but it is just a moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Secret technique. Ji Yufeng's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "She is improving her cultivation at the cost of her life. She wants to fight to the death to protect the young commander." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yufeng rushed out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The other 5 Zhodian powerhouses did not hesitate at all. They had paused due to Ning Chushui's change, but now they rushed out again. Directly attack Ning Chushui. The best defense is offense. Kill her. In an instant, Ji Yufeng and the other 6 Zhou Tian masters were in front of Ning Chushui. In midair, they surrounded Ning Chushui from 6 sides, without stopping, without hesitation, they used their martial arts and blasted Ning Chushui with the strongest weapons in their hands. The momentum of a raging storm. I don't want to hurt her, I just want to kill her with one blow. Ning Chushui did not hide or evade. Her blood-red eyes ignored everything and locked onto Ye Bufan firmly. Her resolute murderous intent could not be shaken by even the heaven and earth. Risking one's life. If I die, you can't live either. Brush. The next second, Ning Chushui raised his sword and slashed out. A sword that kills the sky. Call out. Between heaven and earth, a sharp, violent, fierce and domineering sword shot out. The terrifying sword energy changed the color of heaven and earth and attacked Ye Bufan directly. At the cost of life, just for this sword. A sword that kills the sky. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank suddenly. Isn't this the heavenly sword skill that Uncle Kai passed down to Long Xiaobao? How come Ning Chushui also knows it? Ye Bufan was shocked, stunned and confused, but he had no time to think too much, nor would he think too much. He could not block the sword that Qi Zhuan Zhou Tian used. Run. A word rang in my mind. However, the next second Ye Bufan discovered that his feet seemed to be connected to the ground and he could not move at all. Great shock and horror. A sword that is bound to hit the target. Nima. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart and groaned secretly. He had never expected that the sword of heaven slaying could have such a heaven-defying and overbearing effect. Brush. The next second, he directly used martial arts, Lingshu battle armor, and his Yuanli instantly wrapped him tightly. But this was not enough. After the Lingshu battle armor, Ye Bufan took out a long sword and instantly used martial arts, Hunyuan sword and shield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 99 and 81 sword energies protect the body. This is Ye Bufan's strongest defense now. Since there is no way to dodge or avoid it, he can only face this sword with the strongest attitude. Everything happened in a flash. Ning Chushui slashed out with her sword, and Ji Yufeng and the other 6 people also launched their killing moves, even a fraction faster than hers. However, Ning Chushui's sword energy was launched later but arrived first, half a fraction faster than their attack. Although it was only half a fraction, a slight difference could lead to a huge loss. Between Ye Bufan and Ning Chushui, Yin Feng, who was in the 6th Zhodian realm, rushed out with a sword but saw Ning Chushui's sword of death coming towards him. He did not dare to hesitate or slack off. He changed his offensive and used the killing move in his hand to meet Ning Chushui's sharp sword. In an instant, the blade light and sword energy collided. When a crisp sound was heard. The long sword in the hand of Jotian Realm General Yin Feng broke with a sound, but Ning Chushui's Zudian sword continued to move with unstoppable force, and he attacked Yin Feng and Ye Bufan with unstoppable force. Puff! With one sword, blood splattered. Yin Feng's body was directly split in half by the sword energy, blood splattered, and the two halves of his body fell from midair. In a flash, Jotian Realm Yin Feng was defeated and died. The sword's force remains unabated. This scene shocked everyone. Yin Feng! Yin Feng! Yin Feng! The 5 Jotian masters shouted in shock, but they could not change anything. At this time, their offensive also fell on Ning Chushui. Puff! The sword breaks the body. The spear penetrated. The white clothes were stained with blood, and Ning Chushui was bleeding profusely. Bang! The giant hammer hit hard. Ka ka ka! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Puff! Ning Chushui spat out a mouthful of blood, and blood spilled in the air like an enchanting bloody rain. The long sword in her hand was already broken into pieces. Seriously injured or fatal. Call out! Ning Chushui's body fell from midair in an instant. Hee hee. There was a sweet smile, a happy smile, and a confident smile on her face, as if she had already seen the scene of Ye Bufan being cut in half. Life for life. At this time, no one paid attention to Ning Chushui. Protect the young commander. Ji Yufeng shouted loudly. After witnessing how Ning Chushui killed Yin Feng instantly with that sword, Ji Yufeng did not dare to be careless or underestimate him. If possible, he would rather block the sword for Ye Bufan, but it was too late. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Ji Yufeng finished his words, dozens of Shenyuan realm warriors from the Flying Dragon army had already rushed out. They were extremely fast and headed straight for Ye Bufan. Unfortunately, they were also too late. Nima. Looking at the sword rushing towards him and recalling the scene where Yin Feng was killed instantly, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart again. Go. The next second, Ye Bufan threw with his right hand. Call out. The Heaven Burial Palace was thrown out by him. In an instant, the Burial Heaven Palace climbed to its maximum state, and the magnificent Golden Palace faced Ning Chushui's Sword of Death with an unstoppable force. The heaviness of the Golden Palace. The sharpness of sword energy. In an instant, the two collided. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out between heaven and earth, a terrifying gust of wind spread, the space vibrated, dust flew, and everyone's ears were buzzing. The sword energy dissipated. Call out! The Burial Heaven Palace, however, rushed towards Ye Bufan with unstoppable force and was completely out of control. Even though Ye Bufan was the owner of a semi-divine weapon, he was unable to move the Burial Heaven Palace at all under the strong impact of the Sword of Death. We can only try our best to control the Heaven Burial Palace and weaken its impact. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Heaven Burial Palace. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. Call out. Ye Bufan stabbed out with a gun. Bang! The tip of the gun collided with the Burial Heaven Palace. A huge force came. Bang, bang, bang. The 81 sword energies of the Hunyuan sword and shield around Ye Bufan disappeared in an instant. The Lingshu armor darkened. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Bang! The Heaven Burial Palace was built. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, at an extremely fast speed. Dozens of meters away, he landed heavily on the ground with a bang, and rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping. Puff! Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out. Ye Bufan collapsed on the ground. Young Marshal. Seeing this scene, Filongjun and his men were shocked and could not help but stand there in a daze. The atmosphere was dead silent and depressing. Nima. After a while, Ye Bufan propped himself up and climbed up from the ground, cursing, I almost killed myself. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Fine, call. In an instant, everyone in the Flying Dragon army couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ye Bufan, you are really lucky. You are still alive after all this. However, you won't be so lucky next time. I won't give you any chances, whether it's new or old. Once I make a move, I will kill you with the force of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Who? Everyone was shocked. In an instant, everyone could not help but look in the direction of the sound instinctively. However, with just one glance, everyone's body and even soul trembled violently. A look of horror. In their sight, everyone saw a ball of purple flame floating in the air, and even the shadow of Ning Chushui could be seen in the flame. That look, that expression. Exactly the same, but one is a human, and the other is fire. Moreover, at this moment everyone discovered that where Ning Chushui had fallen from midair, her body had disappeared. The strange scene shocked everyone. What's going on? Oh. In the flames, Ning Chushui sneered. Call out. The next second, she didn't stop and the purple fire fled away at an extremely fast speed, leaving no chance for people to react or intercept. 9 lives of the celestial demon, reborn from the ashes. Looking at the purple fire escaping into the distance, Nizi's body trembled, her pupils shrank, and she said in shock, the Ning family's secret technique, it was her. Chapter 370 Who dares to touch my young commander Phylong? 9 lives of the celestial demon, reborn from the ashes. The Ning family's secret technique is hers. Nizi's 2 sentences brought everyone present back to their senses from their shock and horror, and pairs of surprised and curious eyes fell on her. Ye Bufan stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, put away the heaven burial palace, looked at Nizi, and asked, who is she? He was just a divine Yuan warrior, but he was not killed even when surrounded by 6 Jodian realm warriors. Or he was already dead, but suddenly and strangely resurrected. Faced with such a situation, Ye Bufan did not dare to be careless or rash. After all, the other party was coming for him, and he almost lost his life this time. Ye Bufan must find out the other party's origins. Kangchong Martial Academy, Ning Family, Ning Chushui. Nizi's solemn voice sounded. No wonder she felt a sense of déjà vu when she saw Ning Chushui before. Unfortunately, she had only met Ning Chushui once, so she couldn't remember her for a while. She didn't expect that the second young lady of the Ning family would leave the Martial Academy and come here to stir up trouble. Martial Academy. Ning family. Ye Bufan frowned. What is her relationship with Han Nuo? I don't know. Nizi shook her head. I don't know. Ye Bufan frowned, looking suspicious. Nizi said, you are not from the Martial Academy, so you don't know the second young lady of the Ning family. Or even the Ning family doesn't know her. She has had autism since she was a child, and she almost ignores everyone, and she rarely leaves the Ning family. Autism. Nizi's words stunned everyone. Damn it. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Such a crazy woman, could she be autistic? Could she be autistic? Even Nizi frowned, she was also a little bit unbelievable. The Ning Chushui she met today was completely different from the Ning Chushui she remembered. A closed and silent one. A crazy, cold-blooded one. There is a world of difference. What happened just now? She was clearly dead, but why did she come back to life? And what about that ball of fire and the 9 lives of the heavenly demon? Ye Bufan didn't think about it too much, but looked at Nizi and asked in a deep voice. Resurrection from the dead. It's incredible. If Ye Bufan had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it at all. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he still found it a little difficult to accept. 9 lives of the heavenly demon, the Ning family's secret technique. Nizi did not hide anything and said directly, this is a secret technique passed down from generation to generation in the Ning family. A celestial demon has 9 lives. Every direct descendant of the Ning family will practice this secret technique. As for the function of this secret technique, that is, 1 life turns into 9. 1 life becomes 9, what does it mean? Anyone who practices the 9 lives of heavenly demons will have 9 lives. Dying once, twice, or even 7 or 8 times is nothing to the Ning family. Hiss. Nizi's words made everyone gasp. The secret technique of the 9 lives of the heavenly demon. No wonder Ning Chushui dared to be so crazy. It was hard to change the fact that Ning Chushui dared to risk her life. She had 9 lives, so dying once was nothing. This secret technique is truly terrifying. So, in Kangchong Martial Academy, although the Ning family is not the strongest, it is the family that no one wants to provoke. As if sensing the shock and horror in everyone's hearts, Nizi instinctively added. Not the strongest, but no one messes with him. It's undeniable. Let me ask you, with such a secret technique, who dares to compete with the Ning family? Under the same rank, even if you are 1 rank higher than the Ning family, you may not be their opponent. 9 lives, I will use them all up to death. No matter what kind of world it is, the arrogant ones are always afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are always afraid of the desperate ones. Undoubtedly, the Ning family is such a group of people. They are not afraid of death at all, nor do they fear death. Do you dare to provoke? Do you dare to fight? Ye Bufan frowned. 9 lives of the heavenly demon. This secret technique is so heaven-defying, doesn't it have any drawbacks? Or sequelae? Have. Ni Ziyi responded in one word. Yin and yang complement each other, and advantages and disadvantages complement each other. The more powerful the secret technique, the greater its disadvantages will inevitably be. What is it? Ye Bufan asked directly. I don't know. I don't know. Ni Ziyi shook her head and said with a wry smile, the heavenly demon 9 lives secret art is the foundation of the Ning family's survival. Do you think the Ning family will let outsiders know about it? Not only outsiders, but even the direct descendants of the Ning family who practice the heavenly demon 9 lives secret art do not know what the disadvantages of this secret art are. In the Ning family, there is only one person who knows the disadvantages of this secret art, and that is the person in charge of inheriting the Ning family for generations. Ye Bufan frowned. Yes, such a powerful and even terrifying secret technique is the foundation of a family's survival. How could the Ning family let outsiders know its drawbacks? Ni Yun, Shuang, Fengshe, Zijin. Suddenly, Ji Yufeng shouted sternly. His expression was stern and resolute, and he said in a resounding voice, wake up General Filong and summon all the old subordinates. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Ji Yufeng's words made the souls of more than 20 million people present tremble. Swish, swish, swish. All the horrified eyes fell on Ji Yufeng. What are you going to do? Ji Yufeng stood up straight, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, with his edge exposed and his killing power astonishing. 10 days later, all the former members of the Flying Dragon Army will gather at the Kengchong Martial Academy. The demon has 9 lives and is indestructible after 9 deaths. The Ning family's secret technique was so terrifying. Thinking back to Ning Chushui's resolute murderous intent, Ji Yufeng couldn't feel at ease. This woman must not be allowed to stay. 9 lives of the celestial demon. Then I will kill you 10 times. Boom. When Ji Yufeng finished speaking, everyone's soul trembled. Former member of the Flying Dragon Army. Back then, the Flying Dragon Army was not just a team or a division, but one of the 81 divisions of the human race. It was only after Yi Tianshang's fall that the Flying Dragon Division was disbanded, and the members of the Flying Dragon Army went their separate ways. How many people are there in a combat unit? Millions of troops. In 10 years, the world would have changed dramatically, and countless people would have died. Even if half of his Flying Dragon Army had died, there was still half left. Half of that is an army of 5 million. You can know the whole situation by looking at one person. Now, 10 years have passed, Ji Yufeng and others have been promoted to generals or even commanders, and each of them has reached the level of Shenyuan or Zhodian. How bad can the other people in the Flying Dragon Army be? These people must be very strong. A large army like this, gathered at the Kengchong Martial Academy and laid siege to the city. What kind of picture and concept would that be? You're crazy. Suddenly, Ni Ziyi shouted at Ji Yufeng, her voice trembling a little. You brought the Flying Dragon Army into the Martial Arts Academy, what do you want to do? Kill. Ji Yufeng said the 2 words calmly but resolutely. Ning Chushui must die. You. Ni Ziyi was furious, pointing at Ji Yufeng and shaking. Martial Academy does not allow you to do that, nor can it tolerate you doing that. If 1 million troops set foot on the Martial Academy, by then, you will be wiped out by the law enforcement team before you even enter the Ning family. Total annihilation. Ji Yufeng sneered. Not necessarily. You. Ni Ziyi gritted her teeth. Ji Yufeng's expression became serious. This is a matter between my Filong army and the Ning family. You'd better go back and tell the Martial Arts Academy. It's fine if the Martial Arts Academy doesn't care. But if they interfere, what's wrong with a fight? The Flying Dragon Army is not afraid of any challenge. If you want to fight, I will fight. Tens of thousands of soldiers are waiting for you to slaughter them. However, we also need to see if your Martial Arts Academy has the ability to do so. I'm not afraid to tell you that my Flying Dragon Army has half of the 81 commanders-in-chief of the human race's war department, and there are countless generals and commanders. If you piss me off, the 81 war departments will march down to your city, kill your entire family, annihilate your entire clan, and flatten your Kengchong Martial Academy. Don't disbelieve me, and don't talk to me about those gods and saints. Tell them to get lost. If they dare to do anything, I will kill them with my own lives. Domineering and arrogant. Never stop until your words are shocking. After Ji Yufeng finished speaking, the whole audience fell into silence. The human race has 81 war divisions and 81 commanders, and half of them are from the Flying Dragon Army. Moreover, there are countless generals and commanders. Damn, is this the Flying Dragon Army from back then? Zi Qinhao looked confused. He had thought that the Flying Dragon Army was very strong and had considerable influence in the War Department. But now it seemed that it was not just a significant influence, it could influence the entire 81st War Department. Ni Zi looked dazed. Ye Bufan also looked horrified. Flying Dragon Army. At this moment, according to what Ji Yufeng said, the strength of the Flying Dragon Army has exceeded Ye Bufan's imagination. It is an existence that can completely control the 81 war departments. What kind of concept is this? Fear. Call. After a moment, Ni Zi took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and said, if you leave the battlefield without permission, the monsters and wild beasts get lost. Ni Zi was about to finish her words when she was interrupted by Ji Yufeng. Stop talking to me about these high-sounding nonsense. What the monsters and wild beasts are like is none of my business. Ni Zi's mouth twitched. These lunatics. Ji Yufeng's face darkened, his eyes turned cold, and he pointed at Ni Zi and said angrily and resolutely, for the death of the general and the brothers, your martial arts academy still owes us an explanation. Now, if anyone dares to touch my young commander Phylong, we will fight him to the death. That woman must die. Chapter 371 The Test of the Flying Dragon Army. That woman must die. Ji Yufeng stood up straight, his voice firm and his expression resolute, like a sharp sword, with an overwhelming aura and a look that showed there was absolutely no room for negotiation. The whole place was dead silent. The 20 million free warriors present stared at Ji Yufeng in a daze with expressions of horror. They knew exactly what Ji Yufeng meant by his words. This was a blatant threat to the martial academy. Ning Chushui, they must kill her. Ni Zi frowned, her heart was like a raging storm. At this moment, she didn't understand that the Flying Dragon Army had been brooding over Yi Tianxiang's death, and they were secretly accumulating strength in order to ask the martial academy for an explanation. If Ye Bufan hadn't appeared this time, the Flying Dragon Army would not have shown up at all. In 10 years, half of the 81 commanders have become members. This is a terrifying speed. If a few more years pass, I am afraid that all the commanders of the 81 combat units will become members of the Flying Dragon Army. When she thought of this, Ni Zi's heart couldn't help but tremble. She was only the vice president of the outer courtyard of the Martial Arts Academy, and she was only a teenager 10 years ago, so she didn't know anything about Yi Tianxiang. But she knew that Ning Chushui's matter today must not be expanded, at least the Flying Dragon Army could not enter the Kengchong Martial Academy. 3 days. Suddenly, Ni Zi looked at Ji Yufeng and said, give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will give you an explanation, or hand Ning Chushui over to you. Hearing this, Ji Yufeng frowned and said, okay, just 3 days. 3 days later, I must meet that woman here again. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Ni Zi glanced at Ye Bufan and left. Hee. Looking at Ni Zi leaving, Ji Yufeng smiled slightly, and then looked at Ye Bufan again. Young Marshal, are you satisfied with my arrangement? Satisfy. Ye Bufan responded with a smile. Ning Chushui was a woman that gave him the feeling of being too dangerous. He would be uneasy if he didn't get rid of her, and the sooner the better. As long as the young commander is satisfied. Ji Yufeng smiled and responded, then said, since this matter has been settled, how about we talk about the Flying Dragon Army, young commander? What about the Flying Dragon Army? Ye Bufan was stunned and asked puzzledly, what's the matter with the Flying Dragon Army? Of course, it is a matter for the young marshal to take over the Flying Dragon Army and even the 81st War Department. Ji Yufeng narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Hiss. As soon as Ji Yufeng finished speaking, everyone in the audience took a breath of cold air and all their eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Dead silence, eerie. Everyone has always known that the 81 combat units on the battlefield are all independent, each commanded by a commander, and they do not interfere with each other. But now it seems that is not the case. Among the 81 commanders, the Flying Dragon Army accounted for half, which means that the Flying Dragon Army at that time had already controlled at least half of the power of the War Department. I believe that it won't be long before they can completely control the 81st War Department. In this case, if Ye Bufan took over the Flying Dragon Army, wouldn't it be equivalent to taking over 81 human combat departments? What kind of concept would that be? Ye Bufan was also stunned. Looking at Ye Bufan, Ye Bufan said in astonishment, I will take over the Flying Dragon Army. Take over the 81st Combat Department. Ye Bufan had never thought about this matter before, so he was a little slow to react for a while. After all, the power of the Flying Dragon Army is too great now, so great that it is unimaginable. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled and replied, if there is no young marshal, the Flying Dragon Army will only remain the same. But now that we have the young marshal, the Flying Dragon Army will naturally be reorganized. And as the son of the general, it is only natural for the young marshal to take over the reorganized Flying Dragon Army. Ye Bufan was stunned and then happy. If he took over the Flying Dragon Army, or even the 81st War Department, then. But at this moment, Ye Bufan spoke again. But. Ye Bufan frowned. Anything less than that is bound to be bad. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if the young commander wants to take over the Flying Dragon Army, he must pass the test of our Flying Dragon Army. Test. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Ye Bufan said, before the King of Wealth informed us about the young marshal and before we rushed to the Sky Fortress, we had already discussed that the young marshal must pass our test before taking over the Flying Dragon Army. Of course, we will not force him. For this reason, we have set two options for the young commander. Two choices. Yes. Ye Bufan responded. Ye Bufan frowned. What choice? Ye Bufan smiled and said, first, if the young marshal gives up taking over the Flying Dragon Army, then the Flying Dragon Army will protect the young marshal for life. Of course, in that case, the Flying Dragon Army will not be reorganized and will remain the same. Second, the young commander will accept the test of the Flying Dragon Army. As long as the young commander passes the test, he will immediately take over the Flying Dragon Army. Of course, once the young marshal accepts the test, the Flying Dragon Army will no longer provide any help to the young marshal during the assessment period. Even in a situation like today, we will not take action unless the young marshal gives up the test or passes it. What if I fail during the assessment? Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Ye Bufan and asked. Hang up. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? He's dead. The Flying Dragon Army avenged the young commander. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. Damn it, I'm already dead, what's the point of you avenging me? However, Ye Bufan was just complaining. He was still very interested in taking over the Flying Dragon Army and even the entire 81st War Department. After all, the strength of the 81st War Department was there. Once he controlled the 81st War Department, he would become a top figure in the Shenwu continent and would have no problem being on par with the deans of the three martial arts academies. Ye Bufan immediately asked, what test? There are 4 tests. Get to the point. Ye Bufan laughed innocently, and without further ado, he said directly, the first item is merit. The young commander must accumulate merit to the commander-in-chief level. Meritorious service, commander. Ye Bufan was stunned. Even if there was no such test, he would still try his best to earn merits. After all, merits represented his own strength. And the second one, ignoring it, Ye Bufan asked directly. The second item is strength. It doesn't matter what level the young commander is at, as long as he can defeat the 10 commanders. Ye Bufan glanced at Ye Bufan and added, of course, only ordinary weapons can be used in the duel. The young commander's golden palace is not included. Thinking of Ning Chushui's miserable condition before, Ye Bufan felt a chill. If he was ambushed by Ye Bufan during the battle and hit by the Golden Palace, even a strong man in the Jodian realm would probably not feel good. And the third one. Third, become the number 1 on the Martial Academy rankings. What the hell? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at him in shock and said, I am in charge of the Flying Dragon Army, the War Department. What does it have to do with the Martial Academy? Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. The general was also the number 1 on the martial arts academies list back then. Nima. Hearing this, Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. He was the number 1 on the martial arts academy rankings. What did he have to do with me? However, after thinking about it, Ye Bufan didn't care too much. He was just the number 1 on the martial arts academy rankings. With his strength improved, would it be difficult to be the number 1? What about the 4th item? The last item is to get the approval of the general's pet dragon. Etc. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ye Bufan raised his hand, looked at him, frowned, and asked suspiciously, whose battle pet did you say just now? Young Marshal, your father is the general's pet, Lord Phylong. Ye Bufan explained directly without any hesitation. Flying dragon. Ye Bufan was shocked. This was not the first time he had heard the words, Flying Dragon Commander, but he had never paid much attention to it. The sudden appearance of a flying dragon made Ye Bufan wonder, is the old man's battle pet a dragon? Yes, a flying dragon, and a real dragon too. Where? After the general died in the ancient wilderness, Lord Filong returned to the Wangyao Mountains. Now, Lord Filong is still in the Wangyao Mountains. Your uncle. As soon as Ji Yufeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately yelled, you asked me to go to the Wangyao mountain range to look for that flying dragon, and even get its approval. Damn, the Wangyao mountain range is so big, where do you want me to look for it? Are you kidding me? Ye Bufan did not mention the fact that Yi Tianxiong was still alive. The Filong army was simply a bunch of lunatics, arrogant enough to declare war on the Wu Academy. If they were told that Yi Tianxiong was still alive, who knows what kind of trouble they would cause. After all, Ye Bufan had no idea what Yi Tianxiong was like. Rather than this, it's better to keep it a secret. Facing Ye Bufan's angry accusations, Ji Yufeng smiled slightly. Young Marshal, if you want to get Lord Filong's approval, you don't need to go to the Wangyao mountain range. Where to go then? If the young commander accepts the test, we can summon Lord Filong to the young commander. You summoned him, yes, etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again, and said in astonishment, that flying dragon is the old man's war pet. The old man killed so many monsters in the past. Now that flying dragon stays in the monster nest in Wangyao mountain range, isn't it afraid that the monsters will kill it? Hee hee. Ji Yufeng chuckled. They dare not. Ye Bufan was puzzled. Why? Ji Yufeng's expression showed a hint of excitement and passion as he said, 10 years ago, before Master Filong left the battlefield and entered the Wangyao Mountains, he had already attained sainthood. Chapter 372 Qi Sha is the army, and I am the commander. He has been sanctified. The 4 words, Ji Yufeng, made Ye Bufan stunned. This was not the first time he had come across the word, holy. He naturally knew that there was a holy realm above the divine martial arts. But he did not expect that his cheap father's war pet had already entered the holy realm. Summoning the flying dragon and summoning old subordinates, Ye Bufan now completely believes that what Ji Yufeng said to Nizi before, that the flying dragon army was approaching the Kangchong Martial Academy, was no joke. They have the guts. They also have the strength. Ye Bufan was shocked, and the others present were horrified, especially the Wang family. Wang Junhai was now controlled by the members of the flying dragon army. He knelt on the ground, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. In his heart, there was only fear and regret. Young Marshal Filong. If he had known that Ye Bufan had such an identity, he would never have come to the battlefield. These were a group of lunatics who dared to challenge even the Martial Academy. They were not something that his Wang family, a mere 4th-rate family of the 5th grade, could contend with. What's more, Yi Tianxiong's flying dragon has already advanced to the Holy Realm. Holy Land. Among the martial arts academy families, even a 5th class, 4th-rate family like his Wang family, as long as a powerful saint is born, it can become a top family. The saint is invincible and the family is indestructible. One can imagine how terrifying the powerful saints are. Now, his Wang family has actually provoked the young commander of the Flying Dragon Army and the Flying Dragon Army, and even stood on the opposite side of the Holy Realm Flying Dragon. When he thought of this, Wang Junhai's heart trembled. Damn Wang Mang. He is not capable of accomplishing anything, but is more likely to cause trouble. Good. Suddenly, Ye Bufan spoke, looked directly at Ji Yufeng and said, I accept the test from the Flying Dragon Army, but I have a condition. Strength, combat power, and merit were what Ye Bufan had been pursuing. Therefore, the test of the Flying Dragon Army was not difficult for Ye Bufan. In fact, there was only one thing, which was to get the recognition of the Flying Dragon. As for the others, even if there was no test of the Flying Dragon Army, Ye Bufan would complete them at all costs. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ji Yufeng was slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise. He asked suspiciously, you also have a condition? Yes. Ye Bufan responded and said, my condition is that the Flying Dragon Army must take control of the 81st War Department as soon as possible. If the Flying Dragon Army does not meet my condition by the time I complete the assessment, I will refuse to accept the Flying Dragon Army. Madman. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but think in their hearts. In the human race's war department, the commander-in-chief is respected. Every commander is supreme in the War Department, and they also represent the entire War Department. Now, of the 81 commanders in the War Department, the Flying Dragon Army already accounts for half, which means that the Flying Dragon Army now controls half of the power of the 81 War Departments. Just a little, not too much. But even so, this kid is still not satisfied and even wants to completely control the 81 War Departments of the human race. Moreover, if the Flying Dragon Army could not do this, why did he refuse to take over the Flying Dragon Army and refuse this tremendous power? This person is not only a madman, but also a fool. Good. But at this moment, Ji Yufeng's words rang out, and he looked at Ye Bufan and smiled. This is the young commander's test for us, and my Phylong army will accept it. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. High five. Oath. Paw. The two men clapped their palms together and smiled at each other. Young Marshal, what should we do with these people? After retracting his hand, Ji Yufeng glanced at the Wang family and asked Ye Bufan. Everyone in the Wang family was horrified. They looked at Ye Bufan with trembling eyes. Anxious and frightened, Ye Bufan glanced at the Wang family and smiled slightly. Then he waved his hand and said cheerfully, "Let them go." Release. Ji Yufeng was slightly stunned by Ye Bufan's words. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked and puzzled. Let him go. After a moment, Ji Yufeng came back to his senses. Without asking any more questions or thinking too much, he simply waved his right hand and shouted in a deep voice. Swish, swish, swish. The members of the Flying Dragon Army did not hesitate at all, and they instantly retracted the long swords that were originally placed at the necks of the Wang family members. Everyone in the Wang family looked at each other in confusion. Afterwards, their eyes all fell on Ye Bufan. Master Yi. I don't want my life, but I still have to pay back the money. Wang Junhai was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Your Wang family still owes me 300 billion stones. Remember to pay it back within 3 years. Wang Junhai was slightly stunned. Hiss. The others present couldn't help but gasp. 300 billion stones. As a martial arts family, even if the Wang family sold everything they had, they probably wouldn't be able to come up with so many yuanxi. This wouldn't give them a way to survive, but would force them to death. It's even more cruel than killing them directly. What are you standing there for? Why don't you get out of here? Looking at the confused and dazed Wang Junhai, Ye Bufan's voice sank. Are you planning to wait for me to change my mind? Wang Junhai's body suddenly trembled. If Ye Bufan went back on his word, wouldn't they all be dead now? Wang Junhai immediately stood up, bent over, clasped his fists towards Ye Bufan and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Junhai turned and left, followed by the Wang family. It is not advisable to stay here for long. Remember, I don't care whether you steal or rob the 300 billion stones, but if you go to the secular empire and act wildly, don't blame me for being rude. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at the Wang family and said coldly. He didn't want to force the Wang family to harm those secular empires because of the 300 billion stones, because then he would be guilty of a great crime. Wang Junhai's body trembled and he paused. Yes, yes. He responded repeatedly. Go away. Ye Bufan shouted these two words, and the Wang family members did not stay any longer. Young Marshal. Looking at the Wang family members leaving, Ji Yufeng frowned and said to Ye Bufan, 300 billion stones, let alone 3 years, they can't come up with it even in 30 years. Young Marshal, if you force them like this, aren't you afraid that they will be desperate? A desperate dog will jump over the wall. Ye Bufan sneered. Even if there is no Phylong army, this young master would not take it seriously as it is just a 5th class and 4th-rate family of the Martial Arts Academy. If he dares to rush or jump, I will have to bite him to death in one go. If I can't kill him, I will let him know what it means to be unable to live and unable to die. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's eyes turned cold. Ji Yufeng was stunned. Ye Bufan smiled and stopped worrying about the Wang family's affairs. He looked at Ji Yufeng and said, since I have accepted the test of your Flying Dragon Army, you don't have to worry about my affairs during the test. However, Ning Chushui must die. Don't worry, Marshal. Ji Yufeng smiled and said, she won't live long. It would be better this way. Ye Bufan responded and no longer paid attention to Ji Yufeng. Instead, he looked at the more than 20 million free warriors outside the Sky Fortress and smiled slightly. However, Ye Bufan's smile made the hearts of more than 20 million free warriors tremble, and a chill rose in their hearts uncontrollably. Who is Ye Bufan? Young marshal of the Flying Dragon Army. Previously, they were instigated to behead the other party in public. If the other party took the opportunity to retaliate at this time, what should they do? A man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. The Flying Dragon Army was too famous, and they had previously witnessed how strong and powerful the Flying Dragon Army was. If Ye Bufan wanted to retaliate against them, they would simply be unable to bear it. 20 million free warriors. Although they seem to have a large number of people and strong strength, they are undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree and will be vulnerable if facing the Flying Dragon Army. The atmosphere was dead silent, eerie, and even depressing. Suddenly, Ye Bufan faced the 20 million warriors and said, "I believe you all have a resultant answer in your mind about the matter of Qingfeng Town. I will not say anything more. Now, let's talk about your matters. Our business." The hearts of the 20 million warriors suddenly sank. Is it really revenge? Without waiting for them to think, Ye Bufan continued, "I sent someone to tell you earlier that I will personally lead a demon army of tens of millions to destroy the Kangchong fortress. Now, I regret to tell you that there is no demon army of tens of millions, and I don't have the ability to do so." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "However, I believe that since you are able to come here and face the millions of demon army without fear, it is enough to show that you are all brave, courageous people. He is a coward who won't come, nor does he dare to come." Suddenly, Ye Bufan's expression became serious. He glanced at the 20 million free warriors, pointed his right hand at them, and said in a loud voice, "And, you are exactly the people I need. He has blood, spirit, and courage." Forehead. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? Even Ji Yufeng and other members of the Flying Dragon Army frowned, not knowing what Ye Bufan was going to do. However, they seemed to understand a little bit. Ye Bufan had someone pass on a message, threatening that in 3 days, a million demon army would flatten the Sky Fortress. Was there an ulterior motive? Two things. Without waiting for anyone present to figure it out, Ye Bufan spoke again. First, Ye Bufan clenched his right fist, extended his index finger and said, "Today, outside of this Kangchong fortress, I will form a free warrior corps, 7 killers. The 7 killers are violent, resolute, decisive, and bloodthirsty. The 7 killers are the army, and I am the commander. On the battlefield of demons and barbarians, slay demons and barbarians, build immortal achievements, establish an indestructible legend, and recreate the myth of the Flying Dragon of the past." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan pointed at the 20 million warriors, his expression stern, and he said solemnly, "Who among you dares to fight with me?" Who dares? 2 words, the sound shook the whole world. Ye Bufan stood upright, like a sword drawn from its sheath, with an edge that was shocking. Chapter 373, 7 Killing Station, the Demon Clan Fortress. Solidified space, dead silent atmosphere. More than 20 million people in the audience stared at Ye Bufan blankly, with different expressions, some shocked, some stunned, some horrified, but their hearts were filled with a turbulent storm. The 7 killings represent the army, and I am the commander. On the battlefield of monsters and barbarians, he slew monsters and slaughtered barbarians, built immortal achievements, established an immortal legend, and recreated the myth of the Flying Dragon. Who among you dares to fight with me? These words echoed in everyone's mind like thunder from the sky, shaking the soul and cleansing the mind, and could not be dissipated for a long time. Wild and domineering. A man should fight to the death, not build the Great Wall in despair. Who dares to fight with me? Quiet. Dead silence. Ji Yufeng and other members of the Flying Dragon Army couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect Ye Bufan to make such a decision. Of course, they didn't care about these things, but at this moment, they looked at Ye Bufan's back, as if they saw Yi Tianxiong back then. A dragon gives birth to a dragon, and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. How could the general's son be an ordinary person? The past is like smoke, still vivid in my mind. They seemed to have returned to the past, back to the time when Yi Tianxiong led them in and out of Wangyao mountain range 7 times. 10 years later, the man is still hot-blooded and ready to take action. Why not? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out among the 20 million warriors, like the roar of a giant beast, instantly breaking the dead silence in front of them. A young man in his 20s who was in the Guiyuan realm came up to the crowd, at the very front of the 20 million warriors. He stood tall, his body like a sharp sword, staring straight at Ye Bufan. The man in black clothes, with messy hair and a stern face shouted, "I dare." The voice is firm and the words are decisive. 10 years ago, the Flying Dragon commander Yi Tianxiong was famous among the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians. The Flying Dragon army under his command made the monsters and barbarians tremble in fear. If possible, the man also hopes to be a member of the Flying Dragon army. It's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. When Yi Tianxiong and the Flying Dragon army were at the peak of their power, he was just a young boy, or even just a child. After the Flying Dragon, the young marshal arrives. Now, Ye Bufan and the 7 killing army were right in front of him, waiting for his choice. How could he let them go? How could he let them go? Young marshal of the Flying Dragon army. Son of Yi Tianxiong. How can a tiger father have a dog son? I dare you. And me. 7 killing army, count me in. I am willing to follow the young commander and create the legend of the human race. In an instant, sounds came one after another, and the sounds merged into one, like the sound of thunder from the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. Who isn't frivolous when young? Every young person has dreams. No matter how time passes or how the years go by, everyone must have a dream in their heart and someone they admire. Yi Tianxiong, the right one. Since I can't follow Coach Filong, then I'll follow Coach Junior Filong. Of course, it is impossible for all of the more than 20 million warriors present to have such an idea. Some of them may just be attracted by the strength of the Flying Dragon army and Ye Bufan's identity, and therefore want to join the 7 killing army. As the saying goes, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. But that doesn't matter. At this moment, 20 million warriors answered Ye Bufan in unison. I dare to fight with you. With great momentum. Chi-il intestinal. Very good. Ye Bufan shouted loudly and raised his right hand. In an instant, the noisy voices disappeared and the whole place was silent. Ye Bufan glanced at the 20 million warriors and said solemnly, "Thank you very much for your support for me and the 7 killing army, but..." After a pause, Ye Bufan's voice sank, and he continued, "Not everyone can join this young master's 7 kills, and not everyone is qualified to join this young master's 7 kills." Suddenly, his voice became louder. This young master's 7 kills only wants elites, not trash. Everyone was stunned and confused. What is an elite? What is waste? All pairs of eager eyes were looking at Ye Bufan. Since there was such a distinction, there naturally had to be a standard for measurement. Ye Bufan did not respond. I will not talk about who can enter the 7 kills for now. I will first talk about the treatment of the 7 kills brothers. Treatment. Everyone was stunned again. Ye Bufan continued, everyone who enters the 7 killers can receive a military pay every day, but it's not gold coins, but yuanxi. As for the quantity, no matter what level of warrior you are, as long as you need as many yuanxi as you want for cultivation, I will give you as many yuanxi as you want. It will definitely be enough. The principle of my 7 killings army is that I am not afraid of you wasting, but I am afraid of you not wasting. Even if you are just a waste or a mediocre person, I can use my resources to turn you into a genius and a strong person. Of course, the premise is that you can enter the 7 killings. Call. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's breathing stopped. Enough yuanxi. Not afraid of waste, but afraid of not wasting. What is the concept? Madman. Yuanxi has always been a must-have for the 3 tribes of humans, monsters, and barbarians, and is also a necessary item for warriors to accelerate their cultivation. However, yuanxi has always been in short supply, and I have never heard of any force that can always use yuanxi to assist in cultivation. This is simply the ultimate in luxury. But there is no doubt that if you can continue to use yuanxi to assist in cultivation, then your cultivation will surely improve by leaps and bounds. In the Shenwu continent, the strong are respected. In this world, nothing is more important than strength. If everyone was clamoring to join the 7 kill army just now because of Yi Tianxiong, then at this moment everyone was attracted by Ye Bufan's crazy treatment. No one can refuse this kind of treatment. Commander, the young marshal is joking, right? If dozens or hundreds of people practice in this way, it might be possible. But with so many people here, where would the young marshal get so many yuan stones? Ni Yun, who was also a commander beside Ji Yufeng, glanced at him and said. Ji Yufeng frowned but said nothing. Oh. Looking at the reactions of the warriors in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled. Generous treatment and plenty of yuanxi. He wanted to use this crazy method to force these warriors in front of him, make them join the 7 killing army, and build up their own force as soon as possible. As for loyalty, Ye Bufan is not worried at all. Don't forget what he did before. He was the overlord of China's underworld and a gangster. Recruit people first, then slowly expand. Without any hesitation, and without paying attention to what the people present were thinking, Ye Bufan spoke again. Now, let me tell you the conditions for joining my 7 killing army, or which types of people are qualified to join the 7 killing army. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At this moment, everyone knows that as long as they can join the 7 killings army, they can stand out and rise to prominence. This is related to everyone's own interests, and no one will ignore it. All ears. First, Ye Bufan did not pause and said directly, anyone under the age of 30, who is at the 5-star condensation stage or above, or even at the return to origin stage, can join my 7 killers. This. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, countless people were stunned, and then they looked disappointed. There was no doubt that these people were all below the 5-star condensation level. Ye Bufan ignored this. He is not a good man. He formed the 7 killing army to fight and charge into battle, not to train them. Their cultivation is too low, so what is the point of having them? Of course, Ye Bufan was not interested in training some weak ones, but he did not mind training some strong ones to make them stronger. Therefore, he also set a limit on age. After all, if they were too old, their plasticity would be too low. So, Ye Bufan said successively. Second, those under the age of 40 in the Divine Yuan realm. Third, those under 50 years old at the Jodian realm. Fourth, Divine Martial Venerables and Saints, as long as you can still fight, I welcome you. Of course, I will also give you a salary that will satisfy you. The above 4 types of people are all qualified to join this young master's 7 killing army. Of course, I am only qualified. If you want to join the 7 killings army, you cannot be a soft-hearted person. If you are, then I am sorry, I am the 7 killings army, and I only recruit thugs. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Everyone present couldn't help but shudder. Only recruit thugs. What does he want to do? Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, in addition, besides everyone present today, if you have friends or relatives who want to join my 7 killings army, you can come to the 7 killings army base to find me anytime and anywhere. I will welcome you very much. Of course, if you are not strong enough at the moment, but you meet the requirements of the 7 killings army in the future, you can also come to the 7 killings base to find me. I welcome you as well. Brush. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, countless people raised their heads. Young Marshal, isn't it true that the 7 killing army is only recruiting once? Will they recruit again in the future? Without any hesitation, someone looked directly at Ye Bufan and asked. Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Qisha is always recruiting people. As long as you want to join my Qisha, as long as you are qualified to join my Qisha, you are welcome at any time. Wow. Suddenly, the whole audience was filled with noise. Are the requirements of the 7 killing army high? Not high. Although many people present have not met the requirements, there is at least still a chance, as long as they can reach the 6-star condensation realm before the age of 30. Is it difficult? Not difficult. Young Marshal, where is the 7 kills base? If we want to join the 7 kills army, where should we find the young Marshal? Suddenly, someone else asked. Everyone was stunned. Yes, it seems that Ye Bufan decided to form the 7 killing army on the spur of the moment. Now it doesn't even have a single member, let alone a base for the 7 killing army. Without a base, where can they find Ye Bufan? Hee. Hearing this, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then turned around again, with his back to the 20 million warriors and the Sky Fortress, raised his hand and pointed forward, saying in a loud voice, 7 killing station, in front. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor is located, the Demon Clan Fortress. Chapter 374 This fortress, I will take it. What? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present was stunned, even Ji Yufeng and other members of the Flying Dragon Army. How could the Demon Fortress become the base of the 7 killing army? Young Marshal, stop joking. Yes, young master, this joke is not funny at all. You should just tell us where the 7 killings army is stationed. Otherwise we won't have anywhere to go if we want to join the 7 killings army in the future. After a moment, voices rang out one after another. Without exception, all of the more than 20 million warriors present thought that Ye Bufan was joking. Joke. Ye Bufan turned around, facing the 20 million warriors, shrugged, and said with a smile, I am not kidding, that demon fortress is the 7 Killers' base. Forehead. Everyone was stunned. Someone asked in confusion, Young Marshal, but that is the demon fortress and the demon garrison. How could it be the garrison of your 7 killing army? If Ye Bufan's voice had not been confirmed now, everyone present might have thought that Ye Bufan and the demon clan were in cahoots. If this is the case, it would be natural for the 7 Killings army to enter the monster clan fortress. But Ye Bufan is the young commander of the Flying Dragon, so this possibility is simply impossible. The demon fortress. Ye Bufan sneered, so what if it's a demon fortress? Does it say that this fortress can only be owned by the demons? If I take it down and occupy it, won't it cost less? Why not use it as the 7 Killers' base? Forehead. Everyone was stunned again. Take it down. Occupy it. In an instant, countless people couldn't help but twitch their lips. Ye Xiao, my young commander, do you think that demon fortress is your home? You can attack it if you want, and occupy it if you want. Will the demon tribe agree? Will the demon tribe not resist? You know, the Flying Dragon army has said that they will not help you do anything until you pass the test, and naturally they will not help you attack the fortress. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again. Of course, I am alone and weak, and it is impossible and unrealistic to capture this monster fortress. Therefore, I can only rely on you. While speaking, Ye Bufan looked at the 20 million warriors and smiled evilly. We have more than 20 million people here, how many troops are there in the monster fortress? Not to mention taking down the fortress, they will be scared to death. Forehead. Everyone was stunned again. Then, more than 20 million warriors couldn't help but twitch their lips. At this moment, they might, seem to, perhaps, have understood why Ye Bufan had asked people to spread the false news that he would lead millions of monsters to flatten the Sky Fortress. The destruction of the Sky Fortress was a lie. Although there were not tens of millions of demon troops, there were 2 to 3 million demon troops. However, this demon army was not coming to attack the city, but they were going to be attacked. Ye Bufan had already decided to ask them to help attack the fortress. Damn it. Young Marshal, do you really have to be so tricky? Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again. This time, as long as everyone present participates in attacking the demon fortress, I will give each of you 2 yuanshi as a reward. Regardless of cultivation, regardless of strength. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's body shook. A reward of 2 yuanshi. Although 2 yuanshi are not many, they are not few either. After all, even at the market price, 1 yuanshi is worth 10 gold coins, and 2 yuanshi are equivalent to 20 gold coins. The most important thing is, what does it mean for 20 million free warriors to attack a demon fortress? No suspense. Just as Ye Bufan said before, the demons were scared to death. 2 yuan stones. It was totally free. In addition. But at this moment, Ye Bufan spoke again. Anyone who participates in this operation, in addition to the fixed reward of 2 yuanshi per person, as long as you can capture the monster alive and hand it over to me, I will give you additional rewards. What do you mean by capture alive? As long as they are not dead, it doesn't matter if they are maimed. As for how much the reward is, everyone was shocked and listened attentively. Ye Bufan smiled and said, 1-star monsters get 1 yuanshi, 2-star monsters get 2, 3-star monsters get 4, 4-star monsters get 8, 5-star monsters get 16, 6-star monsters get 32, 7-star monsters get 70, and 8-star monsters get 200. Whoever captures the Netherworld Evil Dragon Monster Emperor alive will be rewarded with 50,000 yuanshi. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone felt their souls suddenly shaken. They looked stunned, and horrified, and their minds went blank. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor is worth 50,000 yuan in stones. Is it expensive? Inexpensive, even cheap. You know, back in Qingfeng town, the purple-eyed double-winged tiger sold itself for 100,000 yuan, although it was a scam. However, without knowing it, several major military groups and even the War Department were scrambling to get it. A demon king is worth 100,000 yuan of stones. A demon emperor costs at least 1 million yuan stones. But the situation is different now. Ye Bufan only wants to capture him alive, not surrender. Moreover, there is no suspense at all for a 20 million strong army to attack the fortress. As long as the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor doesn't run away, it will not be difficult to capture him. This is equivalent to picking up 50,000 yuan worth of stones for free. What does a 50,000 yuan stone mean? Even the Shenyuan and Jodian strongmen cannot resist it. What's more, there are at least hundreds of thousands of demon troops stationed in the demon fortress, or even close to 1 million. How many yuanshi are all these monsters worth if all of them are added together? Is this a siege? This is just picking up yuanshi. Ye Bufan still did not give up. In addition, in order to ensure that I can better occupy the monster fortress, today, any other monsters within the range of the Nether Dragon Monster Emperor's residence will be counted. As long as you can capture them alive, I will give you a reward. Crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. At this moment, everyone's eyes when looking at Ye Bufan changed. They were excited, thrilled, and happy. The young marshal was simply giving them yuanshi for free. Boy, you're crazy. At this time, Zi Qinhao, who had been silent all this time, could not help but shout loudly, looking directly at Ye Bufan and scolding him. Do you know how many demon clan members there are in my battle zone? Let's not talk about whether you can afford so many yuanshi. Even if you take down the fortress, what does it matter? Can you defend it? If you want to lose, there is no way to lose it this way. It is easy to attack a city, but difficult to defend it. Even if Ye Bufan captured the fortress, he would not be able to defend it. The fortress where the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor is located is close to the Wangyao Mountains, and the demons can send troops to retake the fortress at any time. On the other hand, the human race is quite far away from the fortress. Once they find that the demons want to retake the fortress, it will be too late even if they send troops to reinforce. I'm afraid that by the time reinforcements arrive, the fortress will have been recaptured by the fortress. Even if we fight to the death to defend the fortress, it will only increase casualties. That was why, last time, even though Zi Qinhao had already captured the opposing demon fortress, he eventually gave up on occupying it. Occupied. The candlelight outweighs the gain. Forehead. Zi Qinhao's words stunned everyone. Damn it, it's none of your business. In just a moment, everyone looked at Zi Qinhao with a hint of dissatisfaction and even a little anger in their eyes. To cut off someone's source of wealth is like killing his parents. Zi Qinhao is going to kill their entire family. Ji Yufeng and others said nothing. Although Ye Bufan was a spendthrift, he had said before that the Flying Dragon Army would not interfere in his affairs before Ye Bufan passed the assessment. Prime Stone. Looking at Zi Qinhao, Ye Bufan shook his head and smiled slightly. General Zi, do you think these yuanshi are enough for me? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Brush. In an instant, a mountain of yuanshi appeared in front of Ye Bufan. The number could not be calculated, but it was definitely over 100 million. Hiss. The piles of yuanshi made everyone gasp. Zi Qinhao was stunned. Brush. The next second, Ye Bufan waved his hand and directly collected the piles of yuanshi in front of him. He smiled again and said, now the reward I promised should be no problem. As for whether I can defend the fortress after I capture it, hee. Ye Bufan chuckled, shrugged again, and said confidently, since I dare to take him down, I naturally have a way to keep it. Forehead. Zi Qinhao was stunned, and looked at Ye Bufan suspiciously and horrified. Do you have a way to withstand the attack of the demon tribe and defend the fortress? Nature. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. If the things I like are mine, they are still mine. If they are not mine, they are also mine. This fortress is decided by me. Chapter 375, Scared the Demon Tribe. I'm going to take this fortress. Ye Bufan's voice and Ye Bufan's confidence made Zi Qinhao and the more than 20 million warriors present slightly dazed. How can you defend the fortress? Ye Bufan ignored it. A man should fight to the death, not build the Great Wall. If you are brave, follow me. After taking down the fortress, I will recruit the first batch of 7 killers at the 7 killers headquarters. Ye Bufan's high-pitched voice rang out as he scanned the more than 20 million warriors. Dead dog, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Call out. The Snow Wolf Demon King instantly appeared in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan jumped up. The target is the place where the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor is ahead, the Demon Fortress. Let's set off. Ye Bufan believed that no one could resist the challenge he gave. The more than 20 million warriors in front of them would definitely come. Even if some retreated, it would only be a small number. Not worth mentioning. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Snow Wolf Demon King rushed out, but his speed was not fast. Target, the Demon Fortress. One man and one wolf, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone present was slightly stunned and dazed. Do we really want to attack the fortress? Kill. After just a moment, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Kill your uncle. These monsters are all Yuanshi. If we kill them, they will be gone. We should capture them alive, all of them. Suddenly, another loud shout rang out. Capture the demons alive. Go. Attack the fortress, capture monsters, and earn Yuanshi. Ha ha ha, cool. In an instant, countless voices rang out. One after another. Excited. Participating in this fortress battle will get you 2 Yuanshi as a reward, and there will be an additional reward for capturing the monster alive. In front of 20 million warriors, in this battle without any suspense, as Ye Bufan thought, no one will resist, and no one will refuse. Yuanshi, picked up for free. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 20 million warriors rushed out at an extremely fast speed, as if they were worried that if they were a step late, the monsters would be captured. Absolute madness. Absolutely shocking. In an instant, 20 million warriors were gone. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. With great momentum. Bang, bang, bang. In the Sky Fortress, on the tower, all the combat soldiers knelt on one knee in an instant, facing Zi Qinhao, and clasped their hands together. General, I invite you to fight. General, I invite you to fight. General, I invite you to fight. The soldiers of the War Department are also human beings. They also need to survive and practice. Now, how can they miss the opportunity to pick up Yuanshi for free? Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but look at Ji Yufeng. This is your Tianfeng Combat Department's business. It has nothing to do with us. You decide for yourself. Ji Yufeng said with a smile, and then looked at the Filong army members around him. Let's go and earn some Yuanshi flowers. The Netherworld Evil Dragon, 50,000 stones, tisk tisk tisk. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yufeng soared into the air, and rushed towards the army of 20 million free warriors in the distance. The 400 or 500 flying dragon army soldiers followed without stopping. Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched again. General, I invite you to fight. Above the Sky Fortress, the anxious voices of the combat soldiers rang out again. General, hurry up, if it's any later, our brothers won't even have a sip of soup. Set off. With no other choice, Zi Qinhao could only agree. Now, with 20 million free warriors attacking the demon race fortress, the demon race must be unable to take care of themselves, and it is even more impossible for them to attack the human race's settlement at this time. In this case, it doesn't matter whether there are people left in the fortress or not. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Zi Qinhao finished speaking, the soldiers of the War Department on the fortress no longer stayed, and they rushed down one by one, heading for the demon fortress. The divine warriors flew through the air at a rapid speed. The hundreds of thousands of combat troops stationed at the Sky Fortress could only be described in one word: chaos. There is no team, no organization, there is no discipline at all. All of them rushed forward one after another, not looking like soldiers at all. Instead, they looked like a group of bandits who had been hungry for years and suddenly saw a peerless beauty standing naked in front of them, waiting to be possessed by her. In response to this, Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched again. He was messy and frantic. The stone fortress is like a giant crawling on the ground. The former residence of the Purple Emperor Demon Emperor, the Demon Fortress, has now been taken over by the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor, with the old being replaced by the new. The Demon Emperor changed, and the garrison naturally changed as well. Now, all those stationed in the Demon Fortress were the subordinates brought by the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor from the Wangyao Mountains. It can be said that they, like the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor, had just entered the battlefield and were relatively unfamiliar with everything here, and were now in the familiarization stage. Of course, although it is familiar, there is actually nothing to be familiar with. On the battlefield, there are only 4 words: bloody battle and killing. Although the demons and humans had fought thousands of times during this period because of the revengeful mentality of the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, they were only small-scale battles involving hundreds or thousands of people. The demons had never experienced a large-scale battle. Everything in the Demon Fortress today is the same as usual. It's a nice day. Peaceful and tranquil. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy voice broke the rare peace and tranquility, and it seemed as if it would never stop after it started. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Dense and heavy sounds rang out one after another. Chaotic yet orderly, the sounds merged into one, like the sound of thunder from the sky, sweeping in from afar and getting closer and closer. The earth shook. Space shudders. The sudden sound made the members in the fortress look sideways. They looked forward and into the distance with surprised and curious eyes. Thousands of meters away, dust was flying. What is that? Looking at the hazy picture in their sight, all the demon garrison troops were stunned and bewildered, and had no idea what was going on. The rolling dust was getting closer and closer. 800 meters. 7 or 8 meters. 600 meters. Ye Bufan rode on the Snow Wolf Demon King and charged at the front of the team. Behind him, 20 million warriors were like wolves and tigers. In the blink of an eye, they advanced to 300 meters away from the fortress. However, the huge team did not stop at all and continued to rush at a terrifying speed. 20 million warriors, a black mass. Boundless and limitless. Hiss. Seeing the scene before them, watching the 20 million human troops charging forward, all the demon garrisons couldn't help but gasp. They were stunned. They were also stunned. How many people does this require? These human beings, what did they want to do? Before the demon garrison could think too much, the 20 million human warriors, the vanguard troops, and a group of divine realm warriors had already rushed to a place 100 meters away from the fortress. Their ferocious momentum was like that of a group of prehistoric beasts. Kill! A loud shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. Call out! A warrior in the divine Yuan realm pushed off the ground, his body flew into the air, and rushed out quickly, heading straight for the demon fortress. His speed was extremely fast. 100 meters was reached in an instant. The warrior in the divine origin realm landed on the fortress tower and without any hesitation, he directly locked onto a monster and ignored everything around him. Bang! He attacked ruthlessly. Absolutely a man of great skill and courage. If it were a normal day, a warrior in the divine origin realm would definitely be surrounded and killed by the surrounding monsters if he rushed up to the fortress tower and rushed into the fortress. But today, at this moment, such a situation no longer existed. Because, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the first divine origin realm warrior rushed up to the fortress tower, followed by the second, the third among the free warriors, Zi Qinhao's subordinates, especially the Flying Dragon Army. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of divine origin realm warriors rushed into the fortress. Hundreds of warriors in the divine Yuan realm rushed directly onto the fortress tower. What kind of scene was this? What kind of impact was this? The demons were confused. The demons were stunned. The demons were dumbfounded. They had just stepped onto the battlefield and had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, what was the concept of an army of 20 million warriors? The power of a war department. Above the fortress, the minds of all the demon garrison troops went blank, and for a moment they didn't know what to do at all. However, in this brief moment of confusion, 20 million human warriors have arrived under the fortress tower. Without divine power, they cannot fly in the air, so the 20 million warriors can only rush straight to the city gate. Kill. Ha ha ha, there are so many monsters. Old cow, I'm going to get rich. Catch him. Nima, that's mine. Excited voices rang out. Although they have not yet entered the fortress, the 20 million warriors are already extremely excited, as if the hundreds of thousands of monsters in the fortress are already in their pockets. These people are not warriors at all, but bandits. Buzz. Suddenly came back to my senses. The demon garrison was shocked. Close the city gates. An anxious, trembling, panicked voice rang out. What would happen if these 20 million human beings were allowed to enter the fortress? At the city gate, the eight-headed demon general suddenly woke up. Close the city gate. Squeak. Without any hesitation, the heavy city gate was pushed by the 8 demon generals and slowly closed from both sides. As long as the city gate was closed, the barrier would operate automatically. Unfortunately, it's too late. At the front of the human army, hundreds of Guiyuan realm warriors swarmed in. Looking at the 2 city gates that only had a crack left, they did not hesitate, did not stop, and just crashed into them with their flesh and blood bodies. Simple and crude. Boom. A loud bang like thunder sounded. The city gates that were about to close were hit by the combined efforts of hundreds of Guiyuan realm warriors. The terrifying force directly broke open the 2 city gates that were about to close. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 demons flew backwards. Puff. A few meters away, they fell to the ground, spitting blood. Go! Hundreds of Guiyuan realm warriors rushed into the fortress without any hesitation. Behind them, the Guiyuan, Ningyuan and human armies poured in like a torrent. The army enters the city. Chapter 376 Young Marshal, I caught a woman. Inside the fortress, the human army entered the city. The momentum is as strong as a rainbow. With great momentum. The demon garrison who reacted still resisted and fought back. But it was only for a moment, and they didn't hold out for long. As more and more human warriors poured into the fortress, the demons could only take the beating. The demon tribe has nearly 500,000 troops stationed there. The human race has an army of 20 million. A gap of 40 times. The difference in strength between the two sides was so huge that there was no comparison at all. The demon race had no power to fight. They could only be besieged by the human warriors, and in the end, they were beaten half to death, and then captured one by one. A helpless situation. Tragic ending. 30 meters away from the fortress, Ye Bufan rode on the Snow Wolf Demon King, leisurely looking at the demon fortress filled with flames of war in front of him. Standing beside him were 5 powerful Zhoutian realm masters, Ji Yufeng, Ni Yun, Sha Shuangshuang, Feng Shui, Tang Zijin, and Zi Qinhao. The crazy battle seemed to have nothing to do with them. Just 1 minute after the battle began, a figure rushed over from the direction of the fortress in the distance and landed in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. Bang! A muffled sound. The man threw the wounded and dying Demon King to the ground, looked at Ye Bufan excitedly and said, "Young Marshal, the Demon King is alive." Ye Bufan took a look at the Demon King who was still breathing on the ground, and without any hesitation, he threw out 70 yuanxi. "Take it. Thank you, Marshal." The warrior in the Divine Yuan realm did not hesitate at all. He immediately picked up the 70 yuan stones in front of him, then looked at Ye Bufan and spoke repeatedly with a smile on his face. Although 70 yuanxi are not many, they are not few either. After all, yuanxi has always been in short supply, and you may not be able to buy it even if you want to. The most important thing is that these yuanxi are too easy to get, and there is no danger at all. "Young Marshal, shall I continue to capture the demons?" After putting away the yuan stone, the Shenyuan realm warrior looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile that for him now, time is money. 1 minute could mean a difference of dozens of yuanxi. If the monsters were not too large, and the living monsters could not fit into the Zumi ring, and he could not continue to fight while carrying the monsters, the warriors in the Divine Origin realm would never come to Ye Bufan to trade at this time. "Go ahead." Ye Bufan said something, and the Shenyuan warrior left immediately. "Go to the fortress and capture the monsters." Beside Ye Bufan, Ji Yufeng and others saw this scene. Even though they were Zhoutian realm masters, they couldn't help but twitch their lips at this moment. They had never thought that Ye Bufan would actually take out 70 yuanxi to trade with the other party. Looking at the dying Demon King on the ground, they were extremely confused again. The young commander was a complete loser. "Call out." At this time, Ye Bufan jumped directly from the Snow Wolf Demon King, came to the dying Demon King, and took out a long knife. No hesitation, no faltering. Ye Bufan slashed down with his sword. Puff! Blood spurted out, and Ye Bufan took the Demon King's life in an instant. Seeing this scene, Ji Yufeng and the other 6 were slightly stunned. They looked at each other. Then, Ji Yufeng looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help asking, "Young Marshal, you asked these warriors to capture the monsters alive, aren't you trying to gain merit? Is it not possible?" Ye Bufan glanced at Ji Yufeng and asked softly, "The Flying Dragon Army's assessment only requires me to reach the commander level in terms of merit. It doesn't seem to say that I can't ask for help, right?" Ji Yufeng and others were suddenly speechless and confused. "Young Marshal, merits can be accumulated slowly. Aren't you being too wasteful?" At this time, Feng Shui looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but say, "Prodigal." Ye Bufan chuckled, "I don't think so." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan picked up the dead body of the Demon King on the ground. Perhaps in the eyes of Ji Yufeng and others, he was simply wasting money, and perhaps even everyone thought so. But Ye Bufan doesn't think he is a spendthrift. "Not only did we not lose, we even made a profit." First, the importance of merit. For Ji Yufeng and others, merit represents military rank, and at best they can be exchanged for some material in the War Department's merit hall. But Ye Bufan is different. Merit means strength to him. As long as he has enough merit, his strength will improve rapidly. Second, essence pill. The corpses of the demons, especially those ordinary ones, have no meaning to other people except for being eaten. But Ye Bufan can refine them into essence pills. Just like the previous demon king, the divine Yuan warrior captured him alive, and Ye Bufan paid 70 Yuan stones. But Ye Bufan can refine a demon king into about 10 essence Yuan pills. Although Ye Bufan has not yet sold the essence Yuan pill, the value of the essence Yuan pill is definitely more than 70 Yuan stones, and there is no comparison between the two. In this case, is Ye Bufan still at a loss? Make money, make a lot of money. Of course, for those warriors who captured the monsters alive, they did not lose anything either. It can only be said that this is a win-win situation. However, Ye Bufan would not tell these to Ji Yufeng and others, nor would he tell anyone else. This was a secret that belonged to him alone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, several warriors rushed over from a distance. Some were in the Guiyuan realm, some were in the Ningyuan realm, and even in the transformation realm. Without any hesitation, they threw the monsters they had captured in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan accepted all of them. Ji Yufeng and others couldn't help but twitch their lips again. They wanted to stop Ye Bufan from squandering money, but they didn't know how to stop him, and it seemed that even if they tried to stop him, it would be useless. Roar. At this moment, a roar sounded in the fortress. Earth-shattering. Everyone was stunned. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards the direction where the sound from the fortress came from, and even Ye Bufan was no exception. Above the fortress. At this moment, a lizard over 10 meters long and covered with black scales appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. However, this black lizard also had a pair of wings over 20 meters long, similar to bat wings, on its back. Nima, what is this? Mutated lizard. Looking at the demon tribe emitting a terrifying aura in the distance, Ye Bufan was stunned, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock. It's 50,000 Yuan stones. No, it's the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. At this time, an excited voice sounded in the fortress. The Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. Ye Bufan was stunned, and his mouth twitched again. Damn, this is clearly a mutant lizard, and it's also a dragon. Kill. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a loud shout came from the direction of the fortress. Immediately, more than 100 figures suddenly rose up and attacked the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. More than 100 people, without exception, were all Shenyuan warriors. The evil dragon of the underworld. 50,000 Yuan stone. How can I let it go? Human, you are seeking death. The Netherworld Demon Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes swept across the entire fortress, and when he saw countless humans frantically besieging his subordinates, anger gushed out of his eyes. When he saw more than 100 Divine Yuan Realm warriors rushing towards him, he roared even more. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon. Brush! He swung his wings on his back. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, more than a dozen Shenyuan Realm warriors failed to dodge in time and were slapped away by the wings of the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, and a streak of blood spurted out in the air. The power of the Demon Emperor is so terrifying. Ni Yun, you go and capture him, don't let our human race make a meaningless sacrifice. Ji Yufeng looked at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor coldly and shouted angrily. Yes. Ni Yun responded and rushed out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sha Shuangshuang, Feng Shui, Teng Zijin and Zi Qinhao did not stop either. They followed Ni Yun and rushed towards the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. In an instant, the 5 Jodian Realm Masters arrived in front of the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor. Without waiting for the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor to make a move, or for more than 100 Divine Yuan Realm warriors to attack, Ni Yunli shouted, "Everyone retreat." Everyone was stunned. The next second, more than 100 Shenyuan Realm warriors of the human race instantly retreated into the fortress. It was obvious that there was no hope for them as the 5 Jodian powerhouses existed. Buzz. Seeing the 5 Jodian masters surrounding him, the Nether Dragon Demon Emperor's pupils shrank. You. Take it. Ni Yun didn't waste any words and shouted loudly. Kill. In an instant, the 5 Jodian Realm powerful men attacked together, 5 against 1. This is a battlefield, there is no need for rules and mercy. Tisk tisk, even though this guy is a little ugly, he is at least at the Demon Emperor level. It seems like I have to improve my cultivation quickly. Looking at the battle in the distance, especially at the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, Ye Bufan said embarrassedly. Then, he shouted at Ni Yun and the others, remember, just beat him half to death, don't kill him, I want him alive. Demon Emperor. As long as he breaks through once more and advances to the 6-star return to origin, the number of soul-controlling techniques will increase again. At that time, he will be able to completely control the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, which is equivalent to having a Jodian realm-level fighter. Ye Bufan felt excited just thinking about it. As for escaping, Ye Bufan didn't even think about it. The 5 Jodian realm masters besieged a Demon Emperor. The strength gap between the two sides was huge. There was no chance for the Netherworld Evil Dragon to escape. Come, let's continue. This is yours, a 4-star monster and 8 Yuanshi. Then, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the battle in the distance, and said to the warrior in front of him who had captured the monster alive and came to trade. Young Marshal, I caught a woman. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the front forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. The same goes for others. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, pairs of surprised eyes looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a 21 to 22-year-old boy with no energy fluctuations running from the fortress. Moreover, he was carrying a person on his back. Although his face could not be seen, judging from his clothes, it should be a woman. After a while, the young man came in front of Ye Bufan, panting heavily, and said, Young Marshal, I caught a woman. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Some of the warriors present had dazed expressions. Sorry, I only accept monsters, not women. After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at the young man in a mess and said, Do you fucking think I'm a human trafficker? Ah. Hearing this, the young man was stunned. But she looking at Ye Bufan, the young man's anxious voice sounded, and then said, Young Marshal, you should look at it yourself. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the woman he was carrying on his back to the ground, face up, and the woman's face appeared in everyone's sight. Boom. In an instant, Ye Bufan's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Ning Chushui. Chapter 377. Thank you for killing me again. Ning Chushui. At this moment, not only Ye Bufan, but also the other warriors present, even Ji Yufeng, a strong warrior in the Jodian realm, were stunned where they were, with a look of horror on their faces. Who is Ning Chushui? Perhaps before today, including Ye Bufan, no one present knew who Ning Chushui was, and they had never even heard of these 3 words. However, after the previous battle at the Sky Fortress, everyone here knew Ning Chushui, and especially understood the horror of the Ning family's secret techniques. The heavenly demon has 9 lives and cannot be destroyed even after 9 deaths. It is a demon with 9 lives. Didn't she run away? How come she is here? After a brief moment of daze, everyone's eyes fell on the young man in front of them. The young man was stunned. Ye Bufan asked, Where did you find her? Ah. The boy was startled. Ye Bufan repeated, I'm asking you, where did you find her? Oh. The young man responded several times and said, I saw her in a room in the fortress, and then I brought her here. Fortress, room. Ning Chushui, a human, actually set up a nest in the demon fortress. Everyone's heart was startled. Everything is about to be revealed. This woman must be in collusion with the demon clan and the Netherworld Evil Dragon Demon Emperor, otherwise she would not be here. Ye Bufan frowned, glanced at the unconscious Ning Chushui, and asked, Was she already like this when you saw her? The boy shook his head. No. Ye Bufan was stunned. No. The young man responded, Yes, she was awake when I saw her. She seemed to be practicing. I knocked her out. You knocked her out. Ye Bufan looked at the boy with a strange look and asked. The others also curled their lips. Ning Chushui's strength was witnessed by everyone in the Sky Fortress. The 6 Jodian realm masters besieged her but couldn't do anything to her. How could you, a mere transcendent realm master, knock her out? Who would believe it if you told me? Young Marshal, what I said is true. She is just a transcendental realm warrior now, and a very weak one at that. As if sensing the doubts of the crowd, the young man said repeatedly. It should be the sequelae of the secret technique. At this time, Ji Yufeng on the side suddenly said, Although the secret technique of the heavenly demon 9 lives can allow her to be reborn after death, she should be in a weak state for a period of time after her rebirth. That should be it. Ye Bufan also murmured in response. Nizi once said that the more powerful the secret technique is, the more serious the side effects will be after it is performed. The Ning family's secret technique of the 9 lives of the heavenly demon would cause the user to enter a long period of weakness as a side effect after using it. If this is the case, it would explain why Ning Chushui appeared in the demon fortress. After all, in her weak state, even a transcendent realm warrior could subdue her. If she wanted to return to the martial arts academy and the Ning family, she would definitely feel insecure. The best way is to hide in a demon fortress that is relatively close to the sky fortress, and then slowly recover from her weak state. Unfortunately, Ning Chushui never expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly lead 20 million warriors to attack the demon fortress. All I can say is, it's time and fate. Hee. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. At this moment, Ning Chushui, who was lying on the ground, twitched her eyelashes slightly. After a moment, her eyes suddenly opened, and a ray of cold light shot out. Everyone was looking at Ning Chushui, and when she suddenly woke up, everyone could see it clearly. Beauty, I didn't expect that we meet again so soon, it's really fate. Looking at Ning Chushui who had just woken up, Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile. Buzz. Ning Chushui's body trembled and her pupils shrank. It's you. That's me, young master. You, how did you know that I was hiding in the demon fortress? Ning Chushui was still in shock as she looked at Ye Bufan, and a horrified voice rang out. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned. Then he felt relieved again. It was obvious that Ning Chushui mistakenly thought that he was attacking the demon fortress for her. Hee. With a faint smile, Ye Bufan squatted down, looked at Ning Chushui and said, Beauty, I think you must have misunderstood. Ning Chushui was stunned. Misunderstanding. Yes. Ye Bufan smiled and replied, I didn't know you were here. You saw why I came here. I had nothing to do, so I attacked the fortress for fun. I just didn't expect to meet you, a beautiful lady, here again. You say, is this fate? Ning Chushui's mouth twitched. Fate. It seems like there is a destiny between you and me. Ye Bufan ignored Ning Chushui's thoughts. He stretched out his right hand towards Ning Chushui's cheek. Ning Chushui instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, she was so weak that she couldn't dodge at all. What do you want to do? Ning Chushui couldn't help but wait for Ye Bufan to scold her. What? Ye Bufan smiled evilly, and slid his right index finger gently across Ning Chushui's left cheek. Ning Chushui's body trembled, and Ye Bufan smiled and said, Such a beautiful face, such a beautiful girl, I think there should be many people who are moved, right? Hearing this, Ning Chushui's heart trembled violently. Are you scared? Ye Bufan said with a smile. Now that I'm in your hands, I have nothing to say. Just kill me if you want. Ning Chushui gritted her teeth, tilted her neck, and said in a cold voice. Hee. Ye Bufan still chuckled. I know that you are not afraid of death and you will not die. The Ning family's secret technique, the 9 lives of the heavenly demon, wow, so awesome. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's face darkened, his voice sank, his right hand slid from Ning Chushui's cheek to her neck, and he smiled evilly. I just don't know, if I kill you 9 times, can you still survive? Can I? You. Ning Chushui was furious and her expression changed drastically. Ji Feng. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Young Marshal's orders. Ji Feng took a step forward and stood in front of Ye Bufan and said solemnly. Be prepared and don't give her the chance to escape. Today, I will see if this heavenly demon 9 lives can be reborn 10 times. Ye Bufan shouted. Yes. Ji Feng responded. Brush. A 3-foot-long knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Take it seriously. Ning Chushui was very anxious, her expression flickered as she said, Ye Bufan, there is no life and death feud between you and me. Let me go, and from now on, all the grudges between us will be written off. I, Ning Chushui, swear to never appear in front of you again. How about that? Oh. As soon as Ning Chushui finished speaking, Ye Bufan sneered. Do you believe it? Hee. Everyone around sneered. Did you hear that? Looking at Ning Chushui, Ye Bufan chuckled. Then, he clenched his palm into a claw and grabbed Ning Chushui's neck, his face cold. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. When dealing with enemies, I have only one principle, cut them all off and kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan exerted force with his right hand. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ning Chushui's neck tilted and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The beauty dies. Boom. The celestial demon had 9 lives and was reborn from the fire. A ball of purple fire emerged from between Ning Chushui's waist and abdomen, instantly sweeping across her body. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chushui's body disappeared and turned directly into a ball of purple flame. This flame was like Ning Chushui's soul. It had eyes, a nose, a face, and a body, but it was just a shadow. The flame flickered. Brush. Ye Bufan suddenly stood up and took a step back. Kill. One word, cold and decisive. Ji Yufeng did not hesitate at all. The moment Ye Bufan retreated, the 3-foot-long sword in his hand went straight to the ball of purple fire that Ning Chushui had transformed into. Sharp and resolute. Extremely fast. Call out. With one slash, the long sword pierced through the purple fire. Bang! The blade fell to the ground with a dull sound, and the terrifying blade force and terrifying power instantly swept around. Bang! 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 The purple fire exploded instantly, and flames scattered all over the ground. Call out! The next second, the myriad flames scattered on the ground suddenly shot up into the sky and gathered into a ball in midair, neither dispersing nor extinguishing. The scene before them shocked everyone. Ha ha ha! Ning Chushui laughed loudly. The soul fire cannot be extinguished, and the hatred cannot be broken. Ye Bufan, thank you for killing me again. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple fire fled away, and after a moment, disappeared into the sky. Ye Bufan's expression was dull, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Nima, I got fooled. Chapter 378. One person can defend a city. The soul fire cannot be extinguished and the hatred cannot be broken. Ning Chushui ran away. In the final analysis, Ye Bufan did not know enough about the secret technique of the 9 lives of the heavenly demon. Who could have thought that the purple fire could be reunited after being dispersed? However, this is the first and last time. Next time, I will throw you into the burial heaven palace and see how you run. Looking at the empty sky, Ye Bufan sneered. Although he failed to completely kill Ning Chushui, Ye Bufan didn't care too much. He came here for the demon fortress and never expected to meet Ning Chushui here. Being able to kill her once was already a pleasant surprise. What's more, with this lesson and reminder, Ye Bufan believes that the next time Ning Chushui falls into his hands, she will not have any chance. The demon has 9 lives and is indestructible after 9 deaths. Even if she had 900 or 9,000 lives, Ye Bufan would let her die in the burial heaven palace. After calming down, Ye Bufan retracted his gaze and looked at the young man who had captured Ning Chushui. Well done. The boy was stunned. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly traded him 10,000 stones as a reward for his capturing Ning Chushui. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. 10,000 yuan stones, this is definitely a huge fortune, but they can only envy him. In front of Ye Bufan, they dare not kill anyone for his money. The young man was flattered and thanked Ye Bufan again and again. Ye Bufan ignored it and looked directly at the other warriors in front of him. Okay, let's continue. Whether it was Ning Chushui or the demon fortress, Ye Bufan didn't care too much about them. He only cared about merits, and only merits. After all, merits represented strength. As long as he had enough merits, Ye Bufan would let people know what a real demon was. The transaction is still ongoing. With 20 million warriors besieging less than 500,000 monsters, there was no suspense in the battle. After only 10 minutes of fighting, people came out of the fortress dragging monsters and came to Ye Bufan to trade. There was even a long dragon-like team lined up in front of Ye Bufan, with each warrior dragging a monster. The scene was quite spectacular. Hand over the monster with one hand and the yuanxi with the other. Collect one and kill one. The merits in Ye Bufan's soul ring were also soaring rapidly. For the first time, he deeply realized what it meant to have strength in numbers. Compared with the current speed of merit accumulation, his previous actions were just a small matter. Bang! 5 minutes later, a muffled sound was heard, and Ni Yuan directly threw the half-dead netherworld evil dragon demon emperor in front of Ye Bufan. The ground trembled, and Ni Yun asked, "Young Marshal, what should we do with this guy?" Everyone looked at the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor and couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, the netherworld evil dragon didn't look like a demon emperor at all. He was dying and in a miserable state. In one word, he was miserable. Ye Bufan looked at the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor. How to deal with it? Without any hesitation, he took out the heaven burial palace directly. Then, in front of countless people, Ye Bufan dragged the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor into the heaven burial palace and then imprisoned him in the bronze coffin room. To others, this is just a demon emperor, but to Ye Bufan, this is a Jodian realm level fighter. It would be a pity to kill him. Young Marshal, what are you going to do? Ji Yufeng frowned and said in confusion as he looked at Ye Bufan, who walked out of the burial heaven palace again. As soon as Ye Bufan collected the heaven burial palace, he said, "This beast colluded with that bitch Ning Chushui and almost caused me to lose my life. If I kill him like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? I want to let him know what it means to be unable to live and unable to die." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Marshal Filong, any flaws will be reported. Ye Bufan did not explain any further. He was not stupid enough to tell others that he had mastered a secret art of controlling souls. As long as he advanced to the 6-star Guiyuan level, he would be able to control the soul of the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor and make him his thug. This is inevitably a bit shocking. Moreover, Ye Bufan's 2 demon kings, the fiery demon ape and the iron-backed grey bear, and the heaven burial palace were completely exposed after this battle. Although there was still the heaven-slaying harp, it could not play any other role except for the inheritance of Shi Feishuan. Ye Bufan must prepare more trump cards for himself. The reason why the trump card is called the trump card is that no one else knows it except yourself, only by being surprising can you win. Okay, let's continue. Young Marshal, look, we have captured the netherworld evil dragon for you. This Yuanshi. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Niyun said with a smile. It is better to benefit your own people than to benefit others. Take it. Ye Bufan directly threw a Sumeru ring to Niyun. It was only 50,000 Yuanshi. If Niyun and the other 5 Jodian realm masters divided it equally, each of them would only have 10,000 Yuanshi. They certainly had no shortage of Yuanshi. But Ye Bufan also had no shortage of Yuanshi. It was only 50,000 Yuanshi, a drop in the bucket. Next, Ye Bufan did not stop and continued his plan to gain merit. In an hour and a half, nearly 500,000 demons in the demon fortress were all captured. Of course, they all fell into Ye Bufan's hands in the end and became the dead souls under Ye Bufan's sword. Nearly 500,000 demon beasts, Ye Bufan swung his sword until his hands were tired. It's tiring, but worth it. Young Marshal, can the monsters around this fortress be captured alive? Someone in the crowd immediately asked after the last monster fell under Ye Bufan's sword. The 20 million warriors were suddenly shocked and looked at Ye Bufan together. 500,000 demon garrison. It seems like a lot, but what about the reality? There are too many wolves and too little meat, and 20 million warriors are not enough to go around. Although the transaction lasted for more than an hour, the battle only lasted for a dozen minutes. When the battle was over, many people had not even entered the fortress. Seeing other people earning Yuanshi so easily while you get nothing, who wouldn't be moved and envious? If the monsters surrounding this fortress are also counted, then at least they still have a chance. Calculate. Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke. He glanced at the 20 million warriors and said, not only today, but also tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. As long as you can capture the monster alive and bring it to the 7 Killers base, I will reward you. 1 star gets 1 Yuanshi, 2 stars get 2, 3 stars get 4, 4 stars get 8, 5 stars get 16, 6 stars get 32, 7 stars get 70, 8 stars get 200, and 9 stars get 50,000. Whoever can capture the demon god of the demon race and bring him to me will be given 100 million by me. This will always count. Wow. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Will this statement always count? There is never a shortage of free warriors on the battlefield, because crises and opportunities always coexist. Although there is a possibility of death at any time on the battlefield, it can bring certain benefits to these warriors. First, ambush the demon tribe in the wild beast pool to seize the Yuanshi. Second, harvest natural treasures. Third, murder and robbery. Fourth, and also the main source of income for most warriors, is to kill monsters or wild beasts, and then sell their corpses to chambers of commerce or restaurants in various towns on the battlefield in exchange for a certain amount of compensation. However, this reward is not high and is definitely not comparable to Ye Bufan's. Although one is to capture alive and the other is to kill, there is not much difference between the two. After all, everyone has seen that Ye Bufan wants these living monsters just to kill them and earn merits. For this reason, warriors do not need to have any reservations when taking action, nor do they need to worry about hurting the monsters. As long as they still have a breath left, it will be fine. It might be difficult to capture it alive and well, but since we can kill it, would it be difficult to keep it alive? It's not difficult at all. It can be said that Ye Bufan provided a way to make money for all the warriors on the demonic battlefield, and it was a lucrative way to make money. Ye Bufan never stopped until his words shocked the world. He spoke again. In addition, from now on, the 7 killing station is completely open to all human beings. All members of our human race can enter and exit at will. I also welcome all the major chambers of commerce to settle in. In addition, if a demon tribe attacks the city, after repelling the demon tribe, the participants will be rewarded according to their cultivation. For the transcendent realm, each person will receive 1 yuanshi, which is equivalent to 10 gold coins. Of course, if you can sell the yuanshi for dozens or even hundreds of gold coins, that's your ability. 5 condensation yuan, 10 returning yuan, 50 divine yuan, and 200 jotian. These words will always count. And then, after a pause, Ye Bufan killed 20 million warriors, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, the 7 killing army organizes hunting operations at irregular intervals every month. What is hunting? Just like today, anyone can participate, sweep the monsters around the 7 killers' base, attack the fortress, and possibly directly fight their way into the monster mountain range behind the fortress. Just like today, all the monsters captured alive will be purchased by this young master on the spot. Call. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's breathing stopped. The whole place was dead silent. Once a month, hunting down the demon tribe. Swipe. Ji Yufeng, Ni Yun, Zi Qinhao and the others could not help but look at each other, and a look of horror flashed on their faces. Before, whether it was Ji Yufeng, Zi Qinhao or others, they simply couldn't understand how Ye Bufan was able to defend the fortress. But now, they all seemed to understand, interests are tied together. Permanently purchasing living monsters at high prices in large quantities, what kind of situation will this eventually lead to? People die for money, and birds die for food. On the battlefield of monsters and barbarians, most warriors will not kill the monsters directly in the future. Instead, they will capture them alive and then bring them to the 7 kills station to sell them. After all, leaving that last blow will allow them to gain several times the profit, and no one will not do so. It is conceivable that the 7 kills station will inevitably become the main base for human warriors on the battlefield in the future. After all, the monsters they capture alive can only be purchased by the 7 kills station. If this continues, a large number of warriors will gather in the 7 killing station. In order to protect their own interests, once the demons come to attack the city, these warriors will inevitably counterattack frantically. After all, if the 7 killing station is gone, it is equivalent to cutting off their source of income. What's more, there are rewards for defending the city. The most important thing is the monthly hunting operation of Qisha. What is this? This is giving money to all warriors. Who can not be tempted? Who can refuse? However, this monthly hunting operation is still irregular, which requires all warriors who want to participate to pay attention to the 7 kills station at all times, or even if they want to participate, they can only stay in the 7 kills station. In this case, although there are no war troops stationed at the Qisha base, or even no reinforcements, will it lack defensive forces? There is no shortage at all. Tens of thousands of warriors can all be used by me. Ye Bufan has the right time, place and people. If the demons dare to come, they will die without knowing how. He alone can defend a city. As long as you have money. Chapter 379 Leng Feng. Ji Yufeng, Ni Yun, Zi Qinhao and others are either commanders or generals, and they are all powerful men at the Jodian realm level. They have extraordinary vision and minds. Naturally, they can see the key to this at a glance: money. As long as he has money, Ye Bufan can indeed defend the entire fortress on his own and block the counterattack and attack of the demon army. But the key point is, does Ye Bufan have so much money? Purchasing captured monsters permanently, in large quantities, and at high prices is definitely a bottomless pit. I believe that no one can afford such horrific consumption. Once Ye Bufan is unable to sustain this consumption, the human warriors stationed in the Qisha base will definitely leave directly. They don't care whether you can defend the fortress or not. By then, wouldn't all the efforts be wasted? So, what's the point? Not only is it meaningless, it will also bring irreparable losses to oneself. The fortress will usually be recaptured by the monsters, and all previous efforts will be wasted. Ji Yufeng couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan accepted their assessment and they would not ask about Ye Bufan's affairs, he could not just watch Ye Bufan jump into the fire pit and do nothing. Young Marshal, you don't have to say anything. I know what you want to say. Ji Yufeng just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Then, Ye Bufan smiled calmly again, and said with absolute confidence, "Don't worry, I have money, and I can't spend it all." Others may not know, but Ye Bufan himself knows it very well. Although his method may seem like a waste of money, it actually makes a lot of money. The wool comes from the sheep. Although it would cost him a lot to buy the monster, and the amount of money would be an astronomical figure, and the tens of billions of stones he had on him could not afford to squander them, but at the same time, as long as Ye Bufan was willing, he could sell some of the essence pills. The effectiveness of the essence pill is beyond doubt. The same is true of the value of essence pills. Using the acquired monsters to refine into essence pills, then selling, acquiring again, and refining again, this is a completely virtuous cycle. Moreover, during this period, Ye Bufan himself can also obtain a large number of essence pills for his subordinates to use. It is absolutely a win-win situation. It can be said that this way of defending the city can only be done by Ye Bufan, who has practiced the Tian Yang Gui Yi Ju, and no one else can do it. Cannot be copied. The most important thing is the merits Ye Bufan has gained during this period. This is Ye Bufan's greatest goal, and it is something that cannot be measured by money. Ye Bufan's answer made Ji Yufeng slightly stunned. He didn't know how to answer, and the same went for Zi Qinhao and others. Do you have money? How much money can you have? Still can't spend it all. This is not a problem of hundreds or tens of millions, even billions or hundreds of billions cannot solve it, and it is not gold coins but yuanxi. I'm afraid that even the three major super chambers of commerce on the mainland cannot sustain this kind of consumption. Can you bear it? Ye Bufan ignored him and did not explain. He looked directly at the 20 million warriors and said, "Everyone, if anyone wants to join the 7-killing army and meets the conditions I set before, please follow me into the city." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan jumped up and rode on the back of the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Dead dog, go," Ye Bufan shouted, and the Snow Wolf Demon King stepped forward. The 20 million warriors hesitated slightly. But only for a moment. "Young Marshal, I meet the requirements and I want to join the 7-killing army." "And me, I also meet the requirements, I also want to join the 7-killing army." "And I." Among the 20 million warriors, voices rose one after another. Everyone can see that Ye Bufan is wealthy and powerful, and with his identity as the young commander of Phylong, he has a strong backing. It can be said that following Ye Bufan and joining the 7-killing army is definitely the wisest choice. After all, the future is promising. For a moment, countless people followed Ye Bufan and rushed into the demon fortress in front of them. As for those who did not meet the requirements, they could only watch. "I feel helpless and even more envious." Ji Yufeng shook his head. Zi Qinhao, Niyun and their group also had strange expressions on their faces. There are countless fortresses on the entire monster and barbarian battlefield. Although some belong to the human race, some belong to the monster race, and some belong to the barbarian beasts, the ownership is different, but the internal structure and conditions of all fortresses are the same. Fortress Phylongtai. At this moment, there were nearly 1 million warriors gathered here, and without exception, all of them met Ye Bufan's requirements. Of course, among the 20 million warriors, it was impossible that only so many people met the requirements. It could only be said that some people were still hesitating and considering. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Glancing at the nearly 1 million warriors in front of him, Ye Bufan spoke directly. "First of all, congratulations on making a wise and correct choice. I can tell you clearly now that except for you, the first batch of people who are willing to join my 7-killing army, if other people join the 7-killing army in the future, I'm sorry, your salary will be reduced by half." Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone present. "If I join in the future, will my salary be halved?" After a brief moment of daze, they were relieved that they had not hesitated before, otherwise there would be no place to regret. Ye Bufan seemed to know what these people were thinking, but he didn't care. He continued, "Of course, don't be too happy too soon. Don't think that you will be safe after joining the 7-killings army. I have said before that the 7-killings don't want trash. Also, I would like to remind you that you are not real members of the Seven Killings Army yet. At most, you can only be considered as peripheral members of the Seven Killings Army. Outside member. Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone. Ye Bufan continued, the Seven Killers are brave, resolute, decisive, violent, and bloodthirsty. I don't care what your reasons for joining the Seven Killers Army are, and the treatment I promised you before will not change. I will give you enough yuanshi. As long as you need as much as you want, I will give you as much as you want. But, after a pause, Ye Bufan's deep eyes swept over nearly 1,000,000 warriors, and said in a deep voice, if you want to become a true member of the Seven Killers, you must do 3 things. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan said solemnly, first, loyalty. Second, loyalty. Third, it's still loyalty. Forehead. Everyone was stunned, with astonishment on their faces. One of them even looked at Ye Bufan directly and asked, young Marshal, how can we prove our loyalty? Everyone can imagine that the treatment of the real members of the Seven Killing Army must be much better than that of these peripheral members. He. Glancing at the warriors in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. This is a good question, but you shouldn't ask me, young master, but you should ask yourselves, how do you prove your loyalty to me? Forehead. Nearly 1,000,000 warriors were stunned. How to prove it? Ye Bufan ignored it. These people didn't know him before today. It was impossible and unrealistic to ask them to be absolutely loyal to him. However, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. Ye Bufan immediately spoke again, let's not discuss this issue for now. Now that you have joined the Seven Killing Army, then in addition to your daily training, you must do one thing well. What's up? Everyone was shocked. Ye Bufan raised his right hand and said, although we have taken down this fortress, everything here is still not perfect. Therefore, as a member of the Seven Killers, what you need to do is to manage this fortress for me. It will also be the base of our Seven Killers Army in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan glanced at the nearly 1,000,000 warriors and said in a low voice, before, outside the Kangchong fortress, the young man who first said he wanted to join the Seven Killing Army, is he here now? At the end, Ye Bufan added, as far as I can remember, he should be around 20 years old, and was dressed in black. Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. I am here. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone immediately looked in the direction of the voice. In the center of the crowd, a young man in black, about 20 years old, stood upright. He was like a sword drawn from its sheath, cold and eye-catching. Without any hesitation, the young man walked towards Ye Bufan step by step. Everyone moved out of the way wherever he passed. After a while, the young man came in front of Ye Bufan, bowed, clasped his fists, and said, young Marshal. Call the commander. Ye Bufan glanced at the young man and said in a deep voice. The young man was stunned for a moment, then said, yes, commander. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He glanced at the 1,000,000-strong army and said, you are all the same. From now on, you can call me the young commander, the Seven Killers commander. Yes, commander. Nearly 1,000,000 voices rang out simultaneously. Firm and resolute. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Chi Sha, the killing commander, he seemed to have returned to the past. Then, he looked at the young man and said, name. Leng Feng. The word, young man, sounded. Leng Feng. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then said solemnly, very good, Leng Feng, from now on, these people are under your charge. I don't care how you arrange them, you just need to lead them to manage the Seven Kills garrison. Also, if you don't like someone, just expel them from the Seven Kills army, no need to ask me what I think. Once you are expelled, you will never be hired again for the rest of your life. If you don't obey, just kill him. Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled violently. They looked shocked and horrified. Isn't this too casual? Young No, Commander, I Leng Feng looked at Ye Bufan with horror and confusion. He knew nothing, how could he manage millions of people? You can't. Ye Bufan glanced at Ji Yufeng and said in a deep voice. Ji Yufeng hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan said, I have said that the Seven Killers do not want waste. If you feel that you can't do it or can't do it well, then get out as soon as possible. Ji Yufeng was stunned, gritted his teeth and said, I can do it. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked at Ji Yufeng calmly and said, I have already made it very clear before. If you don't like someone, just expel them. In other words, from now on, besides me, you have the final say in the 7 killing station. If you don't agree, let him go. If he doesn't obey, let him go. If someone pretends to obey but actually disobeys, let him go. Those who dare to provoke us will be killed. Is it difficult? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. It's not difficult at all. The hearts of nearly 1 million people present trembled violently, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Ye Bufan also changed slightly, strong and domineering. Ye Bufan continued, okay, I'll leave these people to you. In addition, the 7 killing station is also handed over to you. I'll give you 1 month. After 1 month, I want to see a different 7 killing station. At least it should be prosperous and lively. You did it. I will officially make you a member of the 7 killing army. If you can't do it, leave. Chapter 380, Millions of Merits, a Dreamlike Strike. Now, the fortress has changed hands and has become Ye Bufan's private territory. After entrusting everything to Leng Feng, Ye Bufan left Filongtai directly. Ye Bufan doesn't care what Leng Feng does. Ye Bufan doesn't care whether Leng Feng can do the job well or not. He only looks at the results. As for why millions of people chose Leng Feng, it was very simple, because he was the first one to stand up among 20 million people at that time. That's enough. After all, for Ye Bufan, he didn't know any of the nearly 1 million warriors, so it didn't matter who he chose. In this case, it would be better to choose someone who was more determined at the time. The central hall of the fortress. Ye Bufan came here after leaving Filongtai. At this moment, he was lying alone on the golden dragon throne in the depths, with his legs crossed and a comfortable and playful smile on his face. Now that the fortress has been taken, most people probably think that I am bored and have nothing to do, so I came to occupy this fortress, right? Hee. Unfortunately, how could they know my true intentions? Under the fortress, in the underground palace. Who would have thought that there is an underground palace hidden 3,000 meters below this fortress? Now that the fortress has been taken, with the cover and protection of the fortress, the underground palace can be truly put to use. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. The underground palace is my home. The underground palace is the real residence of the 7 assassins. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I only need to guard 1 underground palace, that's enough. In order to determine the location of the underground palace, Ye Bufan left Qin Yao alone in the underground palace, while he himself rushed forward from the top of the underground palace, but unexpectedly discovered that the underground palace was actually hidden under the fortress. At that time, Ye Bufan had the idea of taking over this fortress. As long as he relied on the fortress, he could use the underground palace perfectly and silently. The next second, Ye Bufan sat up from the golden dragon throne. Let's ignore all this for now, let's see how much merit I have gained this time. Only this is the foundation for me to make a living. After saying this, Ye Bufan stretched out his right hand. The soul ring appears. It is cyan in color. The 8 colored soul rings of the War Department represent 8 military ranks. Silver, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Silver is the lowest and represents soldiers, purple is the highest and represents the commander. Now Ye Bufan's soul ring is blue, and he has undoubtedly reached the level of a 5-star general. Of course, Ye Bufan is very clear that because of Zhu Tianqian, his soul ring is different from that of other members of the War Department, or in other words, his military rank is 1 level lower than that of meritorious service. A 5-star general should be at the general level. In other words, Ye Bufan's accumulated merits have exceeded 1.5 million. To reach the level of general, he needs to accumulate merits of Commander-in-Chief, which is a full 5 million. When it comes to reaching the level of Commander-in-Chief, Ye Bufan doesn't know exactly how many merits he needs. After all, the highest military rank in the War Department is the Commander-in-Chief level. However, to reach the commander level, one needs at least 10 million merits, and this is just a conservative estimate. It's a long and arduous journey. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but sigh. Thinking that one of the tests of the Flying Dragon Army was to reach the commander level, Ye Bufan felt that it would be a long time before he could reach that level. However, he did not care too much about it, but directly focused his divine thoughts on the soul ring. 1,202,934 1,923,491. Seeing this number, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. He clearly remembered that he had hundreds of thousands of merit points available before, but now it has soared to 1.2 million. In other words, this time, the nearly 500,000 demon garrisons in the demon fortress directly provided him with 1.1 million merit points. Tisk tisk, it turns out there is strength in numbers. For such a long time, I have worked so hard and only earned about 800,000 merits. Today, in just 2 hours, I have directly transferred 1.1 million merits. This gap is beyond words. It seems that I should attack a fortress when I have nothing to do in the future. This will earn me merits. Tisk tisk, it has been happily decided. From now on, I will attack a fortress once a month. I will earn more than 1 million merits each time, which is enough for me to practice. If the demons knew what Ye Bufan was thinking at the moment, I wonder how they would feel. Should they cry or not? Now that I have enough merits and there are still hundreds of thousands of demon corpses, I should improve my strength as soon as possible. After saying this, Ye Bufan hid his soul ring and said, the first step is to cultivate to the 6-star return to the origin and control the soul of the netherworld evil dragon. Ning Chushui. Haha, next time we meet, I promise to give you a big surprise. The Sky Fortress was the first time, and the last time. From now on you won't have another chance to succeed. Even without Ye Bufan and the others, I will still defeat you. Heaven Burial Palace is your final destination. Return to the underground palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan stood up suddenly. Husband. At this moment, a soft, heavenly voice suddenly came from the entrance of the hall, echoing in Ye Bufan's ears. Ye Bufan was stunned. Husband. What the hell? He looked directly outside the hall, in the direction of the sound, and saw a girl in white standing at the door of the hall looking in his direction. The girl was wearing a light white dress, and was half a head shorter than Ye Bufan. She had a slender figure, with curves in all the right places, and her long black hair fell to her shoulders, cascading down like a waterfall. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars and bright moon. She has a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, cherry lips that smell as sweet as orchid, snow-white cheeks with rosy patches, and smooth, snow-white skin that is as soft as snow. Quiet and comfortable, the girl seemed to have an elegance that was far away from the mundane world and out of touch with the mundane world. She just stood there like a fairy in a still painting. This is a beauty. Ye Bufan couldn't help but think of this in his mind, and was slightly distracted. The girl took light steps and came in front of Ye Bufan. A faint fragrance in the air came with the girl and rushed to Ye Bufan's nose. That subtle fragrance makes people obsessed with it. Ye Bufan is just an ordinary person, so naturally he is no exception. Husband. Suddenly, the girl stood in front of Ye Bufan and bowed slightly, her cheeks blushing a little more deeply. Ye Bufan was stunned and came back to his senses. Swipe. He looked around and found that there was no one else in the hall except himself and the girl in front of him. Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at the girl, then pointed at himself, and said in surprise, Beauty, you are not calling me young master, are you? What else? The girl responded with a smile. One smile can conquer a city, another smile can conquer a country. These words are the most appropriate to describe the girl in front of me. Her smile seems to have some kind of magic that seems to melt people's hearts. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips, and suddenly became extremely confused. Beauty, are you mistaken? The girl's face is so beautiful that no man would mind taking her into his room and making her his own. But the key is that Ye Bufan doesn't know her at all, and has never even seen her. In this case, what kind of feeling is it when such a beautiful woman runs up to you and calls you, husband? Ye Bufan just felt a chill down his spine. This woman is either sick or has bad intentions. No. The girl shook her head and said with absolute certainty, it's you I'm looking for. Are you sure? Sure. But I don't know you at all. I don't know you either. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly, and his heart was like 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through it. Girl, beauty, fairy, let's stop making trouble, okay? You don't know me, you call me, husband. After saying this, Ye Bufan's expression darkened, and he took a step back. He looked at the girl warily and said, tell me, who are you? What do you want from me? A very beautiful girl suddenly came to him, calling him, husband. If he said it was okay, no one would believe him. He already had Ning Chushui, and Ye Bufan didn't want to suffer the same fate again. The girl said with her lips kissed, my name is Rumeng. Like a dream, Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand again, I have never heard of it. You should tell me what you want to do with me. Rumeng asked her husband for a prescription for the elixir. Dan recipe. Ye Bufan looked suspicious. Yes. The girl responded, a few days ago, Daddy was seriously injured when he went out, and now his life is hanging by a thread. Daddy said that only the elixir recipe in your husband's hand can save his life, so Rumung came to save him. Please, husband, save Daddy's life, Rumung. Etc. The girl was speaking, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan waving his hand. Ye Bufan glanced at the girl, frowned and said, Miss Rumung, right. You must be mistaken. First of all, I am not a pharmacist, where did I get the recipe? Second, I don't know your father at all. Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at the girl and said, by the way, what's your father's name? Are you sure he asked you to find me and not someone else? My father's surname is Qian and his given name is Longyuan. The girl looked at Ye Bufan and responded, Qian Longyuan. Ye Bufan shook his hands, I have never even heard of her, let alone met her. Miss Rumung must be. Qian Longyuan is Daddy's real name. Now Daddy likes people to call him Qian Duoduo. Ye Bufan was interrupted by the girl just before he finished speaking. Who? Looking at the girl, Ye Bufan was shocked. Lots of money. Suddenly, thousands of alpaca horses galloped through Ye Bufan's mind. Chapter 381 Beauty's Tears, Tender Sword. Qian Longyuan, a lot of money. Earlier, when Ye Bufan took out the essence pill, he had thought that Qian Duoduo, the fat guy, would definitely try his best to get the formula of the essence pill. After all, without the formula, he would be completely controlled by himself. With Qian Duoduo's nature of valuing money, he would never tolerate such a thing happening. But Ye Bufan didn't expect that this guy actually sent his own daughter here. What does this mean? A honey trap. There is a surprise in Luoxian town. Now that I think about it, Qian Duoduo asked me to go to Luoxian town at that time probably because Qian Rumung was already waiting for me in Luoxian town. As expected, there was surprise but no joy. After regaining his composure and calming down, Ye Bufan looked Qian Rumung up and down, and asked with a questioning look, are you really Qian Duoduo's daughter? Yes, my own child. Qian Rumung was puzzled, what do you mean? Can that fat guy give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you? I doubt it very much. Ye Bufan said seriously. Qian Rumung was speechless. Ye Bufan continued, even if you are the daughter of that fat guy, I still say the same thing. I am not a pharmacist, so where did I get the formula for the elixir? And after looking at Qian Rumung, Ye Bufan shook his head and said, I'm very sorry and unfortunate to tell you that you were deceived by that fat guy. I have to say that this fat guy Qian Duoduo has become so crazy that he even deceived his own daughter for the essence pill. Qian Rumung was stunned. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered. What I mean is that the fat guy is so crazy that he even lied to you, his daughter. He is not seriously injured and does not need medical treatment. He just wants you to get the formula from me. Impossible. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Rumung said firmly, Dad can't possibly lie to me. Besides, the pharmacists from the Chamber of Commerce have examined Dad, and they all came to the same conclusion. Dad will not survive more than a month with his current injuries. As she spoke, Qian Rumung's clear eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked directly at Ye Bufan, bit her red lips and said, what do you want in exchange for giving me the formula? You tell me, as long as Rumung can do it, I will definitely do my best. That look and that tone are so pitiful. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said, if I say that I saw that fat guy on this battlefield 3 days ago and made a deal with him, you probably wouldn't believe it, right? Impossible. Qian Rumung said without denying, Dad is seriously injured and can't even get out of bed. How could he come here? What on earth will you do to give me the formula? Why? Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed helplessly, since you don't believe me, I will let you see the truth with your own eyes. The truth? Qian Rumung was puzzled. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. I will let you see with your own eyes whether your father, that fat guy, is half dead or full of energy. Ye Bufan smiled evilly, but you have to find a place to hide first. Why? That fat guy, can he reveal his true form when he sees you? Qian Rumung's mouth twitched. Although she didn't believe Qian Duoduo would lie to her, she still took a few steps and hid behind a stone pillar in the hall. Hee. Seeing Qian Rumung hiding behind the stone pillar, Ye Bufan smiled evilly and thought to himself, Fatty, you dare to use the beauty trap on me. This time, I will show you how I can expose your ugly face in front of your daughter. Thinking in his mind, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly took out the mother and child true essence stone. Contact Qian Duoduo. After a moment, the mother and child true essence stones flashed white light, and a light curtain appeared in the hall. Ye Bufan's smile faded, and he waited for the show. Fuck. However, after just a moment, Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. In his sight, Qian Duoduo was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt. His face was pale and bloodless, and he looked like he was dying and about to die. Did you see it wrong? Ye Bufan couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Unfortunately, the scene was still the same scene. On the bed, Qian Duoduo was still pale and bloodless. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt extremely confused and crazy. He cursed inwardly, "Fatty, you are so cruel." Ye Bufan had seen Qian Duoduo with his own eyes 3 days ago. At that time, he was full of energy. But according to Qian Rumeng, Qian Duoduo was already like this 3 days ago. The two things are completely contradictory. It's definitely fake. Ye Bufan immediately sneered and said jokingly, "Hey, Fatty, what's wrong with you? Did you do something bad and get beaten up?" Hee hee. Qian Duoduo smiled miserably and said weakly, "Xiao Fan, what do you want to talk to your Uncle Qian about?" Xiao Fan. Uncle Qian. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Then he suppressed the nausea in his heart and asked with concern, "Fatty, are you okay?" It's okay, what can happen to me, your Uncle Qian," Qian Duoduo said with a smile, but he couldn't help coughing lightly, looking sick. "Fuck, you're really good at pretending." Ye Bufan cursed inwardly and said suspiciously, "Speaking of which, Fatty, you were fine 3 days ago, why are you like this now? What happened?" 3 days ago. Qian Duoduo was slightly stunned, then chuckled and said, "Xiao Fan, you are joking. Uncle Qian has been lying in bed for more than 10 days. How is that possible? I was talking about you on the monster battlefield 3 days ago." Ye Bufan said in shock. "You must have recognized the wrong person." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Wrong person. Admit your mistake, fat man. Are you going to deny it until your death?" Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again. "Xiao Fan, there is no such thing as a visit without a reason. Just tell me what you want from Uncle Qian. If it's about that batch of equipment, don't worry, it will be delivered to you in half a month." The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Originally, he wanted to catch Qian Duoduo in the act and expose his ugly face in front of Qian Rumeng, but now it seems that the fat man was well prepared. "There's no rush for equipment." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "Fatty, let's talk about your injuries. I heard from Rumeng that my essence pill can heal your injuries and save your life." Qian Duoduo did not answer directly, but asked, "Have you seen that girl?" "Yes." Ye Bufan nodded. "Why?" Qian Duoduo sighed. "The essence pill can improve my cultivation and restore my energy. It is indeed effective for my injuries. However, it is only a temporary solution and not a cure. It can only play a relieving role, which is not very meaningful." Ye Bufan frowned. What the hell is this fat guy doing? If the essence pill can only relieve the symptoms, then why did this fat guy ask Qian Rumeng to ask him for the recipe? What's the point? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo spoke again. "Unless you can find the formula of essence pill, and then gather all the pharmacists of Linglong Chamber of Commerce to deduce a new formula, then maybe your Uncle Qian can still be saved. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's too late." Ahem. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but cough lightly, which reminded and showed that he was seriously injured. "Nima." Ye Bufan cursed inwardly. He didn't understand what Qian Duoduo meant before, but now he completely understood. If essence pills can cure him, then if he gives Qian Duoduo some essence pills, the fat man will have nothing to say. "But," he said, "the essence pill is effective, but it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. If they want to save him, they must rely on the formula of the essence pill and gather the strength of all the pharmacists of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce to deduce a new pill formula. And there may not be enough time. The recipe is the key. In this situation, can Ye Bufan refuse? How can Ye Bufan refuse? Sure enough, old ginger is still spicy." Ahem. At this time, Qian Duoduo coughed lightly again. Puff. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, falling like blood rain, and on the snow-white sheets, there were pieces and dots of bright red, which was shocking. "Fuck." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Daddy. In the hall, Qian Rumeng suddenly ran out from behind the stone pillar and came to Ye Bufan. Looking at Qian Duoduo vomiting blood in the picture, she screamed and 2 lines of tears involuntarily slid down from the corners of her eyes. A heartbreaking scene. Afterwards, Qian Rumeng looked at Ye Bufan as if he was looking at a life-saving straw, and pulled his arm, begging bitterly, "Husband, please, please save Daddy, please." Beauty's tears, tender sword. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. This move of the fat guy is so cruel. Chapter 382. You lost your daughter and your life. Beauty's tears, tender sword. It has no edge and hurts people's hearts. I would like to ask all the men in the world, who can bear to see a beauty like Qian Rumeng cry, and who can bear to make her cry. They can't bear it, they can't let her cry. You win. Looking at Qian Duoduo in the light curtain, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and said with hatred. But after just a moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. However, unfortunately, I don't have the formula of the essence pill. So I can't do anything. After saying this, Ye Bufan spread his hands. What? Qian Duoduo exclaimed, and he sat up from the bed with wide eyes, looking at Ye Bufan in disbelief. You don't have the formula either. How is that possible? Without the formula, where did you get the pills? Qian Rumeng also looked at Ye Bufan with a dull expression. Fortunately, she was facing away from the light screen at the moment. Otherwise, if she saw Qian Duoduo, whose life was hanging by a thread, suddenly sit up from the bed, she wondered what she would think. Ahem. Ye Bufan pretended to cough lightly, looked at Qian Duoduo who was sitting in the light curtain, and reminded him, "Fatty, don't get excited, don't get excited. You are seriously injured now. If you get too excited, it will make your injuries worse." Qian Duoduo's pupils shrank suddenly. Daddy. Qian Rumeng turned around crying. Qian Duoduo saw that the situation was not good, and without the slightest hesitation, he immediately lay down and covered himself with the quilt, moving in one go, at an extremely fast speed. When Qian Rumeng turned around and looked at him again, he was already lying on the bed again. An absolute master of acting. Hee. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. Seriously injured in bed, on the brink of death, and unable to survive for more than a month. Fatty, oh fat guy, I don't have the recipe for the elixir now, let me see how you can cover up your lie. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, it's that I really don't have the recipe. The next second, Ye Bufan took a step forward and gently embraced Qian Rumeng from behind. The girl's body was very soft and fragrant. Qian Rumeng's body trembled suddenly. Ye Bufan patted her shoulders and said soothingly, "Don't worry, since your father has betrothed you to me, you are my wife and my relative. Even if something happens to your father, I will take good care of you." Qian Rumeng was stunned. Ye Bufan glanced at Qian Duoduo, avoiding Qian Rumeng's sight, with a wicked smile on his face. He said righteously, "Fatty, no, it's my father-in-law. Don't worry, since you betrothed Rumeng to me, I will not let you down. I will treat her well and make her the happiest woman in the world. I promise. Dare to design me. Very good, I will make you lose not only your daughter but also your soldiers." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched suddenly. Ye Bufan continued, "Of course, as one of the shareholders of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, after you pass away, I will definitely run Linglong Chamber of Commerce well with Rumeng, and will never let the foundation you have worked so hard to build be destroyed. I will even make it the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Shenwu continent. Don't worry, I will definitely let you rest in peace in my grave. You uncle." Upon hearing this, Qian Duoduo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "It's fine that you have bad intentions towards my daughter, but now you want to take over my Linglong Chamber of Commerce. You. Seeing that Qian Duoduo was on the verge of going berserk, Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Qian Rumeng. He placed his left hand on her shoulders and gently wiped away the tears from her eyes with his right hand, comforting her. "Rumeng, don't cry. I think your father definitely doesn't want to see you like this. He definitely wants you to be happy. We can't let him down, we must stay together. You see, after what I promised him just now, his complexion is much better now, much rosier, so don't cry, Rumeng." Qian Rumeng nodded weakly. "Nima." Qian Duoduo instantly went crazy and ran away. Lousy, my face is not good at all. I am just pissed off because of you, little bastard. Hold back your anger." Qian Duoduo suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. According to his original plan, Ye Bufan had a 90% chance of coming up with the formula for the essence pill. Even if something unexpected happened, he could at most give Ye Bufan some compensation. Therefore, he was determined to get the essence pill formula, but in this situation, this guy didn't seem to have any intention of coming up with the essence pill formula at all. What if I can't get it? Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. It is impossible to undo what has been done. Now, he, the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce and Qian Rumeng's father, is on the verge of death and is waiting for the formula of Jingyuan pill to save his life. Apart from this, there is no cure. If Ye Bufan doesn't come up with the formula no matter what will happen after half a month? Should I tell Qian Rumeng that your father, Qian Duoduo, told you a huge lie in order to get the formula of Jingyuan pill? Or, use another lie to cover up this lie? Damn it. Qian Duoduo knew his own daughter well. He felt a chill down his spine when he thought about her. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "You really don't have a recipe?" No. Ye Bufan shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? Qian Duoduo frowned and questioned, "If there is no formula, where did you get those essence pills? Don't tell me you got them from some ruins. If you got them from a ruin, how could there be so many? Or, did someone give them to you? Whoever gave them to you, I'll go ask him for the formula." You think too much. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan waved his hand. Qian Duoduo was stunned. What do you mean? The essence pill was indeed refined by me personally. Moreover, in this world, apart from me, there should be no one else who can refine the essence pill. Ye Bufan said with a smile. He still had this confidence. You made it. Qian Duoduo was stunned again. Since you made it yourself, how could you not have the recipe? How can you make essence pill without the recipe? The fact is, the refining of essence pill does not require any formula at all. Ye Bufan laughed evilly. The fat guy Qian Duoduo would never have thought that although essence pill is an elixir, it is different from other elixirs. It is directly converted from Ye Bufan's energy and does not require any so-called formula or materials. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. The same is true for Qian Rumeng. Without a pill formula, how can you prepare the medicinal materials? Without the corresponding proportions of the medicinal materials, how can you refine the pill? It's impossible. Xiao Fan, Uncle Qian knows that the formula of the essence pill is very important to you, and I understand that you don't want to give it to me. But you shouldn't use this excuse to evade Uncle Qian and Rumeng. How can Uncle Qian trust Rumeng to you? Qian Duoduo shook his head as he spoke. Forget it, Uncle Qian has lived enough for so many years. Uncle Qian won't force you anymore, just take good care of Rumeng in the future. Then, Qian Duoduo looked at Qian Rumeng again and said, Rumeng, don't blame Xiaofan. Live a good life with him in the future. Daddy. Qian Rumeng's delicate body trembled, and she broke free from Ye Bufan's arms. With tears in her eyes, she glared at him angrily. Qian Rumeng rebuked him, Ye Bufan, I have never seen you before, but Daddy told me to marry you, so I will marry you. Daddy trusts you so much and values you so much, can't he get you a mere pill recipe? So, how can I marry you? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. What a good move of retreating to advance, fat man, you are so cruel. However, this trick of yours is ineffective against me. Not only will I make you give up, I will also let you know what it means to be unable to express your pain. In half a month, let's see whether you live or not. That's all. Then, Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed. Since you don't believe it, then I will let you see with your own eyes how I make the elixir. Watch you make the elixir. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian's parents were stunned. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. In front of Qian Duoduo and Qian Rumeng, he stretched out his right hand and spread it out in front of him. What is this for? Qian's parents were filled with surprise and confusion. Is this alchemy? Where is the alchemy furnace? Where are the medicinal materials? Where is the alchemy fire? Ye Bufan did not explain, nor did he stop. He looked at Qian Duoduo and smiled evilly. Fatty, see clearly how I refined the essence pill. As soon as he finished speaking, the Tianyan Gai Ju was reversed. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, a trace of Yuanli emerged from the palm of Ye Bufan's right hand. Under the astonished eyes of Qian Duoduo and Qian Rumeng, these Yuanli began to slowly condense together, and then gradually transformed into elixir. Essence pill, transformed from Yuanli. There is no furnace, no medicinal materials are needed, it is made with only my own energy. Therefore, there is no recipe for the essence pill, and no recipe is needed. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the essence pill had already taken shape. This. Qian Rumeng was stunned. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Is this alchemy? Pills, can they be refined this way? Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He presented the essence pill he had just refined in his right palm to Qian Duoduo and said solemnly, "Father-in-law, did you see this? It's not that I don't want to give you the formula for the essence pill, nor do I want to save you. It's just that there is no formula for the essence pill, and it doesn't need one. So, I can't do anything about your injury." But, as he spoke, Ye Bufan's expression flashed with determination. There is still half a month left. In order to make sure that my father-in-law has no regrets in this life, I have decided. After a pause, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Rumeng and said resolutely, "Today, I will marry Rumeng." Chapter 383, The Sound of Killing in the Underground Palace. "Today, I will marry Rumeng." A firm and resolute voice. If this were a game of chess, then at this moment, Ye Bufan would destroy the chariot, cut off the horse, destroy the cannon, punish the prime minister, and kill the general. Checkmate. Qian Rumeng and Qian Duoduo were stunned on the spot, especially Qian Duoduo. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly without being noticed. "Today, get married. Damn you. You little bastard, you want to marry my rich daughter so easily. You are so beautiful, don't even dream about it." All right. The next second, Qian Duoduo suppressed the anger in his heart and responded twice. A hint of joy appeared on his pale face, and he said, "If I can hand Rumeng over to you sooner, I can leave with peace of mind." Ahem. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo coughed lightly again. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned, looking at Qian Duoduo with a look of surprise. "What's the meaning? Do you agree? This rhythm is not right." "Daddy." Qian Rumeng's body trembled and she burst into tears. "It's like a dream." Hearing Qian Rumeng's voice, Qian Duoduo looked at her, but just after saying 3 words, he paused, and then his face changed again, his pupils shrank. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Qian Duoduo's neck tilted, his eyes closed, and he became unresponsive. Pa! The mother and child true essence stones fell directly to the ground. The light curtain disappeared. Ye Bufan was stunned by the sudden scene, and seemed a little confused about the situation. Beside him, Qian Rumeng exclaimed, "Daddy!" As soon as the 2 words fell, Qian Rumeng rushed out of the hall. By the time Ye Bufan reacted, there was no trace of Qian Rumeng. Ye Bufan was suddenly speechless and confused. This fat guy actually used this method to trick Qian Rumeng back. Damn, that's cruel. Call out. In just a moment, another figure rushed in from outside the hall at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. The person who came was none other than Qian Rumeng. Ye Bufan looked confused and stunned. When a word came to his mind, he hesitated slightly, not understanding why Qian Rumeng came back. Qian Rumeng did not hesitate, nor did she stop. She stood on tiptoe in front of Ye Bufan and smiled slightly. "You are awesome." Boom. The next second, she pecked Ye Bufan's left cheek lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water, and it was fleeting. Ye Bufan widened his eyes, his face full of surprise. "What's the meaning? This is a reward for you. Goodbye." Qian Rumeng smiled slightly, waved to Ye Bufan, then turned and left without staying. "Award," Ye Bufan murmured, touching the left side of his face that was attacked, and looked at Qian Rumeng's back as she walked away, his expression stunned. What the hell is going on? My mind short-circuited for a moment. Well, after a few seconds, Ye Bufan sighed helplessly. He couldn't figure out what the Qian father and daughter wanted to do, so he stopped thinking about it. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan walked out of the hall. The entire fortress is divided into 3 parts, the periphery, the middle level, and the core. Although Ye Bufan completely opened the fortress, it was only the outer and middle areas. The core area was the base of the 7 killing army and no one was allowed to enter. Because of this, in the entire core area of the fortress, except for the nearly 1 million 7 killers peripheral members that Ye Bufan had just recruited at Phylongtai, the only person in the entire core area is Ye Bufan, who is in the main hall. After leaving the main hall, Ye Bufan walked into a house on the left. It had been almost half a month since he left the underground palace, and Ye Bufan was ready to go back and take a look. The underground palace is right under the fortress, which brings great convenience to Ye Bufan. Unlike other places, if Ye Bufan had not entered the underground palace from the previous passage, he would not have been able to find the specific location of the underground palace at all. Swallow and refine. Ye Bufan directly used the Tianyan Gai Ju to open up a cave on the ground, and then went down all the way. An hour later, in the underground palace. Boom. With a muffled sound, a large area of soil above the underground palace collapsed, and then Ye Bufan's body fell rapidly. Fuck. The sudden scene made Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaim. Previously, he entered the underground palace through passages that had already been opened, and these passages were opened from the periphery of the underground palace. But this time was different. This time Ye Bufan went directly through the passage opened above the underground palace. After entering the underground palace, he was still hundreds of meters above the ground. Huff, huff, huff. At this moment, as Ye Bufan's body fell rapidly, the sound of wind rang in his ears, and his face turned pale. If he fell to the ground from a height of hundreds of meters, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Unexpected. Ye Bufan was suddenly shocked. Zhangtian, release the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger. At the critical moment, Ye Bufan shouted to Zhangtian in his heart, and then directly threw Zhangtian Palace out. Ye Bufan fell 150 meters and was 130 meters from the ground when the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace suddenly opened. Call out. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger rushed out. 30 meters from the ground. The purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger flew past and carried Ye Bufan on its back, then made a quick dash and landed steadily. It's very dangerous. Call. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back, Ye Bufan felt a little scared. He was too careless and almost fell to pieces. Kill. Kill. At this time, Ye Bufan's mind had just calmed down, and before he could think more, a deafening shout of killing from afar swept over like a storm, accompanied by a series of muffled, bang bang bang, sounds. Ye Bufan was shocked. What's going on? He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. Unfortunately, due to the fog in the underground palace, Ye Bufan's vision was obstructed and he couldn't see what was happening in front of him. Suddenly, my heart tightened. This underground palace is my old nest, why are there shouts and screams? Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan jumped off the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger and then rushed towards the source of the sound. The speed is extremely fast. Kill. Kill. The sound of killing shook the sky and the killing force was boundless. 30 meters away from the shouting and killing sounds, Ye Bufan clearly saw hundreds of new recruits from Tianwang City frantically attacking the Ye family. The momentum of the raging waves is like wolves and tigers, one after another. In addition to the Ye family, Qin Yao and Qin Rong were also besieged. What's worse, Qin Yao was facing at least 50 people at the moment. Crazy battle. Crazy siege. Bang, bang, bang. At the edge of the battle circle, Hao Peng's fat body lay on the ground, motionless. He was surrounded by more than a dozen new recruits from Tianwang City, punching and kicking him. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, he was shocked and angry. Chapter 384, Immortal Golden Body Technique. Stop! Ye Bufan shouted fiercely, and in an instant he came to the periphery of the battle circle. The originally crazy battle stopped instantly. A hint of coldness flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. He glanced at everyone and shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" Everyone was slightly stunned. "Bu Fan, you misunderstood." At this time, Qin Yao came to Ye Bufan in a few steps and said with a smile, "We are practicing." Practice. Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at everyone with suspicion. Everyone nodded. Qin Yao continued, "Although the essence pill you gave me earlier can directly improve your cultivation after taking it, it is only in the initial stage. If you take it continuously, it will cause your foundation to become unstable. So after many experiments, we came up with this most effective method. Every time after taking the essence pill, we practice the martial arts formula to completely use the essence force for our own benefit. Then, we completely consume all the essence force through fighting. After the energy is consumed, continue to take essence pills, continue to fight, and repeat this process. Although the improvement in cultivation is slower than taking essence pills directly, it is still several times faster than the normal cultivation speed, and the foundation is solid, so there is no need to worry about affecting future advancement. You see, I was only at the 5-star level before, but now I'm at the 7-star level, and I'm about to advance to the 8-star level. In the past, if I wanted to achieve the 7 stars return to origin, under normal circumstances, it would take at least 4 to 5 months, or even longer. But now it only took half a month to achieve it. As she spoke, Qin Yao smiled. I see. Ye Bufan responded, but was stunned again. He pointed at Hao Peng beside him and said in astonishment, even if that's the case, what's wrong with Xiao Peng? Is he lazy? Or did he do something wrong? Do you really have to treat him like this? Puff. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone around also laughed. Ye Bufan was stunned. What's the meaning? Young Master Yi at this time, Fatty Hao came over with a bruised face and nose, and said to Ye Bufan, I am practicing too. You are also practicing. Ye Bufan widened his eyes, looked up and down at Hao Peng, and questioned. Yes. Fatty Hao responded and said with a smile, Uncle Kai asked the boss to give me a martial art called Indestructible Golden Body Art. It does not cultivate yuanli, but cultivates the physical body. According to the records of the martial art, if the indestructible golden body is cultivated to the extreme, the physical body can be comparable to a holy soldier, invulnerable to swords and guns, and immune to water and fire. The body is comparable to that of a holy soldier, invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire. Ye Bufan was stunned, a look of horror emerging on his face. Yes. Fat Hao responded. That's not right. Ye Bufan said suspiciously, even if that's the case, you just need to practice your martial arts skills. Why are they beating you up? This. Fat Hao scratched his head and hesitated slightly. Long Xiaobao at the side said with a smile, Young Master Yi, it's like this, the practice method of this immortal golden body art is different from other martial arts. This is a passive practice martial arts art. The harder you beat and the more serious the injury, the faster you will practice. To put it bluntly, the way to practice this martial art is to get beaten. Being beaten. Ye Bufan was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. He looked Fat Hao up and down. It's true. With Hao Peng's laziness, if he were to practice on his own, it would be more painful than killing him directly. But the immortal golden body technique is different. Ye Bufan also saw it just now. Hao Peng just lay on the ground, letting people hit him. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. But the key is that Fat Hao himself doesn't have to move. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan shook his head, feeling confused. This fat guy is so lazy that he is hopeless and unprecedented. By the way, how is everyone's cultivation going during this period? Then, Ye Bufan stopped paying attention to Fat Hao and looked at everyone and asked. Ye Fu stepped forward and said, Master, half of the people have already advanced to the condensation stage. The remaining half will definitely be able to advance to the condensation stage within half a month. In addition, Xiaobao has reached the 8-star condensation yuan. Wang, and Xuanzhi are all 6-star condensation yuan now. Yi Long, Yi Hu, Yi Qin, and Yi Qi are all 5-star condensation yuan. Uncle Tai Chi and the others are all 3-star condensation yuan. In half a month, the people in Tianwang camp improved very fast, even terrifyingly. Of course, this was also the reason why Ye Bufan spared no expense and spent countless natural treasures and essence pills. It can be said that in the entire Shenwu continent, apart from Ye Bufan, there would be no other person who was so crazy and extravagant. As for Xiaopeng, after a pause, Ye Fu said, he is now a 1-star returning to the origin. 1 star. Ye Bufan shook his head and looked at Hao Peng and said, Xiao Peng, you want to add? Just as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan was suddenly stunned. He looked at Ye Fu and said in shock, what did you just say? 1-star return to the origin. Yes. Ye Fu nodded in response. How is that possible? Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, and he spoke in a shocked and chaotic voice. Half a month ago, Xiaobao was already a 4-star condensation yuan, and half a month later, he was only an 8-star condensation yuan. Xiaopeng just broke through to the condensation yuan half a month ago. How come he has become a return yuan all of a sudden? Breakthrough to a new level in half a month. Is it scary? Young master, this is the fact. It's all because of the immortal golden body technique. Ye Fu said seriously. Immortal golden body technique. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Is this martial art so terrifying? Ye Fu said, if it's just the immortal golden body technique itself, it naturally won't improve so fast, but with the essence pill, it's different. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Master, although the immortal golden body technique does not cultivate yuanli, but only cultivates the physical body. However, it also requires yuanli. Ye Fu explained directly without any hesitation. Originally, the cultivation of the immortal golden body technique requires the warrior to absorb yuanqi from the outside world, convert yuanli, and then use the yuanli to continuously temper the physical body. But with the essence pill, it is different. The cultivation of the first half of the immortal golden body technique can be completely ignored, and the physical body can be tempered directly. Now Xiaopeng's body is almost the same as that of a demon. As long as he continues to take essence pills and is stimulated by external forces, he will continue to become stronger. It's very fast. Not only that, because all the energy he absorbed was used to refine his body, he didn't need to improve as quickly as we did and cause an unstable foundation. Also, although Fatty Hao has no energy in his body, his physical strength is almost the same as it was after the energy was increased. Most importantly, when he fights, he doesn't have to worry about running out of energy and affecting his combat effectiveness. Of course, because there is no yuanli, most martial arts cannot be enhanced, and even many martial arts cannot be practiced. Another point is that the divine yuan realm cannot fly in the air. Hiss. As soon as Ye Fu finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but gasp. What is the essence of a warrior? Strength. If there is no strength as a foundation, what is the point of having powerful martial arts? On the contrary, if you have great strength, what does it matter if you don't have energy or martial arts enhancement? Every punch will still hurt the enemy. The secret of immortal golden body. The attack power remains unchanged, and the body still has strong defensive power, allowing for both offense and defense. This is definitely a terrifying close combat martial art. Can't fly. So what if I can't fly? The most important thing is the speed of improvement of this martial art. Even a lazy guy like Hao Peng can be promoted from 1-star condensation yuan to 1-star return yuan in half a month. What about someone else? If it weren't for the fact that everyone can only practice one martial arts technique, and the Tianyan Gai technique that Ye Bufan practiced was too special, at this moment, even he would want to practice the immortal golden body technique, which is simply a martial arts technique that drives people crazy. If that's the case, then why don't you practice? Ye Bufan suddenly looked at everyone and asked. Ye Bufan could understand that Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu and others did not practice the immortal golden body art. After all, they had good talents and their practice speed was not slow. But it was different for others. Practicing the immortal golden body art would only benefit them, not harm them. Hearing this, everyone hesitated slightly. What's the matter? Is there any problem? Ye Bufan frowned and asked in confusion. Master, this martial art consumes too much energy. Ye Fu suddenly said, and after a pause, he added, in half a month, the energy we consumed was consumed by Xiaopeng alone. On the side, Fat Hao was slightly embarrassed. High consumption. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yes. Is this the reason why you haven't practiced the immortal golden body technique? Glancing at the people around him, Ye Bufan asked again. Yes. Fuck. Ye Bufan exclaimed immediately, I thought it was something else, isn't it just essence pills? I will give you as many as you want. It will definitely be enough. What does Ye Bufan lack the least now? There are countless monsters and wild beasts on the battlefield of monsters and wild beasts, all of which can be used by me. Even if there are no monsters and wild beasts, there are still yuanqi and natural treasures. At worst, the Shenwu continent is vast and boundless, and the soil and stones are inexhaustible. The Tianyan Gai secret can refine all things in heaven and earth. Essence pill. As much as you want, as much as you want. You can make as many as you want. Ye Bufan's words made everyone slightly stunned. Essence pills, enough for you. Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. From now on, anyone who wants to practice the immortal golden body technique does not need to worry about anything, just practice. Of course, it is all voluntary, I will not force you. The secret of immortal golden body. This is simply practicing the Vajra indestructible divine art. Just imagine, when your martial arts have been practiced to a certain level in the future, what would it feel like if a group of invulnerable guys besieged one or several warriors? Simple, rough and hard-hitting. I'll scare you to death. Young master, I want to practice the immortal golden body technique. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tai Chi was the first to stand up and speak. He, Ye Fu, Ye Wang and others were from the Ye family, and Ye Bufan treated them all equally. However, due to his own talent, Tai Chi's cultivation speed could not keep up with Ye Fu and others. When he was in the transcendent realm, because he was older and his cultivation was much higher than Ye Fu and others, he was able to maintain a balance. But things were different after entering the condensation stage. The advantages of Ye Fu and others began to show up significantly. It had only been half a month, and they all started practicing from the 1-star condensation stage, but Ye Fu and others had already reached 5 and 6 stars, while he was still only 3 stars. If this continued, Tai Chi knew that the gap between them would become larger and larger, and it would be impossible for him to keep up with Ye Bufan and the others. But it's different with the immortal golden body technique. Isn't it just getting beaten? Who is afraid of whom? Young master, we also want to practice the immortal golden body technique. After Tai Chi, the original 6 guards of the Ye family also said at the same time. And me, I also practice this immortal golden body technique. At this moment, in Tianwang City, 2,000 new recruits, both men and women, without exception, shouted in unison. They all practiced the immortal golden body technique. Indestructible as diamond, immune to swords and guns. This must be a group of terrifying beings, the 7 killers. Chapter 385, Heaven-Destroying Realm, Sword to Calm the Soul. Among the 2,000 new recruits in Tianwang City, all the 77 type people chose to practice the immortal golden body technique. Ye Bufan had no objection to this and was even very happy to see it. The power of the immortal golden body art is beyond doubt. It is indestructible, invulnerable to swords and spears, and is completely an indestructible cockroach. When fighting with warriors of the same level, no matter what level they are, if the two fight, the defense is not broken, then they are already invincible. What's more, there are more than 2,000 people like this. What kind of concept is that? The most important thing is, with the essence pill, these people's cultivation speed will no longer be limited by their talent. As long as their will is strong enough, they can grow quickly. For Ye Bufan, nothing is more important than improving his own strength and expanding his own power. Although nearly 1 million members of the 7 killers had been recruited, and the weakest one was at the 6-star condensation realm level, these people had just been recruited, and Ye Bufan was not at ease with them, let alone fully trusting them. But the people in front of me are different. Whether it was the Ye family or the 2,000 new recruits from Tianwang City, they were all die-hards of the Ye family and Ye Bufan, absolutely loyal and trustworthy. They were the team and foundation for Ye Bufan to make a living in Shenwu continent. For this purpose, Ye Bufan can cultivate him at any cost and spare no effort. Tianwang War Camp, 7 killing maniacs. These people still belong to the War Department, but they are Ye Bufan's private army. They are still very weak now, but one day, they will become a sharp sword in Ye Bufan's hand, killing people and taking souls. AFU, what about you guys? After more than 2,000 people made their decision, Ye Bufan looked at Ah Fu and others and asked, all members of the 7 killers should be treated equally. After thinking for a while, Ah Fu said, Master, the master has already prepared martial arts techniques for us, so we won't practice the immortal golden body technique. The others also nodded. Okay. Ye Bufan responded, then glanced at Long Xiaobao again, and stopped asking. Now that Long Xiaobao has become Uncle Kai's disciple, Uncle Kai has used the immortal golden body technique even for Hao Peng, so he will definitely not be stingy with his apprentice. Presumably, the martial arts that Long Xiaobao practiced must be quite good. Ye Bufan didn't ask any more questions. Normally, humans would hone their bodies before the age of 12, and only start practicing martial arts after the age of 12. But Long Xiaobao was different. He was now 11 years old, with a basic strength of 93 and an 8-star condensed essence realm. Just thinking about it was terrifying. It is really hard to imagine how much he will grow up to. Recovering his thoughts, Ye Bufan looked at everyone and said, in that case, let's continue practicing. Those who haven't advanced to the condensation stage should strive to advance to the condensation stage as soon as possible. Those who have already advanced to the condensation stage can start practicing the immortal golden body technique. Don't worry, there are enough essence pills. Wow! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, cheers rang out. There is no doubt about the power of the immortal golden body technique. If it weren't for the essence pill, they would have already started practicing it. Ha ha ha. Amid the cheers, Fat Hao laughed loudly, pointed at everyone and said mockingly, you bastards, I taught you to laugh at me. Now it's all right, ha 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 ha, from now on you all have to call me master and follow me to get beaten together. Everyone was stunned and their mouth corners twitched. Ye Bufan smiled and shook his head. He liked this atmosphere very much. It was simple and friendly. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Okay, you guys get busy. I will practice hard this time. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. "Young Master Yi, what is your current cultivation level?" Suddenly, Long Xiaobao's clear little eyes looked at Ye Bufan and asked curiously. "The same goes for others. 5 stars return to their origin." Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They all clearly remembered that when Ye Bufan left half a month ago, he was only at the 2-star level. In just half a month, he had advanced to the 5-star level. Isn't this speed too fast? After all, returning to the origin is not as good as condensing the origin. The further you go in the martial arts path, the harder it is to practice. And from what Ye Bufan said, this time he came back to practice well, which means that he didn't practice at all before. Damn it, are you going to let people live? Especially Qin Yao, who was nothing but shocked at this moment. She was originally a Guiyuan realm warrior, so she naturally knew how difficult it was to cultivate in the Guiyuan realm. When she first met Ye Bufan in Tianwang City, Ye Bufan was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, while she was already a 5-star Guiyuan realm warrior. Now, Ye Bufan has returned to the 5-star level, while she has only returned to the 7-star level. Moreover, even if she has returned to the 7-star level, it is still because of the essence pill in the past half-month. How do you practice? Suddenly, Qin Yao couldn't help but ask. This guy's improvement speed was really too fast, so fast that it was shocking. This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and said awkwardly, "It's nothing. I just accidentally broke through to the next level." Ha ha. Everyone was speechless. Accidentally. What do you think martial arts training is? Ye Bufan was having a hard time telling them. Should he tell them that he hadn't practiced at all in the past half-month? The reason why he advanced to the 5-star return to origin so quickly was because of an accident. He slept with Lang Ningshang and advanced inexplicably when he woke up. Who believes it? That's right. Suddenly, Ye Bufan changed the subject and looked at Long Xiaobao, saying, "Xiaobao, did Uncle Kai say anything when he taught you the heaven-slaying sword?" Everyone was stunned by Ye Bufan's words. Long Xiaobao asked suspiciously, "What does Ye Xiao mean? For example, has Uncle Kai ever told you that he has taught this martial art to others, or what is the origin of this martial art?" Ye Bufan has always been curious about Ning Chushui's ability to perform the heaven-slaying sword. Uncle Kai taught Long Xiaobao the heaven-slaying sword, and Ning Chushui also knew it. This is really a coincidence. This. Long Xiaobao hesitated slightly and said, "Master never mentioned this." "Didn't you mention it?" Ye Bufan frowned. Qin Yao asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this martial art?" "Nothing, I just met someone who could perform the heaven-slaying sword." Ye Bufan said casually, and then looked at Long Xiaobao and said, "Then is there anything special about this heaven-slaying sword?" Earlier, when Ning Chushui used the heaven-killing sword, Ye Bufan found that he could not move his feet at all. Thinking about it now, he felt scared. Long Xiaobao frowned. What's special about it? For example, when performing martial arts, making the person unable to move is equivalent to a sure hit with the sword. Ye Bufan did not hide it. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone took a breath of cold air. The sword of heaven slaying was a heavenly level martial art. When Long Xiaobao had used it before, they had already witnessed the horror of this sword. A sword is bound to hit. Who can resist? It's a sure kill. Have. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long Xiaobao's words rang out. Everyone was stunned and their hearts trembled. Is it true? Long Xiaobao said, "When my master taught me the Zudian sword, he mentioned in the general outline of martial arts that Zudian is perfect, it can slay gods and demons, and once you enter the state of mind, the sword will calm the soul." After a pause, Long Xiaobao continued, "As long as this martial art is cultivated to the state of mind, a single strike of the sword will be able to shock the heart and soul. This is a sure-shot sword, you cannot dodge, you can only defend. If you can't defend, you will die." Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp again. One sword to settle the soul. Can't dodge, can only defend. If you can't defend yourself, you'll die. Such a domineering and sharp martial art. Young Master Yi, could it be that the person you met has already cultivated the heaven-slaying sword to the realm of artistic conception? As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xiaobao looked at Ye Bufan and asked. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's horrified eyes fell on Ye Bufan, with a hint of shock and horror. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. The slaying of the heavens is perfect, the gods are slain and the demons are slaughtered. Once you enter the state of mind, the sword will calm your soul. All martial arts are divided into 5 levels: entry level, minor success, major success, perfection, and artistic conception, starting with entry level and culminating in artistic conception. Shi Feishuan once said that if martial arts do not reach the state of mind, they will ultimately be just ordinary items. Although Ye Bufan has the martial arts inheritance of Master Feishuan, any martial arts can be quickly practiced in the artifact space by consuming merits and reach the state of perfection. But it is only perfection. If he wants to enter the realm of art, he can only rely on himself. Perfection is easy, but artistic conception is difficult. There is no doubt that Ning Chushui's sword has entered the artistic conception. How old is she? However, at the age of 20, she has already mastered a martial art to the artistic level, and it is a heavenly martial art. What's more, she also has superb piano skills. Such talent, such strength, a strong opponent. Chapter 386, Girl, Cold Bow, and Shocking Killing Power. In the underground palace, after Ye Bufan disbanded the team, everyone did not rush to practice but instead entered the Burial Heaven Palace. For half a month, we lived in the open air. Although it was commonplace for warriors and had no impact, it still made people miss the comfort of the bed. Combine work and rest. In the words of Hao Peng, I will sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Bufan's room. Qin Yao sat on Ye Bufan's lap, leaning in his arms, turning her head, looking at Ye Bufan with concern, and whispered, "Who is that person who has cultivated the heaven-slaying sword to the state of artistic conception? Is he coming for you?" "A woman," Ye Bufan said without hiding anything. Qin Yao was stunned. "A woman?" Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Do you still remember Han Nuo, who was beheaded by me on the Flying Dragon Terrace of the Sky Fortress on July 7 for the crime of convicting his clan?" Han Nuo. Qin Yao naturally remembered, and would never forget. After all, he was the fiancé chosen by her family. But she was puzzled. What does this have to do with him? That woman came here to avenge him. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "For this reason, she had previously set up a trap for me, and even massacred Qingfeng town and killed 100,000 people, just to convict me of a clan crime. In the same way, she beheaded me on the Filong stage as a warning to the public. Massacre a city with blood and kill 100,000 people. What a cruel heart." Qin Yao couldn't help but take a breath, and was worried about Ye Bufan again. Then, she asked again, "What happened next?" Later, Ye Bufan sneered and said smugly, "Don't you think about who I am, your husband?" Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Ye Bufan continued, "This young master directly asked the fat man Qian Duoduo to find the old members of the Flying Dragon Army. Now the 2 commanders of the War Department, the 4 generals, and hundreds of generals broke the situation violently. Not only that, but they also killed her once." Qin Yao was stunned. "Dead. Dead, but not dead. What's the meaning? Have you heard of the secret technique of the 9 lives of the heavenly demon?" Qin Yao's body trembled. She looked at Ye Bufan with her pupils shrinking. She said in horror, "9-life demon, reborn from the flames, a member of the Ning family. I almost forgot that our baby Yao Yao also came from Kangchong Martial Academy." Ye Bufan touched Qin Yao's hair and said with a smile, "Don't laugh." Qin Yao shouted, stood up, looked directly at Ye Bufan, and said solemnly, "Do you know that in the entire Kangchong Martial Academy, the Ning family is the most difficult family to deal with? Even the top families dare not provoke them easily." "Yeah," Ye Bufan chuckled. "Others may be afraid of them, but I am not." After a pause, a hint of coldness flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes. "It would be fine if the Ning family stayed out of this, but if they dare to get involved, I will destroy the Ning family and make sure that no one in the family is left alive." Qin Yao's heart trembled when she heard this, and she said anxiously, "Don't do anything rash, the current Ning family is not something you can contend with. Have you forgotten that I still have the Flying Dragon Army under my command?" Ye Bufan smiled and said calmly, "The Flying Dragon Army today is no longer what it used to be. Among the 81 war departments of the human race, the 81 commanders of the Flying Dragon Army account for half. If the Ning family dares to move, the Flying Dragon Army will destroy their Ning family mansion." After a pause, Ye Bufan gently pinched Qin Yao's nose and said with a smile, "So, don't worry. Apart from that woman Ning Chushui, no one else in the Ning family will get involved, and they will not be stupid enough to attack me. Qin Yao was stunned and frightened. The Flying Dragon Army controls half of the War Department's power. This, like Zi Qinhao, Ni Zi and others, Qin Yao also found this result unbelievable. Suddenly, she was stunned again and said, "You said the person who attacked you and wanted to avenge Han Nuo was Ning Chushui." Ye Bufan responded with a smile. How is that possible? Qin Yao was full of doubts. Everyone knows Kangchong Martial Academy. The second young lady of the Ning family has had autism since she was a child. She never leaves the house. What is her relationship with Han Nuo? And why does she want to avenge Han Nuo? Who knows? Ye Bufan shook his head, but it doesn't matter anymore. She missed the first chance to kill me. She will never have a second chance. On the contrary, if I can kill her twice, I can kill her a third time. Moreover, with the previous lesson, her 9 lives of the heavenly demon is no longer a threat to me. Next time, I will take her directly to the Heaven Burial Palace and kill her to death. Qin Yao was convinced of this. Once she entered the Heaven Burial Palace, she could not escape and could only let Ye Bufan slaughter her. But she was puzzled. You killed her twice. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled and said, forget it, let's not talk about her, it's such a bummer. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan grabbed Qin Yao's delicate hand and said ambiguously, Yao Yao baby, I haven't seen you for 2 months. Do you miss me? Qin Yao's face suddenly flushed with shame, and she turned her head away. I don't want to. Yeah. Ye Bufan laughed evilly, looking obscene. Before Ye Bufan could make any further moves, Qin Yao had already broken free from Ye Bufan's embrace, stood up, and glared at him. Don't have any bad thoughts, wait until my 3 conditions are met. So, as long as I do those 3 things, I can do anything, Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile. Snort. Qin Yao snorted, rolled her eyes at him, and said coquettishly, wipe the stuff off your face first, it's so ugly. Ye Bufan was stunned. Is there something on my face? As he spoke, he touched his cheek again, looked at Qin Yao suspiciously and said, no. See for yourself. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him, grabbed the bronze mirror on the table, and threw it directly at Ye Bufan. You are such a playboy. Ye Bufan was stunned and took the bronze mirror. How did I become unfaithful? Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him. Ye Bufan was stunned, but he didn't stop and looked at the bronze mirror. But after just one look, Ye Bufan was stunned. A lip mark is clearly visible on the left cheek. Money is like a dream. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Yao Yao, my dear, it's a misunderstanding, Ye Bufan was about to explain, but found that there was no trace of Qin Yao in the room. Snow in June. For a moment, Ye Bufan felt that he was more wrong than Doi. Fuquan Town, Ziqianhao War Zone, one of the human battlefield towns. At the same time, it is also the garrison and headquarters of the Xian Corps. In the town, people come and go, the sounds of hawking are constant, and everywhere is bustling, prosperous, and noisy. Everything is the same as usual. But at this moment, there was a different scene outside the town. At both sides of the entrance, there were no less than thousands of warriors gathered, including men and women, old and young. With so many people gathered together, the atmosphere should have been noisy, but in front of me was dead silence, and there was a hint of desolation in the air. Thousands of people focused their attention on one point. White clothes, purple bow. Lang Ningsheng stood holding a bow with a stern expression, staring straight at the Fuquan town in front of him. He was neither sad nor happy, but with a murderous intent that was sharp and shocking. The air seemed to be frozen. In front of her, there were several corpses lying in a mess. Without exception, all of these corpses had been pierced through the neck by a sharp arrow. The bright red blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and it was obvious that they had died not long ago. Thousands of people watched, but no one came forward to collect the body. Girl, is there anything that can't be talked about calmly? We are all members of the human race, why do we have to kill each other? In front of Lang Ningsheng, the general of the War Department said helplessly. Lang Ningsheng simply ignored him. Cold and resolute. The war general's mouth twitched. After a moment, Lang Ningsheng suddenly spoke, there are still 10 minutes. There was a chill and murderous intent in her words. The generals were helpless and in disarray. Girl, our leader has something to say. Suddenly, a thin man came out tremblingly from the small town, holding a white flag. He looked at Lang Ningsheng and said in a trembling voice. Lang Ningsheng glanced at the other person. The Blazing Flame Corps. The eyes of the onlookers also fell on the newcomer. Yes, it is. The visitor nodded timidly. As soon as the man said this, Langning Shang did not hesitate at all. She took a step forward, grasped the bow, and a sharp arrow suddenly appeared in her right hand. She drew the bow and pulled the string. The movements are done in one breath. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the visitor's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Run. A word rang in his mind, and without the slightest hesitation, he threw away the white flag in his hand, turned around and ran away. Jump. A muffled sound was heard. The world was silent. Langning Shang loosened his right hand, and the sharp arrow flew out of the bow, with a cold light like lightning, and hit the running man in front with unstoppable force. Kill. Base. Suddenly, the figure on the battlefield in front of Langning Shang moved, and the long sword in his hand was unsheathed. With lightning speed, he slashed down with the sword. With a clang sound, the sharp arrow shot by Langning Shang was cut off in an instant, and fell to the ground with two pa sounds. Call out. At this time, another cold light flashed past the general. The battlefield was shocked, but unable to stop it. At the town gate. At this moment, the runaway man had already entered the town. He could hear the voice behind him clearly. Knowing that the general of the War Department had helped him block the arrow, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his steps did not stop at all. It's not safe here. Puff. The next second, a sharp arrow pierced his throat. Blood splattered. The man paused. Bang. With a dull thud, the man fell to the ground and died. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. What a fast archery skill. What accurate archery. At that moment just now, they only saw the first arrow, but did not see when Langning Shang shot the second arrow. Looking at the man who died at the gate of Fuquan town, the general of the War Department gritted his teeth and glanced at Langning Shang. His hand holding the knife was shaking with anger. Langning Shang retracted her gaze and looked directly at the general. Personal grudges, no one should bother with them. If you do it again, I will kill you too. Clear eyes, emitting a cold light. Cold and resolute. The girl, the cold bow, and the terrifying killing force. Chapter 387. A person without hatred, resentment or grudge. Personal grudges should not be taken care of. If it happens again, I will kill you too. The cold voice made everyone present tremble. The war general's mouth twitched. Girl, I shouldn't be involved in personal grudges, and I have no right to be involved. But the people from the Blazing Flame Corps said that they don't know you at all, and they don't know what grudges there are between you, and you didn't say anything yourself. Could it be a misunderstanding? If you have anything to say, we can sit down and talk slowly. Once we have made it clear, it won't be too late for you to take action then. But the way you are doing now, after all, this is the headquarters of the War Department. It's very difficult for me to do this. The general said with a painful look on his face. About half an hour ago, Langning Shang chased the deputy commander of the Xian Corps and his entourage all the way to Fuquan town. After killing several people, the deputy commander of the Xian Corps fled into Fuquan town with the remaining few people. Langning Shang did not continue to chase them. However, she did not chase after him, but she did not leave either. Outside Fuquan town, Langning Shang was waiting there, and threatened that if the people from the Xian Corps did not come out in half an hour, she would just rush in and kill them. The most important thing is that the people of the Blazing Flame Corps didn't know Langning Shang at all. Even the deputy head who was being hunted by her didn't know what was going on, and Langning Shang herself didn't say anything. That's why, until now, the people here still haven't figured out what the grudges between the two sides are, and why Langning Shang wants to destroy the Blazing Flame Corps. This is especially true for the people of the Scorching Flame Corps. As soon as the general finished speaking, Langning Shang said in a cold voice, "If this wasn't your headquarters, would I give you half an hour? I want to go in, and you can't stop me." The battlefield suddenly became tense. There are still 5 minutes left. Either they come out or I go in myself. Langning Shang said coldly, ignoring the anger of the war general. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, she took off into the air. In mid-air, white clothes rustled, 3,000 black hairs danced wildly, one man and one bow, with terrifying killing power, as if to purify the world. Buzz. This sudden scene made everyone present tremble violently. Flying in the air, a divine warrior. Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. Although Langning Shang attacked continuously and her Yuan force was pure and powerful, everyone knew that she was very powerful, but no one expected that she was actually a divine Yuan warrior. The general of the War Department also narrowed his eyes. Divine origin realm, can he stop it? No. Time passes quietly. Fuquan Town, the headquarters of the Xian Corps. Bang! In the hall, a bearded man slapped the table in front of him, glanced at the dozen or so captains and 3 deputy captains of the Blazing Corps, and shouted angrily, "Who can tell me what the hell is going on? What is the origin of this woman?" The bearded man was none other than Xiao Fei, the commander of the Xian Corps. Although the Blazing Flame Corps was not as large as those large corps, it still had more than 3,000 people. But in the past few days, nearly half of the more than 1,000 members of the corps went out and never came back. This incident has caused panic among the entire corps. Now, someone has actually reached the headquarters of the Qian Corps, which is now outside Fuquan Town, and threatened to destroy the entire Qian Corps today. As the head of the group, how could Xiao Fei not be angry, anxious or furious? But the key point is that no one in the entire army knew Langning Shang. They only knew that the other party was very strong, but other than that, they knew nothing else. Even the person who was sent out to ask for the reason didn't say anything. He was killed without any hesitation. It was a fight to the death. Everything happened too suddenly and inexplicably. Now, the entire Scorching Flame Corps was in chaos. I don't understand, and I still don't understand. After Xiao Fei finished speaking, the dozen people present all lowered their heads helplessly. How could they know Langning Shang's origins? Xiao Yang, you speak. After a quick glance and seeing that no one spoke, Xiao Fei's gaze fell directly on Xiao Yang, who had been chased by Langning Shang before, and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Yang is one of the 3 deputy commanders of the Xian Corps and the younger brother of the commander Xiao Fei. Hearing this, Xiao Yang hesitated slightly. Then he looked at Xiao Fei again, and said with a bitter face, "Brother, I really don't know where this woman came from." After a pause, Xiao Yang continued, "Before, my brothers and I had just returned from an outing when we ran into this woman outside Fuquan Town. She killed people without saying a word. At first we were going to fight back, but this woman's archery skills were too terrifying. She could kill a person with 1 arrow. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by her arrow." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Baffling. After a moment, Xiao Fei slammed the table and said angrily, "Fuck it, never mind, no matter who she is, why she attacked us, killed so many people from my Xian Corps, and wanted to destroy my Xian Corps, we can't just let it go like this. She wants to destroy us, and I'm going to kill her. So what if she's a powerful archer, so what if she's terrible at archery? I'm not afraid of her. After all, she's just one person with a bow. I still have more than 1,500 brothers in the Blazing Flame Corps. If she wants to fight, we'll fight her to the death. Call all brothers immediately. Let's fight." As he spoke, a hint of fierceness flashed in Xiao Fei's eyes. If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape. Now they have come to kill us, and their attitude is very clear and tough. They want to destroy the Scorching Flame Corps. Is he still hiding? Is hiding useful? Yes. As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, everyone present shouted in unison. Report. At this moment, a man from outside hurriedly ran in and came to the hall. Without the slightest hesitation, he looked at Xiao Fei and said tremblingly, Captain, that woman is a divine warrior." Boom. As soon as the visitor finished speaking, everyone present trembled. Like being struck by thunder. Although there are many Guiyuan realm warriors in the Xian Corps, there is not a single Shenyuan warrior. Even Xiao Fei, who has the highest cultivation level, is only at the 9-star Guiyuan level. There is no doubt that Shenyuan warriors are powerful. Of course, if it was just a divine Yuan warrior, this wouldn't be scary. What was scary was that Langning Shang, a divine Yuan warrior, also possessed terrifying archery skills. Shen Yuan flies in the air and kills people with archery. Even if the Blazing Flame Corps still had more than 1,500 people, so what? They were simply unable to compete with the other side and could only be slaughtered. Captain. For a moment, everyone looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei's mouth twitched. He roared in his heart, Shen Yuan, who the hell can tell me how I provoked her? How did I offend her? Why did she insist on destroying my Scorching Flame Corps? Last minute. Outside Qingfeng Town, Langning Shang stood proudly in the air, her 3,000 black hair dancing in the wind. Her clear eyes looked at Fuquan Town in front of her and she spoke in a cold voice. That chill, that murderous intent. Ice cold. Everyone present felt their hearts tremble violently. The war general's mouth twitched. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a dense and heavy sound of footsteps came from Fuquan Town. Xiaofei came in a mighty force with 1,500 members of the Scorching Flame Corps. Everyone's heart tightened. This pace is it a declaration of war. Looking at the mighty and powerful army of the Scorching Flame Corps, Langning Shang's left hand holding the longbow suddenly tightened, and murderous intent surged out of her eyes uncontrollably. At the entrance of Fuquan Town, the troops of the Xian Corps suddenly stopped. Xiaofei glanced at Langning Shang in midair, the corner of his mouth twitched, and then he looked towards the battlefield of the War Department and said, Commander Wang, my Xian Corps has been killing monsters and slaying wild beasts over the years. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Forehead. Xiaofei's words stunned everyone. What's the meaning? The same is true for generals. Langning Shang frowned but didn't care. To a group of dying people, it was useless to say anything and it was all nonsense. But what about now? As he spoke, Xiaofei pointed at Langning Shang in midair and said righteously, this woman came to Fuquan Town for no apparent reason and wanted to destroy my Xian Corps. If my Xian Corps provokes her, she will destroy my Xian Corps. Since we are not as strong as her, I have nothing to say. But the point is, we don't even know her. Without any grudges or hatred, she wants to destroy our Scorching Flame Corps relying on her own strength. Don't tell me your War Department won't do anything about it. We free warriors have been fighting desperately on this battlefield of monsters and barbarians for a chance to survive. Now, we not only have to face the monsters and barbarians, but also the persecution of the strong men of our human race. With enemies coming from all sides, who will dare to fight on the battlefield in the future? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofei knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and said, I ask the War Department to make the decision for my Scorching Flame Corps. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all 1,500 members of the Scorching Flame Corps knelt on one knee. Please ask the War Department to do it for my Scorching Flame Corps. Please ask the War Department to do it for my Scorching Flame Corps. Deafening sounds rose one after another, the voices were uniform and connected into one. The Scorching Flame Corps sought refuge from the War Department. Wow! Suddenly, the whole audience was filled with noise. Originally, seeing the more than 1,500 people of the Scorching Flame Corps coming in a mighty force, everyone thought that they wanted to fight Langning Shang to the death, but no one expected that they would actually ask for help and seek shelter from the War Department. This result was beyond their expectations. There is no doubt that the Scorching Flame Corps gave in. However, whether it was Xiaofei or the other members of the Blazing Flame Corps, they didn't care at all. It was better to live a miserable life than to die. They were not Langning Shang at all. If they hadn't been protected by the War Department, they would have died today. Dignity. Face. Integrity. There will be nothing when you die, so what's the point of all this? In midair, Langning Shang frowned. It was obvious that she had not expected that such a large army would seek refuge from the War Department. Girl. The general of the War Department glanced at the people of the Scorching Flame Corps, and then looked at Langning Shang. He just opened his mouth but was interrupted by a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha. Good, good, a man without hatred, resentment or grudge. Outside Fuquan Town, a rabid laugh rang out from the crowd. This girl has seen something new today. It turns out that using such a despicable method as drugging to destroy a person's innocence and ruin his life is also called having no grudges, no hatred, and no hatred. Okay, very good. Chapter 388 Langning Shang's Sword. This girl has learned something new today. It turns out that using such a despicable method as drugging to destroy someone's innocence and ruin their life is also called having no grudges, no hatred, and no resentment. Okay, very good. The sudden voice and the rampant laughter startled everyone, and even Langning Shang frowned. In an instant, everyone looked towards the source of the sound. The graceful figure of a young girl in a white gauze dress. In the crowd, Queer, the maid beside Ning Chushui, stood proudly. She stroked her hair lightly with a smile on her face, looking at the people of the Scorching Flame Corps with a teasing look on her face. Who are you? Looking at Queer, Xiaofei shouted in a deep voice. Woman. Queer chuckled. A woman who couldn't stand the shameless behavior of your blazing army and expressed sympathy for her. You. Xiao Fei gritted his teeth and was furious. What nonsense. We don't even know her, how can we destroy her innocence? And why do we want to destroy her innocence? Don't frame my scorching flame core, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Ha ha ha. As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, Queer laughed loudly, then her face darkened again and she said in a cold voice, false accusation. After the two words fell, Queer sneered, a beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. He can't get her, so he takes her by force. After a pause, Queer continued, although the people of your blazing core are not gentlemen, but only beasts and villains. However, I don't need to say much about this girl's appearance, right? Isn't this reason enough? You. Xiao Fei was furious, but Queer ignored him. As for you not knowing her, that's normal, because she doesn't know you either. But among the 3,000 members of your scorching flame core, someone knows her, and someone did this to her. Buzz. Suddenly, everyone present trembled. Xiao Fei was shocked. The imperial concubine of the Great Qin, Ningshang of the Leng family. Queer's cold voice sounded again. Recently, she was supposed to marry the Great Qin Emperor and spend her life with the man she loved. But, because of your shameless behavior, you ruined her innocence and her life. In vain, Queer raised her voice and turned cold, pointing at the people of the scorching flame core. Is this hatred, this resentment, this hatred enough? Shouldn't I destroy your scorching flame core? Boom. In an instant, everyone's soul was shaken. Looking at the people of the blazing flame core, there were thousands of people present, even the generals of the War Department, all with unfriendly expressions. To destroy a person's innocence and ruin his life is worse than that of an animal. People like this deserve to die and be killed. Everyone in the scorching flame core was stunned and shocked. Xiao Fei's body trembled. He looked at Queer, gritted his teeth, and said coldly, it's just one-sided. Why should we believe you? One-sided story. Queer sneered, straightened her body, and said solemnly, a few days ago, outside Qingfeng Forest, I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. You can't deny it. As soon as she finished speaking, Queer turned her gaze, pointed at the general of the War Department, and shouted loudly, you're a general of the War Department, do you want to help others abuse you? The words are sharp, like the cold edge of a sword. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes fell on the generals of the War Department. The warrior's body trembled. Kill her. Suddenly, Xiao Fei shouted coldly. It was impossible to ask for help from the War Department or to seek protection from the War Department. In this case, we had to fight. It was impossible to sit and wait for death. As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, behind him, more than 1,500 members of the Scorching Flame Corps took off the longbows on their backs without any hesitation. The Scorching Flame Corps was well prepared. More than 1,500 people bent their bows, put arrows on them, and pulled the strings. Yin. In the air, a phoenix cry was heard. Sharp and harsh. Lang Ningsheng took the first step. Call out. The blood-red arrow, carrying the phoenix's shadow and loaded with murderous intent, attacked Xiao Fei with unstoppable force. Xiao Fei's pupils shrank in shock. Without any hesitation, he took a step and moved his body. The arrow, which was as powerful as a bamboo, flew past him. Unfortunately, Xiao Fei dodged it, but the people from the Scorching Flame Corps behind him did not react in time and could not dodge it at all. Puff! An arrow pierced through the body and blood spurted out. Kill one person instantly, and the arrow's force does not decrease. Puff! The blood-red arrow pierced through the bodies of two members of the Scorching Flame Corps again. The phoenix shadow dissipated, and the blood-red arrow disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. 3 members of the Scorching Flame Corps fell to the ground at the same time, bright red blood oozing from their wounds. They were no longer alive. In a flash, he killed 3 people with 1 arrow. Hiss. Everyone in the audience inexplicably took a breath of cold air. This archery skill is terrifying. Everyone disperse. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei shouted loudly. In an instant, behind him, more than 1,500 members of the Scorching Flame Corps scattered in all directions. They did not hesitate at all. They were already in Fuquan town, and now they were looking for cover. Xiao Fei himself was no exception. Kill him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In Fuquan town, more than 1,500 soldiers of the Xian Corps hid behind their bunkers, and the longbows in their hands were not used for decoration. They bent their bows, put arrows on them, and pulled the strings. In an instant, countless sharp arrows shot out towards Lang Ningsheng in midair. More than 1,500 people and more than 1,500 arrows. What a spectacular scene. Call out. Lang Ningsheng suddenly jumped up. Fly 200 meters in the air. At this moment, she was already more than 300 meters away from the blazing flame core hiding in Fuquan town, which was beyond the range of an ordinary longbow. For a moment, all the more than 1,500 arrows shot by the blazing flame core missed and then fell from midair. Lang Ningsheng frowned. In Fuquan town, Xiao Fei hid in a bunker, looked up at Lang Ningsheng, and shouted, "Miss Lang, right. Everyone has their own responsibility. I, Xiao Fei, am deeply ashamed of such beastly behavior. However, since you have already killed him, why do you have to embarrass my Jian Core? What's more, I, Jian Bingtong, am not someone to be trifled with. Although your archery skills are extraordinary, they are of little use in this situation. My blazing flame core has more than 1,500 brothers, each of whom has experienced hundreds of battles and crawled out of the pile of dead bodies. Now that you don't have the support of archery, you are alone. Even though you are a divine Yuan warrior, you may not be a match for more than 1,500 of us. How about we just leave it at that? Shameless." As soon as Xiao Fei finished speaking, everyone thought to themselves. "Everyone, how about we help this girl and destroy the scorching flame core?" A solemn voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Base. A big man drew out his sword and glanced at the people around him. He was filled with indignation. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, without waiting for anyone present to answer, dozens of sharp arrows suddenly attacked from Fuquan town, and without exception, all hit the big man. Blood splattered. Bang. There was a dull thud, and the big man fell to the ground. In Fuquan town, Xiao Fei retracted the longbow in his hand, and his cold eyes swept over the big man, and then scanned the thousands of warriors in the venue, and shouted angrily, "Do you think that our blazing army is easy to mess with? If anyone dares to meddle in other people's business, don't blame us for being rude. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Now I, Xiao Fei, still have 1,500 brothers around me, many of whom are Guiyuan realm warriors. If we fight to the death, I will drag at least 1,500 of you down with me. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Hiss. Xiao Fei's words made everyone gasp. 1,500 people. 1,500 scapegoats. For a moment, the thousands of warriors watching the scene did not hesitate at all, and they all stepped back involuntarily. If it's none of your business, why bother getting involved? Snort. Xiao Fei snorted coldly, then looked up at Lang Ningsheng and said, "From now on, all past grudges will be written off. In addition, my Jian Core owes Miss Lang a favor. If you need help from my Jian Core in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. What do you think, Miss Lang?" Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone looked at Lang Ningsheng in midair. It is obvious that the scorching flame core was scared and submissive, but I don't know what Lang Ningsheng was thinking and what decision she would make. The next second, in the eyes of thousands of people, Lang Ningsheng retracted the longbow in her hand. Forehead. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Agreed. Call. Xiao Fei and the more than 1,500 men of the Jian Core couldn't help but gasp. Although they were numerous and powerful, they had no guarantee of winning. But at this moment, something strange happened. Call out. In midair, Lang Ningsheng rushed out at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of lightning, heading straight for Fuquan town, straight to where Xiao Fei was. What does she want to do? The sudden scene stunned everyone. Lang Ningsheng's cultivation was not weak, and her archery skills were also terrifying. However, now that she had rushed into Fuquan town, she could not use her archery skills to her advantage. It was like going deep into a tiger's den. Facing the siege of more than 1,500 people from the Jian Core, she was simply courting death. Xiao Fei was also stunned. Call out. Before anyone present could think about it, and before Xiao Fei could react, Lang Ningsheng had already appeared in front of him. His eyes were looking straight ahead, with a cold light flashing. You. Xiao Fei was suddenly shocked. Court death. Then, he roared again, his face ferocious, and the long sword in his hand suddenly appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed at Lang Ningsheng with an extremely domineering sword. Lang Ningsheng's expression was calm and even indifferent. Don't hide, don't evade, and don't retreat. Too slow. 3 words came out of her mouth, which made Xiao Fei confused. However, Lang Ningsheng did not stop, but faced Xiao Fei and waved her right hand. Brush. A flash of cold light flashed by. The latecomer arrives first. Xiao Fei paused, his attack came to a halt, and the long sword he raised high also stayed in midair. Time seemed to have stopped and space seemed to have solidified. Tick. In Langning Chang's hand was a 3-foot-long sword, with blood dripping from the tip of the sword. When the Xuanbing-level long sword in Xiao Fei's hand broke into 2 halves in an instant, and the upper half fell to the ground. With a bang, Xiao Fei fell to the ground. Puff. His eyes were wide open, and a bloodstain appeared on his neck, and then blood gushed out like a fountain. The blood instantly dyed the earth red. A battle between breaths. A sword in an instant. Space solidifies. The whole place was dead silent. The girl, the cold sword, Langning Shang's killing intent increased. Besides brother Qin Tian, you are the first one to see me use my sword. Today, the blazing flame core, not a single one will be left alive. Chapter 389, Bloodstained White Clothes. Cold words, murderous intent. White clothes, cold sword. Xiao Fei, who is at the 9-star return to origin realm, was killed instantly with one sword. Langning Shang stood with a sword in her hand, her 3,000 black hair dancing wildly, and murderous intent all over her body, making the space 3 points colder. What's going on? Everyone present was horrified. They didn't see what happened just now. How could Xiao Fei, who was at the 9-star return to origin realm, die just like that? Brother! Suddenly, a shout rang out. Xiao Yang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Xiao Fei's body. Then he glanced at Langning Shang and raised the long knife in his hand. Kill her. Firm and resolute. You killed my elder brother and I will make you pay with your life. However, the more than 1,500 soldiers of the surrounding scorching flame corps hesitated when they heard this, and no one rushed forward. Asshole. Seeing this, Xiao Yang cursed angrily. Even if you don't take action, she won't let you go. Today, either she dies or we die. Kill. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Yang rushed out. Kill. In an instant, the more than 1,500 warriors hiding behind the bunkers around the scorching flame core no longer stayed. Just as Xiao Yang said, Langning Shang came to bloodbath the scorching flame core today, and even if they didn't take action, Langning Shang would not let them go. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid it, so let's fight to the death. More than 1,500 people armed with long swords came from all directions to surround and kill, with such momentum that they were like the roaring and angry beasts of ancient times. Today, either you die or I die. The shocking momentum and terrifying murderous intent made thousands of people watching outside Fuquan town tremble with fear and fright. Langning Shang was not afraid at all. Kill. She shook the sword in her hand, stepped forward, and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, like a sharp arrow shot from her hand. It's here in a moment. The two parties met. Kill. In front of the Xian Corps and in front of Langning Shang, the 13 warriors did not hesitate or stop at all. Their eyes were full of murderous intent, and they slashed at Langning Shang with the long swords in their hands. 13 sword beams went straight for Langning Shang's vital points. Langning Shang did not retreat but advanced, slashing out with the long sword in his hand, facing the 13 warriors in front of him. He came from behind, swept the long sword, and the murderous intent swept over the more than 10 warriors in front of him. In an instant, the knives and swords collided, and the sound of clang 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 of metal fighting rang out. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, 13 blood arrows shot out. Ding ding ding. The long sword broke and fell to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In front of Langning Shang, 13 warriors fell to the ground instantly. There were blood marks on their necks, and like Xiao Fei, blood was gushing out. The knife breaks and life is lost. With one man and one sword, he killed 13 people in a breath. Langning Shang's white clothes were stained with blood. The killing momentum was shocking, but he did not stop at all. As soon as one sword fell, another sword was slashed out. Puff, puff, puff. Bright red blood spurted out. Kill 3 more people. Langning Shang's speed was extremely fast. Before the people of the Xian Corps could surround her, she had already rushed into the team of the Xian Corps. Instead of retreating, he advances, like a wolf among a flock of sheep. Long sword, cold edge. The long sword in Langning Shang's hand danced wildly, the sword shadows fluttered, and the sword came out. The cold light was like lightning, with an incomparable murderous intent. One word, fast. Kill one person with one sword. This is a sword that kills people and also a sword that takes lives. Be it the members of the Scorching Flame Corps or the people watching around, all of them were shocked and stunned. Her archery skills were horrific, but the sword in her hand was even colder. The girl has murderous intent and the world is pure and icy. Asshole. In the crowd, the 3 deputy commanders of the Blazing Flame Corps were furious. Xiao Yang yelled, "You are a bunch of trash." However, he felt helpless and miserable. Although the Blazing Flame Corps had 1,500 soldiers, only a few of them could really attack Langning Shang. Everyone else was blocked behind, and their hands and feet were tied. Just like their 3 deputy captains, there were many people from the Xian Corps between them and Langning Shang. They wanted to take action, but they simply couldn't do it. On the other hand, Langning Shang. She was fighting alone, with enemies all around her. She was like a fish in water and didn't need to worry or avoid anything. She would kill anyone with her sword. Moreover, Xiao Yang had to admit that Langning Shang's archery skills were very powerful, but the sword in her hand seemed even more terrifying. The speed of her sword was so fast that it was difficult to catch, as if she had reached the state of unity between man and sword. Advance and retreat, both offense and defense. In the melee, she could kill people, but no one could hurt her. Damn it! Xiao Yang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was furious, angry and helpless. After a brief confrontation, more than 100 soldiers of the Scorching Flame Corps fell. On the other hand, Langning Shang's white clothes were stained with blood, but not a single drop belonged to her. Moreover, her killing spree was just as strong as before, not weakened at all. If this continued, the Scorching Flame Corps would be slaughtered by her alone. Xiao Yang couldn't help but shout, "Brothers, from now on, there will be no more Scorching Flame Corps. Now, all of you run away, and whoever survives is a winner." Although I am unwilling, I have no choice. There was a huge gap in strength between the two. In Xiao Yang's opinion, Langning Shang was simply a killing machine. If they didn't run away, none of them would survive. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. If we die, we will have nothing. At least we cannot let these brothers who have gone through life and death together sacrifice their lives in vain and die here in vain. At this moment, Xiao Yang hated the bastard who drugged Langning Shang even more. He wanted to dig him out from the ground and kill him 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times. If it weren't for this bastard, would the Blazing Flame Corps have ended up like this? Buzz. Xiao Yang's words stunned everyone in the Xian Corps. Run. The next second, they no longer stopped. Although they knew that Langning Shang would not let them go, they were even more aware that they were no match for her. If you stay, you will die. If they retreated or fled now, they might still have a chance. After all, Langning Shang was only one person, while they had more than 1,000 people. As long as more than 1,000 people rushed out of Fuquan town, dispersed and fled in all directions, Langning Shang would not be able to keep them all. Every one that survives is a success. Moreover, Xiao Yang has already said that from now on there will be no more Scorching Flame Corps. After they escape, as long as they hide their identities, Langning Shang will not be able to find them in such a big world, let alone know that they are members of the Scorching Flame Corps. With this thought in mind, the remaining members of the Scorching Flame Corps did not stop, and more than 1,000 people turned around and ran towards the outside of Fuquan town. Kill. Langning Shang did not stop. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The long sword in her hand kept slashing out, tricky, sharp, and extremely fast. With cold murderous intent, the sword was bound to take someone's life. At this moment, the people of the Blazing Flame Corps had no intention of fighting and only wanted to escape. Langning Shang, who did not need to defend herself, was even more murderous. One sword takes one life. Killed 5 people in a breath. The people of the Xian Corps fled in front, while Langning Shang chased after them. Kill, kill, kill. Langning Shang was like a peerless killer. The sword kills. The sword is deadly. More than 1,000 people from the Scorching Flame Corps fled all the way, leaving behind a trail of corpses, blood flowing like a river, and corpses strewn all over the ground. Gurgle. Outside Fuquan town, thousands of warriors who were watching couldn't help swallowing as they saw the members of the Scorching Flame Corps running towards them with their weapons and armor abandoned. Shocked and horrified, one person killed more than 1,500 people and caused them to flee in panic. What kind of concept is this and what kind of impact is this? Absolutely horrible. Unforgettable in this life. Behind the Scorching Flame Corps, Langning Shang suddenly paused and retracted the sword in his hand as he watched the Corps members running away madly. Her eyes were cold and murderous. How can I let you live when I have destroyed my innocence and ruined my life? Brush. The next second, Lang Ningxiang had just put away the long sword in her hand, and the longbow of the ground soldier suddenly appeared. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and her 3,000 black hairs were dancing wildly. Hold the bow and pull the string. Call out. An arrow was shot out, and a storm of arrows rained down. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blood-red arrows, one turned into millions, and the sky was filled with a rain of arrows, carrying immense murderous intent, and they attacked the fleeing members of the Scorching Flame Corps in front of them with overwhelming force. Such a dense crowd. Such a close distance. How to run? How to run? Fuck. Outside Fuquan town, thousands of warriors who were watching saw Lang Ningxiang shoot an arrow and a rain of arrows swept over from the sky. They all widened their eyes and their pupils shrank. Run. One word rang out in everyone's heart. In an instant, the thousands of warriors who were watching scattered like birds and beasts. They did not hesitate at all, and did not stop at all. They all ran away at an extremely fast speed, just like the people of the Scorching Flame Corps, escaping madly. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Scorching Flame Corps was stunned. What's going on? Why are these people running? They originally thought that if they were to run away, these people would help Lang Ningxiang intercept them, but they didn't expect that these people were as cowardly as mice. They ran away before they could even say anything harsh. Of course, a few people saw the eyes of thousands of warriors and were curious, so they couldn't help but turn their heads and look behind them. However, just this one glance made them stunned and dumbfounded, and even their steps stopped involuntarily. Within the sight, in the pupils, the rain of arrows is getting closer and closer. Puff, puff, puff. The next second, a rain of arrows fell, and while the members of the Scorching Flame Corps were caught off guard, countless sharp arrows pierced their bodies, and blood splattered. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless people fell to the ground, bleeding and dead. With one arrow from the storm, he killed over 1,000 people. At the entrance of Fuquan town, Lang Ningxiang was standing alone, in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and there were corpses all over the ground. She was like a peerless killer. Chapter 390. Do you kill or not? Shocked and horrified. Staring blankly at the corpses on the ground in front of them, time seemed to have stopped, space seemed to have solidified, and everyone seemed to be possessed by a demon. Hiss. After a brief moment of shock, all the onlookers couldn't help but gasp. This arrow was so shocking and terrifying. You. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and stared at Lang Ningxiang with a ferocious face. He originally thought that only one out of the more than 1,000 people would survive, but he never expected that in the blink of an eye, except for him and the other two deputy captains, everyone else would be killed. Kill 1,000 men with one arrow. He was shocked by Lang Ningxiang's strength and even more angry at her behavior. Looking at Lang Ningxiang with red eyes, Xiaoyang clenched his fists and said angrily in a deep voice, "You are going too far." Lang Ningxiang ignored him. She stared coldly at Xiaoyang and the other two deputy commanders of the Xian Corps. She retracted the longbow in her hand and a long sword suddenly appeared. Call out. In an instant, Lang Ningxiang flashed and rushed out to kill. Xiaoyang's mouth twitched. This crazy woman. Then, he clenched a long sword in his hand and roared, "I'm going to fight you." As soon as the sword fell, Xiaoyang rushed out with the sword in his hand. Swipe. Behind him, the two deputy group leaders looked at each other. Swoosh. In an instant, the two of them did not hesitate at all, one on the left and one on the right, rushing towards two different directions outside Fuquan town. Their speed was extremely fast. They had no intention of staying to fight Lang Ningxiang, that would simply be courting death. Just as Xiaoyang was entangled with the other party, they could take the opportunity to escape. However, Lang Ningxiang would not let them get their wish. Seeing the two deputy captains running away on the left and right, Lang Ningxiang frowned. The next second, Lang Ningxiang's speed suddenly increased. She passed by Xiaoyang who was charging towards her and rushed towards the deputy captain on the left. Xiaoyang was stunned. The deputy commander on the left was shocked. Damn it, Xiaoyang, that idiot, was right in front of you, why didn't you kill him? Why did you chase me? At worst, you could chase the guy on the right, why me? Before the deputy head could think about it, Lang Ningxiang had already arrived in front of him. The deputy head paused, his pupils shrank, and he said, "Miss Lang." As soon as the deputy captain finished speaking, Lang Ningxiang swung out with the sword in his hand. Decisive, resolute, and a cold light flashed. Puff. Blood spurted out. Lang Ningsheng ignored him and did not even stop. She swung her sword and rushed towards the deputy captain on the right. The scorching flame core, leave no one alive. Bang! As Lang Ningsheng's figure just passed by, the deputy captain on the left fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Lang Ningsheng didn't care about this at all. She increased her speed to the extreme and chased after the deputy captain on the right, like a hunting cheetah. 50 meters away from the deputy commander on the right, Lang Ningsheng put away the long sword in his hand and replaced it with a longbow. He kept walking, holding the bow and pulling the string. Yin. An arrow is shot out, and the phoenix sings in the sky. Buzz. When the deputy commander heard the sound of a phoenix behind him, his body trembled violently. This sound was too familiar. Just now outside Fuquan town, Lang Ningsheng wanted to shoot Xiao Fei, the commander of the Scorching Flame Corps, with this arrow. Although Xiao Fei dodged, 3 members of the Scorching Flame Corps were pierced through the body by this arrow and died instantly. One can imagine how extraordinary this arrow is. Without any hesitation, the deputy captain rolled on the ground immediately. Call out. The phoenix arrow flew over him, bringing with it a gust of wind and immense murderous intent. He narrowly avoided the arrow. Call. The deputy head instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, a strong wind blew from behind. The deputy captain's pupils shrank and he was suddenly shocked. He stood up and was about to escape, but it was too late. Brush. Behind him, Lang Ningsheng slashed out with a sword. Puff. The sword fell, blood splattered, and life was lost. In just a few seconds, Lang Ningsheng ran back and forth for hundreds of meters, killing 2 deputy commanders of the Scorching Flame Corps in a row, and her speed was extremely fast. When she came in front of Xiaoyang again, Xiaoyang was still standing in the original position, with no intention of running away. Lang Ningsheng was slightly surprised. You didn't run away. Xiaoyang laughed bitterly. Run. Can you run away? Since you know you can't run away, why bother? Looking at Lang Ningsheng, Xiaoyang did not have the courage to draw his knife. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, but I don't accept it. Without waiting for Lang Ningsheng to speak, Xiaoyang continued to roar. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. One person from my Jian Corps defamed your innocence, so you should just kill him. But why did you kill 3,000 people from my Jian Corps? Don't you think that's a bit too much? With such a beautiful face, why is she so vicious? I once wanted to be a happy angel, but you turned me into a vengeful demon. As soon as Xiaoyang finished speaking, Lang Ningsheng said in a cold voice. Xiaoyang was stunned. Lang Ningsheng continued, July 12, Qingfeng Forest, Wangyu Valley, 7 men and 3 women. Her voice was chilling. Boom. One sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Xiaoyang's body trembled and his pupils shrank. On July 12, in Qingfeng Forest and Wangyu Valley, 7 men and 3 women were murdered, robbed and raped. Birds of a feather. Suddenly, Lang Ningsheng said in a cold voice. You. As soon as Xiaoyang's word rang out, Lang Ningsheng's sword moved. Cold front and cold edge. Puff. The sword fell, blood flowed, and life was lost. Bang. With a muffled sound, Xiaoyang fell to the ground. Lang Ningsheng retracted his sword. I once wanted to be a happy angel, but you turned me into a vengeful demon. Jian is out, the next one is Ye Bufan. Pa, pa, pa. At this time, a round of crisp applause rang out. In the crowd, Queer slowly walked towards Lang Ningsheng and said with a smile, good kill, wonderful kill. Scum like this has no right to live in this world and should have died long ago. After taking a look at Queer, Lang Ningsheng frowned. When the incident happened, besides the members of the Blazing Flame Corps, there were only Ye Bufan and I. The members of the Blazing Flame Corps were already dead, so it could be said that only Ye Bufan and I knew about it. Lang Ningsheng really couldn't figure out how the woman in front of him knew about it. Ye Bufan told her, it shouldn't be the case. But these are no longer important, and Lang Ningsheng doesn't want to know. There was nothing left in this world worth her staying for. Now she only wanted to do one thing, kill Ye Bufan and then commit suicide. Everything else has nothing to do with her. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Lang Ningsheng retracted her gaze and no longer paid attention to the bloody corpses on the ground, or the eyes of the thousands of people watching. She took a step forward and walked away alone. Seeing this scene, Queer was startled, then looked at Lang Ningsheng's back and said, his name is Ye Bufan, he is a 1-star general of the Tianwang camp under Zi Qinhao of the Tianfeng War Department. Now he has just formed the 7 Killings army. If you want to find him, go to the 7 Killings station. As for where the 7 killers are stationed, right in front of the Sky Fortress is the former Demon Fortress. If you still don't know, I believe you can find someone to find out now. Lang Ningxiang couldn't help but pause. But it was only for a moment, and then she started walking again, the sunset, the afterglow, the girl, the graceful figure, lonely and desolate. Hee. Looking at Lang Ningxiang going away, Queer sneered, beauty's sword, hero's tears. Ye Bufan, the beauty's sword is out, take it. Do you kill me, or don't you? Chapter 391, Divine Martial Realm, Demon God. The present cannot be retained, the memories are forgotten, time is like a butcher knife, cutting off the past and making people forget the past. In half a month, the story of Flying Dragon Marshal Ye Bufan leading 20 million human warriors to sweep the demon tribe and capture a fortress has been gradually forgotten. However, the 7 Killings station has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first to be affected is the strength of the 7 Killing army. The 7 Killings represent the army, and I am the commander. Marshal Filong formed the 7 Killings army, and with the generous military pay, countless warriors on the battlefield flocked to it. In just half a month, the number of members of the 7 Killings army soared from nearly 1 million at the beginning to 3 million. The number increased by 2 million in half a month, and this was because Lang Feng tried his best to control it. If he accepted everyone, the number of members of the 7 Killing army would probably have exceeded 10 million by now. Of course, although there are a lot of people, those who stay behind are definitely the elite among the members of the 7 Killing army. And it's cheap. Ye Bufan originally planned that the first batch of members of the 7 Kills army would have enough yuanxi for daily cultivation, and the amount for those who joined the 7 Kills army later would be halved. However, Lang Feng changed it directly to that except for the first batch of members who joined the 7 Kills army, the salary for those who joined later would be paid monthly, 5 yuanxi per month for the condensation yuan realm, 20 yuanxi per month for the return yuan realm, and 80 yuanxi per month for the divine yuan realm. Although this military pay is not small, even a lot, it is a far cry from the first batch of 7 Killers peripheral members. Therefore, Lang Feng's decision was protested by many people, and many people even wanted to see Ye Bufan, but Lang Feng ignored them directly. Within a month, Lang Feng has the final say in the Qixia base. This was also the main reason why it took the 7 Killings army half a month to expand its army by 2 million, but Lang Feng didn't care. In addition, the number of warriors stationed in Qixia also increased dramatically. Over the past half month, the daily traffic at Qixia station has exceeded 10 million, but the number of people who actually register, settle down, and purchase real estate at Qixia station is very small. No wonder. Now, although the 7 Killing army has occupied the fortress, who can guarantee that the demons will not come to rob it? If the fortress is taken back by the demons, then the money they spent on purchasing the property will be directly wasted. Don't be afraid of one thing, just be afraid of 10,000. For this reason, the vast majority of warriors who wanted to settle in the 7 Kills base all maintained a wait-and-see attitude. Lang Feng didn't care about this. Free of charge. Impossible. Of course, in order to maintain the normal operation of the Qixia station, Lang Feng directly provided shops for free to the chambers of commerce or ordinary merchants who settled in the Qixia station during this period. However, this was only temporary. After all, Lang Feng only had 1 month. A month later, it was still unknown whether Lang Feng would go or stay in the capital, so how could he decide what would happen 1 month later? Garrisons, merchants, warriors. Lang Feng strives to do everything to the best of his ability and has set many rules, the first and foremost of which is that fighting is not allowed in the Qixia base. To this end, Lang Feng not only arranged some members of the 7 Killing army to guard various places in the fortress, but also formed 10 patrol teams, each with 100 people, led by a 9-star Guiyuan realm warrior. Those who cause trouble will be expelled, those with serious circumstances will be killed on the spot. Not convinced. Among the 3 million 7 Killing army, the weakest one is at the 6-star condensation origin realm, and there are a lot of Guiyuan realm warriors among them. There are even dozens of Shenyuan warriors. If they refuse to obey, destroy them. None of the powerful men in Zhodian dared to disobey. In addition, Lang Feng also acquired a lot of monsters in half a month. After all, this was Ye Bufan's request. Although he, like everyone else, couldn't figure out what Ye Bufan was going to do, he still carried out his mission. Moreover, this is also the place where the Keisha base attracts human warriors. There is only one such base in the entire demon battlefield, or even in the Shenwu continent. Now there are hundreds of thousands of these monsters, all of which have been placed by Lang Feng in the core area of the fortress, such as open areas like Filongtai. Fortunately, these monsters have been beaten half to death, so there is no need to worry about them escaping. However, there are naturally pros and cons. Although these monsters were seriously injured and could not escape even if everyone was guarding them, many of them died in the past half-month due to their serious injuries. Lang Feng had no way to deal with this. It's a nice and sunny day. Today, half a month later, the Qisha base has initially gotten back on track, and everything is as prosperous and lively as usual. However, the Seven Killing Army welcomed an uninvited guest, or rather, an old man with an extraordinary status who people dared not look down upon. The square in front of the fortress's central hall. At this moment, Lang Feng looked at the old man in front of him with a serious look. At the same time, he looked to the left of the old man from time to time, for no other reason than that there was a dying monster lying on the ground to the left of the old man. The Imperial Red Soul Lion. If it was just an ordinary monster, Lang Feng would not care. However, even though the monster in front of him was seriously injured and dying, the aura it exuded made Lang Feng tremble. That breath seemed to annihilate one's soul. Lang Feng was like this, and so were several Divine Yuan Realm warriors of the Seven Killing Army around him. Even the Jodian Realm Demon Emperor level monsters would not give them this feeling. Imperial Red Soul Lion. A possibility that made people shudder and was hard to accept suddenly emerged in everyone's mind, the demon race, the demon god. Time seemed to stand still. The space seemed to freeze. After a moment, Lang Feng looked at the old man in green and said respectfully, "Senior, what are you doing?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the Imperial Red Soul Lion. "Aren't you buying monsters here?" The old man stood up, glanced at Lang Feng, and said calmly. "Yes, that's fine." As Lang Feng finished his words, the old man spoke directly. Then, with a bang, the old man kicked the Imperial Red Soul Lion directly in front of Lang Feng. Lang Feng instinctively took a step back. The old man said, "The Imperial Red Soul Lion, the demon god of the demon race, is still alive and breathing. He is not dead yet. 100 million stones, give it to me." Boom. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lang Feng's body and even his soul trembled violently. The same was true for several Shen Yuan warriors of the Seven Killing Army around him. Monster Clan, Monster King. Although they had guessed it before, the fact that the old man said it and admitted it in person still came as a huge shock to them. In an instant, they felt as if a huge wave had risen in their hearts. They were shocked, horrified, and their hearts were trembling. Is it really a demon god? Senior, this after a moment of shock and daze, Lang Feng looked at the old man with slight hesitation. Seeing Lang Feng's hesitation, the old man looked at him, frowned, and said in a slightly deep voice, "Why, didn't you buy the demon god for 100 million stones?" "Yes, it's 100 million stones. So you suspect that I am lying and that this Imperial Crimson Soul Lion is not a demon god?" "No, it isn't." As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lang Feng spoke again and again. "The terrifying aura of this Imperial Red Soul Lion says it all. There is no doubt that he is the demon god of the demon race. So what are you waiting for?" The old man suddenly shouted angrily, stretched out his right hand to Lang Feng, and said, "Give me money." Lang Feng looked bitter, glanced at the old man, and said hesitantly, "Senior, I can't take out that many gems for the time being." Half a month ago, Ye Bufan gave Lang Feng a Zumi ring when he left Filongtai. Although Lang Feng was curious at the time, he did not look at it much. After he arranged 1 million warriors, he checked the things in the Zumi ring. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, you will be shocked. There are a total of 50 million yuanshi in the Sumeru ring. Lang Feng was completely stunned at that time. What does 50 million yuan worth of stone mean? Isn't Ye Bufan afraid that he will just run away after taking it? Although Lang Feng did not abscond with the money in the end, Ye Bufan never appeared again after that. During the past half-month, Lang Feng also used the 50 million yuanshi left by Ye Bufan to keep the entire Keisha station running normally. Capturing the demon god alive would cost 100 million stones. This was announced publicly by Ye Bufan in front of 20 million warriors at the time, and it could not be denied. But now, Ye Bufan gave him a total of 50 million yuanshi, and in the past half-month, the first batch of recruited 7 Killings garrison had consumed a lot of it in training. How could Lang Feng afford 100 million stones now? What? Hearing this, the old man's pupil shrank and he looked directly at Lang Feng. No money. Gurgle. Lang Feng swallowed instinctively. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. You have no money, yet you're still trying to buy monsters. Are you kidding me? The old man, who had white hair and a youthful face and was gentle and elegant before, suddenly pointed at Lang Feng and shouted angrily. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying aura surged out from the old man. Human race, the divine and martial lord. Lang Feng and the others' pupils shrank and their bodies trembled. The old man roared angrily. Young Marshal Filong, are you talking nonsense? Let me tell you, the Imperial Red Soul Lion, the demon god of the demon race, the demon, I have already delivered this 100 million stones to you. You have to give it to me if you have it or not. Chapter 392. The old man is strange. Young Marshal Filong, are you talking nonsense? I'm telling you, the Imperial Red Soul Lion, the demon god of the demon race, the demon, I've already presented this 100 million stones to you. You have to give it to me if you want, or you don't have to give it to me. The old man's angry and resolute voice was like thunder and drums, echoing in the minds of Lang Feng and his group, making their bodies tremble and their souls shudder. How could they bear the wrath of the divine martial lord? Suppressing the fear in his heart, Lang Feng gritted his teeth and said after a while, Senior, the 7 Killing army will give you 100 million shi, and will never default on the debt. However, please be flexible for a while, and when the young commander comes back, I will definitely give it to you with both hands. Although Lang Feng looked determined and even calm, he couldn't help but let a drop of cold sweat roll down his forehead. Give me some time. Why should I give you some time? The old man's dissatisfied voice sounded, but he was suddenly stunned, as if he thought of something, stared at Lang Feng with wide eyes and said, You are not Ye Bufan. Lang Feng's mouth twitched suddenly. It was obvious that the old man in front of him mistook him for Ye Bufan. Immediately, Lang Feng shook his head. No. Nima. The old man cursed angrily upon hearing this. You are not Ye Bufan, so why are you wasting your time talking to me? Hurry up and call him out to me, and don't try to deny your debt. Lang Feng's mouth twitched again, secretly despising in his heart. You only said you wanted to sell the monster, and you didn't say you wanted to sell it to the commander in person. And I never said I was the 7 Killers commander. Then, Lang Feng looked at the old man and said helplessly, Senior, I'm sorry, the commander is not in the 7 Kills station now. Where have you been? Call me back immediately. I don't know either. You do not know. Yes. How could you not know? You can't come up with 100 million stones, so you want to default on your debt. As he spoke, the old man glared at Lang Feng with his fierce eyes. Lang Feng was speechless and confused. The atmosphere was dead silent. Squeak. Suddenly, a slightly harsh sound came from the left side of the hall. Lang Feng and others were startled and instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. The old man was no exception. In their sight, the door of a wing room was opened and Ye Bufan walked out. Commander. Seeing Ye Bufan, Lang Feng was slightly stunned. The same is true for several Shenyuan warriors. The old man frowned and looked Ye Bufan up and down, with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He was sure that there was no one in the room before. Lang Feng. Seeing Lang Feng and his group, Ye Bufan was slightly startled, then walked over, glanced at everyone and asked, What are you doing here? This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly. The old man asked, Are you the young commander of the Flying Dragon, the commander of the 7 Killers, Ye Bufan? Ye Bufan looked at the old man with a suspicious look and asked suspiciously, Who are you? Then, he glanced at the Imperial Red Soul Lion on the ground, his eyes full of doubt. Commander, Lang Feng was about to speak, but was interrupted by the old man. Looking at Ye Bufan, the old man said, It doesn't matter who I am. Since you are here, it's just right. Didn't you say that anyone who can capture a demon beast alive can sell it to you? That's what happened. Ye Bufan nodded with a slightly surprised look. The old man did not hesitate and asked again, Demon god of the demon clan, 100 million stones. Yes, that'll do. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man stretched out his right hand towards him and kicked the dying Imperial Crimson Soul Lion beside him. He said, the Imperial Crimson Soul Lion, the demon god of the demon race, is still alive. Give me the money. 100 million stones, not a single one less. Demon god. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, and stared at the Imperial Red Soul Lion with wide eyes. He originally thought that this guy was at the Jodian realm, but he didn't expect that he was actually a divine demon god. 100 million stones to acquire the demon god. Ye Bufan was just talking casually at the beginning. After all, most of the demon gods of the demon clan were in the Wangyao mountain range, the demon clan's base camp. It was definitely not an easy task to seriously injure or capture a demon god alive, but he didn't expect a pleasant surprise. Nonsense. At this time, the old man shouted angrily, I am a great and dignified divine warrior, and I don't even bother to lie, let alone deceive a young boy like you. Give me the money. No problem. Ye Bufan collected his thoughts and chuckled. A demon god in the divine martial realm, worth 100 million stones, is so damn worth it. As long as I can control his soul, it will be like having a thug in the divine martial realm. The divine martial realm. It's exciting just thinking about it. Forehead. Ye Bufan's words made the old man slightly stunned. Obviously, he did not expect Ye Bufan to agree so readily. However, the old man did not care too much, but directly said, in this case, give the money. Old sir, are you short of money? Or are you in urgent need of yuanxi? Ye Bufan did not take out the yuanxi directly, but looked at the old man and asked. Although 100 million stones are not a small amount, would a powerful warrior in the divine martial realm run to the Wangyao mountain range to capture the demon god just for a mere 100 million stones? Not likely. The only explanation is that he is short of money. Forehead. The old man was stunned again, looking at Ye Bufan suspiciously and asked, what do you mean? If the old gentleman is short of money or yuanxi, I have plenty of them. How about we make a deal? Ye Bufan said with a smile. Lao Zi frowned. What deal? Ye Bufan chuckled and said, as long as you stay with me for a year, I will give you 1 billion stones. What do you think? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Leng Feng and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. 1 billion kilos a year. Is the commander trying to bribe this divine and martial lord in front of him? This is 1 billion, not 100,000. They didn't expect Ye Bufan to be so crazy. They were immediately confused, but also extremely shocked that Ye Bufan could take out so many yuanxi. They were even more curious about how many yuanxi Ye Bufan had on him. The old man's mouth twitched, and he looked at Ye Bufan with a strange look. Following you, 1 year, 10 billion stones. That's right. Ye Bufan smiled and nodded. The old man said, not interested. 2 billion. Ye Bufan looked calm, but made a shocking statement, directly raising the price by 10 billion. The old man's mouth twitched. The same is true for Leng Feng and others. Is this using money to hit people? If you think it's too little, feel free to name your price. As long as I can accept it, I will never refuse. Ye Bufan suddenly smiled and said again. The old man raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid of angering me by doing this? I will kill people and rob them of their money. The atmosphere suddenly changed. Leng Feng and others trembled and looked alert. Ye Bufan smiled and said calmly, first, even if the old gentleman takes action, he may not be able to kill me. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man was stunned, and Leng Feng and others were even more shocked. Even if the divine martial master attacks, he may not be able to kill you. They were a little skeptical. However, Ye Bufan's confident smile did not sound like nonsense. For a moment, they felt confused. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, secondly, I have already said that I want to make a deal with the old gentleman, and the old gentleman did not refuse. Since it is a deal, naturally I am the one who makes the offer and you make the counter-offer, so I have no intention of humiliating you. If that's the case, how can you say you angered the old gentleman? Transaction is buying and selling. It's a matter of willingness. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Even if the transaction fails, the friendship still exists. Is that so, old sir? Hee. The old man smiled calmly, but his voice sank, not interested. Then, he stretched out his hand to Ye Bufan and said, give me the money. Sir, will you really not consider it? Ye Bufan looked at the old man and asked with a bit of hope. Don't think about it. The old man waved his hand and said, I am used to being an idler and have no intention of being inferior to others, so you don't need to say anything. All right. Ye Bufan responded helplessly. What a pity. Then he shook his head. Ye Bufan walked a few steps to the front of the Imperial Red Soul Lion, and suddenly squatted down in front of everyone. The old man was shocked. What are you doing? Forehead. Ye Bufan was instinctively stunned and looked at the old man with suspicion. The old man was startled, his eyes slightly dodging as he said, "Don't worry, he's still alive and won't die. If you want to kill him, give him the money first, and it won't be too late to do it after I leave." Ye Bufan frowned suddenly, and then narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere was dead silent. Chapter 393 Goodbye, I won't see you off. Why should I wait until you leave before taking action? Not only Ye Bufan, but also Leng Feng and several Shenyuan warriors of the 7 killing army present looked at the old man in astonishment, with confusion on their faces. As if sensing everyone's thoughts, the old man smiled awkwardly and said, "This Imperial Red Soul Lion is a demon god after all, a worthy opponent. I really can't bear to watch him die in front of me, so." Clear. As the old man spoke, Ye Bufan responded with 2 words, then looked at the old man again and smiled slightly. However, the old man misunderstood, "I have no intention of killing it." Not killing him. The old man was obviously stunned. Yes. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Just as the old gentleman said, this Imperial Red Soul Lion is at least a divine martial realm demon god. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill it like this? So you want to?" The old man looked puzzled and surprised. "You don't need to worry about this, old man." Ye Bufan waved his hand, glanced at the old man, then looked at the Royal Red Soul Lion at his feet, and smiled slightly. "Since the old man is going to sell this Royal Red Soul Lion to me, then before the transaction, I will beat him up first. This should be okay, right?" "A beating?" The old man was slightly stunned. "Yes." Ye Bufan looked at the Imperial Red Soul Lion, and a hint of evil charm suddenly appeared on his face. "I have a special hobby, that is, anyone who is stronger than me, I can't help but want to beat them up. Please forgive me, old man." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the old man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The same is true for Leng Feng and others. "What's your hobby?" "He's just mentally twisted and a bit perverted. I don't know whether the old gentleman allows it or not. Of course, I promise that I will never kill him before the transaction." Then, Ye Bufan looked at the old man and asked. The old man's mouth twitched, he glanced at the Imperial Red Soul Lion, then looked at Ye Bufan, raised his right hand and said, "Please do as you please." "Thank you very much." Ye Bufan said the 2 words and kicked out instantly. Bang! A dull and heavy sound was heard, and Ye Bufan kicked the Imperial Red Soul Lion, and the powerful force kicked him away. Bang! A few meters away, the Imperial Red Soul Lion fell heavily to the ground, and the earth shook. "Cool." Ye Bufan's words rang out. The old man, Leng Feng, and several Shenyuan warriors couldn't help but twitch their lips. This madman, this pervert. Ye Bufan did not stop, but rushed out in 1 step. At the same time, his right hand casually waved towards the main door of the hall in front of him. "Call out." The Burial Heaven Palace, which had shrunk to the extreme, instantly attacked the main entrance of the hall. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Ye Bufan, even the old man who was in the divine martial realm. No one noticed Ye Bufan's subtle movement at all. With 1 quick step, Ye Bufan came in front of the Imperial Red Soul Lion again. "Ha ha ha, I never thought that there would be a day when I would beat up the demon god. Cool." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked out. Bang! A heavy sound was heard, and the Imperial Red Soul Lion was kicked away again. Everyone present was instantly in chaos. Ye Bufan refused to give in and shot out again. Bang, 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 on the square, dull and heavy sounds rang out one after another. More than 3 meters long and 2 meters high, the dignified demon god Emperor Red Soul Lion was kicked around by Ye Bufan like a ball. Kick out. Bang! The Imperial Red Soul Lion landed heavily 4 meters in front of the main entrance of the hall, and Ye Bufan rushed over in 1 leap. The main entrance of the hall, the Imperial Red Soul Lion, and Ye Bufan form a straight line. "Watch me shoot." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked out violently. Boom! A loud thunderous roar was heard. Call. The body of the Imperial Red Soul Lion flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and Ye Bufan kicked the Imperial Red Soul Lion squarely into the main entrance of the hall. "It feels great, it feels great." Ye Bufan's excited voice sounded again. The old man, Leng Feng, and the Shenyuan warrior all looked confused and crazy. The old man's mouth twitched, and just as he was about to say something, Ye Bufan rushed out again. Ye Bufan slipped in through the main entrance of the hall. Inside the hall, the scene changed. If Leng Feng and several divine Yuan realm warriors of the Seven Killing Army entered together at this moment, they would find that the hall before them was not the hall they were familiar with. If Qin Yao and the others of the Yi family entered with Ye Bufan at this moment, it would not be difficult for them to recognize that this was actually the main hall of the Burial Heaven Palace. In the center of the hall, the Imperial Red Soul Lion lay quietly. His eyes were closed and he was dying. Oh! A sneer appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. Without any hesitation, he performed the 9 steps of the Tenglong in an instant, and his speed soared to the extreme, and he arrived in front of the Imperial Red Soul Lion in an instant. This time, Ye Bufan did not kick. Brush. He grabbed the tail of the Imperial Red Soul Lion, then dragged his body towards the Burial Heaven Palace at an extremely fast speed. Bronze coffin outside the room. Come in. Ye Bufan grabbed the Imperial Red Soul Lion's tail and, with a sudden force of his right hand, threw his body into the bronze coffin chamber in an instant. Bang! With a dull thud, the Imperial Red Soul Lion fell heavily to the ground. Zhangtian, close the door. Ye Bufan's loud shout suddenly rang out. Bang! The door of the coffin chamber closed instantly. Oh! A sneer appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. From the time he entered the Heaven Burial Palace to the time he locked the Imperial Red Soul Lion into the bronze coffin chamber, it took only 3 seconds. This was definitely the limit of what Ye Bufan could achieve now. Outside the hall. What's going on? Looking at the hall with its doors wide open in front of him, feeling the dead silence around him, and seeing that there was no movement in the hall, the old man frowned slightly. Brush. The next second, the old man's consciousness dissipated. Buzz. However, in just a moment, the old man's body couldn't help but tremble, his pupils shrank, and his consciousness was actually blocked outside the hall. The old man was shocked instantly. He was about to rush into the hall when he found Ye Bufan had already walked out. Instantly, the old man came in front of Ye Bufan and asked in surprise, "Where is the Imperial Red Soul Lion?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly, "I have locked him up." Locked up. The old man widened his eyes and was slightly stunned. Certainly. Ye Bufan chuckled, "Old sir, this Imperial Red Soul Lion is a divine martial realm demon god level being. You are a divine martial venerable and you can ignore him, but I can't. If I don't lock him up and he runs away, what will I do? 100 million stones. I won't even have a place to cry." The old man was stunned. "You." He gritted his teeth and glanced at Ye Bufan. "Call out." The next second, the old man rushed directly to the main hall. However, at the main entrance of the main hall, his steps suddenly stopped. This hall is too mysterious and weird. If we can imprison the Imperial Red Soul Lion, it doesn't mean we can't imprison him. Brush. The next second, the old man's consciousness dissipated. Forehead. In just a moment, the old man discovered that the barrier that had previously blocked his spiritual consciousness outside the temple had disappeared, and his spiritual consciousness was unobstructed. Without the slightest hesitation, the old man stood outside the hall, and his consciousness swept across the entire hall. However, after searching the entire hall, the old man did not find any trace of the Imperial Red Soul Lion, nor did he find any secret rooms or dungeons. Immediately, the old man looked at Ye Bufan with anger. "Boy, where did you put the Imperial Red Soul Lion?" Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, shrugged and said, "I have already said before that for safety reasons, I have locked him up." "Where is it locked up?" the old man asked sternly. No comment. Ye Bufan spread his hands and said with a smile, "Since the old man has sold this Imperial Red Soul Lion to me, I have the right to dispose of him freely." "You." The old man was furious, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brush. Ye Bufan threw something out. "Call out." A cold light struck the old man. The old man's pupils shrank. Then, he grabbed the object thrown by Ye Bufan and looked at Ye Bufan with murderous intent in his eyes. "Boy, you are a transcendent realm, and you actually want to sneak attack me, a divine martial master," the old man roared and looked at his hand, only to find that he was holding a Sumeru ring. Suddenly, the old man was slightly stunned and looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. "What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. 100 million yuan, both money and goods are cleared. Then, he extended his right hand to the old man, made a, "Please," gesture, and said with a smile, "Old sir, take care, I won't see you off." Chapter 394, Stealing a Chicken but Losing the Rice. "Take care, I won't see you off." The 4 words, Ye Bufan, made the old man stunned for a moment, and then his mouth twitched. He sold the Imperial Red Soul Lion of the Divine Martial Realm for 100 million stones. Fuck you. The old man was furious and angry. He never thought that Ye Bufan could actually trap the demon god of the Divine Martial Realm, and immediately shouted angrily, I won't sell it anymore. Then, he threw out the Sumeru ring in his hand. The Sumeru ring containing 100 million stones attacked him instantly. Ye Bufan moved his feet, and the Sumeru ring passed by him and fell to the ground with a ding-dong sound. The old man was stunned. What do you mean? Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed. Old sir, I thought I was a spendthrift, but I didn't expect you to be even more so. Tisk tisk, throwing away 100 million stones everywhere. Old sir, this is not good. You. The old man gritted his teeth instantly. Ye Bufan ignored him and said with a smile, I have something else to do. Since the transaction is over, I will go and get busy first. As you please, old sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned and left. Stop. The old man shouted angrily, and immediately stood in front of Ye Bufan, staring at him with red eyes. Boy, I'm telling you, I won't sell the Imperial Red Soul Lion anymore. Hand it over to me immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. How do you mean rude? Ye Bufan chuckled. The old man was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, kill me. He had a calm smile on his face, and said, I've said it before, even if you are a divine martial master, you may not be able to kill me. Now, after a pause, Ye Bufan sneered and said, this point has not changed. However, there is one more thing. If by any chance you kill me, then tisk tisk, this Imperial Red Soul Lion will probably not survive. You. The old man was furious, his eyes cold. Are you blackmailing me? No, 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 old sir, you misunderstood. I am just stating a fact. Waving his hand, Ye Bufan spoke again. After all, you are a divine martial master. How could I threaten you, and how dare I threaten you? Looking at Ye Bufan's harmless face, the old man clenched his fists, getting furious and furious, you are just blackmailing me. Ye Bufan ignored him, paused, and continued, besides, I have already paid the money, and the old gentleman has accepted it. In this case, it means that the transaction is over, and this Imperial Red Soul Lion naturally belongs to me. The old man said he won't sell it. What does that mean? You. The old man said angrily and confusedly, you are forcing me to buy and sell. Forced purchase or sale. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned and said, before, didn't you say that you wanted to sell this Imperial Red Soul Lion? Did I force you? No. If not, then how can it be said to be forced to buy or sell? You must be joking, old man. The old man's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan continued, of course, I am not an unreasonable person. I always respect the elderly and love the young. If the old man really likes this Imperial Red Soul Lion, I can still bear the pain and give it up. Your Imperial Red Soul Lion. The old man was furious. That's mine. Suddenly, the old man looked at Ye Bufan sternly and said, conditions. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. Old sir, you are joking. I don't have any conditions. Since you like it, I will sell this Royal Red Soul Lion to you. It's not much, just 100 billion stones. How many? The old man was slightly stunned and looked at Ye Bufan with horror. 100 billion. Ye Bufan said calmly. Why the hell don't you just go and rob? The old man instantly became furious and pointed at Ye Bufan and cursed. On the side, Leng Feng and several other Shenyuan realm warriors including Qisha were just stunned where they were. They looked at each other, a little confused about the situation in front of them. Previously, the old man sold the Imperial Red Soul Lion, but then regretted it. Now, Ye Bufan is ready to sell the Imperial Red Soul Lion to the old man for 100 billion. The price increased 1,000 times in just a few minutes. Damn, it's robbery. Looking at the furious old man, Ye Bufan shook his head and said, old sir, what you said is true. In your opinion, the divine martial realm demon god is only worth 100 million stones. However, in my heart, he is worth this price, and I even think it is too little. You. The old man was angry and disheveled. Boy, you are so cruel. I admit defeat. Then, he pointed at Ye Bufan and said, release the Imperial Red Soul Lion, and I will return the 100 million stones to you. Then we are even. In addition, I owe you a favor. Admit defeat. Ye Bufan pretended to be puzzled and asked, what do you mean, old sir? Boy, stop pretending to be ignorant. Don't you know what I am saying? The old man shouted angrily. Ye Bufan shook his head. I don't know. You. The old man was furious and gritted his teeth. Okay, then I will make it clear to you. The royal red soul lion is my battle pet. It is not injured. It is all pretending. I just want to get some yuanxi from you. As long as I receive the yuanxi and leave here, the royal red soul lion will flee immediately. Are you satisfied? As he spoke, the old man glared at Ye Bufan angrily. This. Lang Feng and several divine Yuan warriors of the Seven Killing Army were all slightly stunned, with expressions of horror. They had never imagined that this old man was actually a liar. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched as well. To be honest, he really didn't know that the old man and the royal red soul lion were in the same group, or he couldn't be sure. It was just that the old man's words and deeds made Ye Bufan feel a little abnormal, so he was cautious and controlled the royal red soul lion first. But I didn't expect. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan was confused. Damn, even the divine martial master came out to cheat. What happened to this world? Fortunately, I was careful, otherwise 100 million stones would have been wasted. The more he thought about it, the angrier Ye Bufan became. You have deceived me. If that is the case, then I do not need to be polite to you, Master Shenwu. Very good. Snort. Ye Bufan immediately snorted coldly, turned to the old man, and said in a cold voice, You have deceived me, old man, are you good enough? As Ye Bufan spoke, the old man's mouth twitched slightly. Lang Feng, show the guest out. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Lang Feng was stunned. The old man did the same, but he looked at Ye Bufan again and said coldly, Boy, what do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered, pointed at the old man and shouted, I have made it very clear. The money and goods are settled. This imperial red soul lion is mine now. It has nothing to do with you. You, now, immediately, get out of here. Roll. With a roar, the sound shook all directions. Boy, you are looking for death. In an instant, the old man roared in anger and was about to attack. Would you like to try moving one? Ye Bufan did not dodge or evade, but faced the old man head-on. He raised his head, pointed at himself, and said calmly, If you dare to move, I guarantee that your imperial red soul lion will die now, immediately, and right away. And you? Ye Bufan looked at the old man with disdain. Shenwu Zun. Is that awesome? Old man, don't you forget who I am. This young master is Marshal Phylong. Behind me stand the Flying Dragon Army and the 81 war divisions. Don't say you're just a divine marshal venerable. Even if you're a saint, if you piss me off, I'll kill you. Not only that, I will kill your entire family and exterminate your entire clan. I will show no mercy. Do you believe it or not? At this moment, Ye Bufan challenged the venerable Shenwu in a stern voice, with an overbearing attitude. In one word, he was arrogant, do you believe it or not? The old man was stunned and his movements froze. Ye Bufan looked disdainful and scornful. He sneered and continued, Of course, you can also kill me, massacre my 7 killers station, and silence them. But Ye Bufan paused, his voice sank, and he said with infinite confidence, I guarantee that you will never be able to kill me. Shenwu Zun. What the hell? A contemptuous voice, full of disdain. Lang Feng and several divine Yuan warriors of the 7 Killing Army were stunned where they stood for a moment. They looked dazed and stunned, and their minds were blank. The commander actually openly challenged a divine and powerful master. Are you kidding me? Suddenly, the old man looked directly at Ye Bufan and said through gritted teeth. Misleading you. Ye Bufan sneered, I'm just trying to scare you, so what? Don't believe me. If you don't believe me, you can just try it yourself. The old man's mouth twitched suddenly. He really didn't dare to try. Ye Bufan was too strong and too confident, so confident that the old man began to doubt himself. He, a divine warrior, really couldn't kill Ye Bufan, and this feeling became stronger and stronger. Most importantly, the imperial red soul lion was still in Ye Bufan's hands. If you try to steal a chicken but end up losing the rice, you can only accept the failure. Immediately, the old man looked at Ye Bufan and said helplessly, Release Kai Hun, and you can set the conditions. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, Help me guard the fortress for a year. After a year, we will owe each other nothing. If you want to leave, I will never stop you. Of course, the same goes for the imperial red soul lion. Chapter 395, 100,000 Divine Warriors. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite people. Ye Bufan didn't know the old man in front of him, and didn't even know who he was or what his name was, so he didn't dare to make excessive demands, fearing that it would backfire. Moreover, 1 year was enough for Ye Bufan. The old man was stunned, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Sitting in the fortress for a year. Previously, Ye Bufan offered him an annual salary of 1 billion, 2 billion, or even 3 billion stones, but he refused. Now he has no choice at all, because the Imperial Red Soul Lion is still in Ye Bufan's hands. Immediately, the old man asked, "What about the Red Soul?" "Don't worry, I will never make things difficult for him. And with his strength, I can't make things difficult for him. However, I will not let you see him within this year. After 1 year, I will let you go." Looking at the old man, Ye Bufan said with a smile. "Use the Emperor to command the princes." Undoubtedly, within this year, Ye Bufan wanted to use the Imperial Red Soul Lion to restrain the old man and make this divine martial masterwork for him. As for a year later, who knows whether the Imperial Red Soul Lion is willing to leave? The old man was stunned. Good. After a moment, the old man responded with a single word. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, looked at the old man and said, "By the way, I don't know your name or where you are from." "Tang Yuan, the whole world is my home. The world is my home." Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then I will call you Mr. Tang." Then, Ye Bufan spoke again, "Also, if Mr. Tang has anything else to deal with, I can give you 3 days to arrange it." "No." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tang Yuan waved his hand and said, "I am alone and have no worries. There is nothing to deal with." "That's best." Ye Bufan smiled. He didn't know whether what Tang Yuan said was true or not, but it didn't matter. He immediately looked at Leng Feng and said, "Leng Feng, have someone arrange a place for Mr. Tang to live. He will be a member of my 7-killing army from now on." Leng Feng was stunned and woke up in shock. He had never thought that Ye Bufan could so easily subdue a divine martial master. Thinking that there would be a divine martial master in charge of the 7-killing station in the future, he was even more excited and thrilled to the extreme. He then responded, "Yes, Commander. Also, it's enough for you guys to know that Elder Tang is the divine martial lord. From now on, he is just an ordinary old man. Well, announce to the public that he is a distant relative of yours, Leng Feng. Anyone who leaks even a word will be killed directly." Ye Bufan suddenly glanced at everyone present and said softly. Everyone was shocked, and then they responded, "Understood." They understood Ye Bufan's intention very well. This was to hide Tang Yuan, which would definitely have unexpected effects when necessary. "Okay, let's all go." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, then looked at Leng Feng again. "Leng Feng, after you arrange a place for Elder Tang to stay, come to the main hall." Having said that, Ye Bufan walked directly towards the main hall. "Yes," Leng Feng responded. In the hall, Leng Feng had already returned. Ye Bufan sat on the golden dragon throne, looked at Leng Feng in front of him, and said, "Tell me, how has the situation in the fortress been in the past half-month?" Reporting to the commander, Leng Feng faced Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, "Nowadays, the flow of warriors in the fortress is stable at tens of millions every day. In addition to arranging daily garrisons in the fortress, I have also formed 10 patrol teams to maintain order in the fortress. There have been no major problems so far. In addition, many merchants have already settled in the fortress. However, I let them use the shops for free and did not charge any fees. Even so, there are only private merchants in the fortress now, and there are no large chambers of commerce. Moreover, in the past half-month, there are very few warriors willing to settle in the fortress and purchase real estate. I think that whether it is the Chamber of Commerce or the Free Warriors, they are now taking a wait-and-see attitude, fearing that we will not be able to defend the fortress. There's no rush for this," Leng Feng said. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Now they are hesitating and waiting. If they don't move into the fortress, they will regret it in the future. Can't defend the fortress. It's good enough that I don't have to attack other fortresses of the demon clan." Leng Feng also smiled indifferently. Ye Bufan continued, "In addition to the situation in the fortress, how is the 7-killing army? Are there any who are dissatisfied with you? Also, how many new people have joined in the past half-month?" "The 7-killing army is doing fine for now. As for the new members who joined in the past half-month," Leng Feng hesitated slightly, glanced at Ye Bufan, and said, "There are nearly 3 million members in the 7-killing army now, and the number has increased by almost 2 million in the past half-month." After Leng Feng finished speaking, Ye Bufan frowned. Why is it so little? According to what Ye Bufan had thought before, in half a month, even if the number of the 7 killing army could not reach 7 or 8 million, Ye would definitely be able to break through 5 million. But now there are only 3 million. This is a full 2 million less than the minimum 5 million that Ye Bufan expected. The discrepancy is really huge. Reporting to the commander, it was my subordinate who made the decision on my own and changed the benefits of the new members of the 7 killing army. After thinking about it, Leng Feng said with a fearful look. Oh. Ye Bufan was slightly surprised and glanced at Leng Feng. So what are the treatments for new members of the 7 killing army now? Reporting to the commander, except for the first batch of people who entered the 7 killing army, whose treatment remains unchanged, the salaries of the members who joined the 7 killing army later will be paid monthly. 5 yuanshi per month for the condensation yuan realm, 20 for the return yuan realm, and 80 for the divine yuan realm. Leng Feng said truthfully. Good job. Ye Bufan murmured, looked at Leng Feng and smiled. I originally planned to recruit people first and then select them, but I didn't expect that you have already started. Leng Feng was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, however, this is not enough. Since there are already 3 million people, let's just get started. After a pause, Ye Bufan said, gather all the members of the 7 Killings army and tell them that I have encountered a problem and cannot pay their salaries for the time being. In other words, for a long period of time in the future, the 7 Killings will not receive any salary except for food and accommodation. This period is tentatively set at 1 year. Commander, this. Leng Feng was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Also, tell all of them that after today, once you enter the 7 kills, you are not allowed to quit. If anyone escapes halfway, or betrays the 7 kills members will hunt him down to the end of the world. Buzz. Leng Feng's body trembled, and after a moment, he hesitated and said, Commander, if this happens, I'm afraid not many people will stay, right? Oh, why? Ye Bufan was quite surprised. This. Leng Feng hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan suddenly asked, then will you stay? Meeting. Leng Feng said with determination. Why? Because I am not here for the benefits of the 7 Killings army. I want to work with the commander to create the Flying Dragon legend. That's enough. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if you think so, then naturally others will think so too. I offered that irresistible reward just to build momentum, to increase my influence, to let more people know in the shortest possible time that young Marshal Filong has established the 7 Killing army and has threatened to create another Filong legend. Now, the number of members of the 7 Killers has exceeded 3 million. Although it is 2 million less than what I expected, this is because you have been selected. My goal has been initially achieved. In this case, what is the point of keeping those rabble who are trying to take advantage of the situation? With an army of 3 million, even if only 1/10 of it is left, there are still 300,000. Even worse, if 1/20 is left, there are still 150,000. If you can't even keep 1/20 of it, then I can only say that my character is too bad, and I have nothing to say. It is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. I've said before that the 7 assassins don't want trash, only elites. If only 100,000 of the 3 million people are left, then I'll use all the resources of the 3 million people on these 100,000 people. I think even if they are trash, they should be able to become geniuses, right? I am not short of money, nor am I short of yuanshi. 100,000 people, I will use the resources of 3 million or even 30 million people to turn them all into divine martial lords. 100,000 divine warriors are not stronger than 3 million rabble. Hee. Ye Bufan said with a slight smile. Hiss. Leng Feng couldn't help but take a breath. 100,000 gods. Is it possible? It's impossible. Even the 3 major martial arts academies are beyond my reach. Leng Feng didn't know that with the Tianyan Gai Ju, Ye Bufan would sooner or later let him know what madness means. Suddenly, Leng Feng looked at Ye Bufan and said, Commander, so there is no treatment, it's just a means. For selection. Nature. Ye Bufan chuckled, I never treat my brothers unfairly, but after a pause, a stern look flashed in Ye Bufan's eyes, and he said, once you enter the 7 kills, you cannot quit. I am not kidding. Unless you die in battle, no one can quit the 7 kills, whether they are willing or not, without my permission. The same as you. Leng Feng was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, just keep this to yourself, and we'll start the process later. Besides, this is just the first round of selection. It's not that easy to join my 7 kills. Lang Feng's heart trembled. Clear. Then he responded again. Ye Bufan looked at him, smiled and said, okay, tell me about the other situations. How many monsters did you capture? Reporting to the commander, we have acquired nearly 300,000 monsters in half a month, but most of them are low level, and many died after the acquisition. Lang Feng felt so distressed when he said this, because those that died were not monsters but yuanxi. 300,000. Ye Bufan murmured, it's a little less, but it's better than nothing. It seems that if we want to hunt in large numbers, we have to take the initiative. Hearing this, Lang Feng's mouth twitched. 300,000 is not enough. Thinking of the scene when they attacked the fortress before, and then recalling the scene when Ye Bufan beat up the Imperial Red Soul Lion, Lang Feng's heart was in a mess. What the young marshal thought and did was beyond the understanding of a normal person like me. This, torturing demons and killing gods, what a pervert. Chapter 396 Lang Feng enters Qisha, Ning Chong strikes at night. Lang Feng would just think like everyone else that Ye Bufan's behavior was abnormal, even perverted, but he didn't know that the reason why Ye Bufan was so crazy about acquiring and killing monsters was entirely because his strength was based on his merits. Of course, Ye Bufan would not explain this, nor would he let anyone know. Instead, he would rather be misunderstood. Looking at Lang Feng, Ye Bufan asked again, besides this, is there anything else? For example, has the demon tribe made any moves in the past half-month? The demon tribe has not made any movement for the time being. Shaking his head, Lang Feng said, however, a few days ago, someone from the War Department sent a message saying. Ye Bufan frowned. What? The vice president of Kangchong Martial Academy, Ni Zi, waited at the Ning family for 3 whole days, but Ning Chushui didn't go back, let alone return to the martial arts academy. Lang Feng said with a disappointed look. After the Battle of Kangchong Fortress, everyone knew that Ning Chushui would be a huge threat. It's within reason. Ye Bufan smiled and said, if this woman wanted to return to the Ning family, she would not have hidden in the Monster Clan fortress after escaping from the Sky Fortress. But, suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at Lang Feng and asked with interest, didn't the Ning family give any explanation for this? Have. What? A few days ago, the head of the Ning family, Ning Chushui's father, notified the Shenwu continent in the name of the Ning family that he had severed the father-daughter relationship with Ning Chushui, and the Ning family expelled her. From now on, Ning Chushui's affairs have nothing to do with the Ning family. That's cruel enough. Ye Bufan chuckled, then his expression became serious and he said in a deep voice, however, can the relationship between father and daughter really be given up so easily? Lang Feng was stunned, and looked at Ye Bufan puzzledly, what does the commander mean? If the Ning family just expelled Ning Chushui and severed all ties, it would be fine, but why did they inform the Shenwu continent? Ye Bufan sneered, in this case, if we know, the entire Shenwu continent will know, how could Ning Chushui not know? Knowing that returning to the Ning family is dangerous, would Ning Chushui still return? Being beaten up in the grass scares away the snake. I'm afraid Ning Chushui will never come back to the Ning family again. There's no point in waiting for the opportunity at the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, Lang Feng was shocked. However, who knows the truth? Perhaps the Ning family's patriarch really did this because he didn't want Ning Chushui to implicate the Ning family. It's not impossible. Ye Bufan smiled and shook his head. In short, if this woman doesn't show up on her own initiative in the future, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything to her. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, what trouble is this? Lang Feng couldn't help but nodded. Like Ye Bufan and most people, Lang Feng didn't know Ning Chushui before, and he had never even heard of her. However, after the Battle of Kangchong Fortress, the name Ning Chushui was deeply engraved in his memory. Women have the most vicious hearts. A person who is willing to massacre a city with blood and kill 100,000 people to frame others is definitely a ruthless person. Ning Chushui is like a poisonous snake, a scheming, powerful, and strategic snake. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. Such a person hiding in the dark is definitely a huge threat. If you are not careful, you may be bitten or even killed by her. Forget it, let's not talk about her. It would be fine if she hides forever, but if she dares to show up, I will make sure she never comes back. Ye Bufan suddenly said in a deep voice. The last time he did that was entirely because of carelessness, but he would never do that again next time. If there is nothing else, just go and get busy. Then, Ye Bufan waved to Lang Feng. The 3 words, Ning Chushui, ruined his mood. This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly. Looking at Lang Feng, who was hesitant to speak, Ye Bufan frowned slightly. Just say whatever you want to say, there's no need to be shy about anything. Yes. Lang Feng responded, and then clasped his fists and said, Commander, I want to resign from my current position. Please approve it. Ye Bufan frowned again. Why? He looked at Lang Feng and said again, didn't you do very well in the past half-month? This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly and said, reporting to the commander, I want to concentrate on training and improve my strength. For half a month, Lang Feng had no time to practice because he had to manage the Keisha base. Looking at other people, he was very anxious. The foundation of a warrior, after all, is cultivation. Are you trying to say that you don't have time to practice while managing the 7 Killers base? Ye Bufan glanced at Lang Feng and said. Yes, it is. If it's just because of this, I refuse. Lang Feng was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, think about the kings of the secular empires, and then think about the generals and commanders on the battlefield. They all have more people and more territory than you. Don't they have time to practice? I've said before that you have the final say in the 7 killing station now, and everyone is under your control. As a superior, not everything needs to be done by you personally. Everything should be used to its full potential, and everyone should do their job to the fullest. You just need to command the overall situation, understand? Lang Feng was stunned for a moment, then said, understood. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I have plenty of time, and so do you. You can take your time. You just need to remember that in this 7 kills garrison, besides me, you are the heaven and the earth. You have the final say in everything. All the members of the 7 kills must do whatever they are told to do. Looking at Lang Feng, who seemed to understand, Ye Bufan reminded him. At the end, he said, in addition, from now on, I will temporarily allow you to become a member of the 7 kills army. Forehead. Hearing this, Lang Feng was stunned. Temporarily become a member of the 7 killing army. Take this. As he spoke, Ye Bufan took out a small porcelain bottle and threw it to Lang Feng. Lang Feng took the small porcelain bottle, looked at it with puzzled eyes, and then looked at Ye Bufan. Commander, what is this? Essence pill. Essence pill. Lang Feng was puzzled, he seemed to have never heard of it. Ye Bufan said slowly, this is part of the treatment for being a formal member of the 7 killing army. You deserve it. After taking it, you can directly improve your cultivation without any side effects. What? Lang Feng was suddenly shocked and looked at the small porcelain bottle in his hand with an incredible look. Is there such a medicine in this world? Ye Bufan said, however, every time you take an essence pill, you'd better practice the martial arts formula and participate in the battle at the right time. Otherwise, the rapid improvement of your cultivation may cause your foundation to be unstable, which will affect your future cultivation. Lang Feng was shocked. At this moment, he felt that his hands holding the small porcelain bottle were shaking. There was actually such a pill in this world. This was only the treatment for a part of the official members of the 7 killing army. What was the treatment for the real 7 killing army? Lang Feng couldn't imagine it. However, there is one thing he can be sure of, with such a miraculous thing as the essence pill, the real 7 killing army must be powerful, even terrifying. Compared to the essence pill, what are the mere yuanxi? Full members, peripheral members. Now, Lang Feng truly realized that the gap between the 4 words, official, and peripheral, was completely different. Hee. Looking at Lang Feng's appearance, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Ye Bufan believed that with the essence pill as a guarantee, even if Lang Feng had other intentions towards him, he would still follow him wholeheartedly. Moreover, half a month could explain a lot of things, and Ye Bufan was quite satisfied with Lang Feng. Otherwise, Ye Bufan would not have taken out the essence pill. Now you understand why I want to select the members of the 7 killers and why I am not worried about the sudden reduction in personnel, right? Follow me. I cannot guarantee the others, but I can guarantee that in the future, each of you will be a strong man. Then, Ye Bufan looked at Lang Feng and said with a smile. Buzz. Suddenly, Lang Feng's pupils shrank and his heart trembled. 100,000 divine warriors is no joke. Bang. The next second, Lang Feng put away the small porcelain bottle, knelt on one knee, faced Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, Lang Feng, I swear to follow the commander until death. Get up. Some things cannot be said with words, but need to be proved with actions. I hope you won't let me down. Ye Bufan waved his hands. Leng Feng stood up suddenly. I will never let you down, Commander. Remember, the essence pill must be kept secret. Looking at Leng Feng, Ye Bufan reminded him in a deep voice. Leng Feng was stunned. I understand. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Leng Feng believed that once the essence pill, a heaven-defying thing, came out, it would attract countless wolves, tigers and leopards. But he didn't know that Ye Bufan was not worried about these things at all. Okay, you can leave now. Then, Ye Bufan shook his hands again and said. Yes. Leng Feng clenched his fists and said. Then he turned and left. However, after taking a few steps, Leng Feng suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Ye Bufan and said, Commander, there is one more thing. What's up? Recently, a woman claimed that she wanted to see the commander. I heard her but she refused to tell me what she wanted, and I thought she had bad intentions. So, although I didn't make things difficult for her, I didn't keep her in the base either. However, even so, she still comes to the base every evening. Leng Feng said without hiding anything. Woman. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, frowned and said, did she say who she was? Or what her name was? She seemed to have said that her name was Leng What's Leng. Oh, it's Leng Ningshang. She said her name was Leng Ningshang. After thinking for a while, Leng Feng said. Who? Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he stood up suddenly. Chapter 397 Ning Chong draws the sword. The sun sets and the sunset glows. In the square outside the third gate of the fortress at the Qisha base, in the unique tranquility, Leng Ningshang stood proudly. White clothes and graceful figure. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her body, forming a cold painting, lonely, bleak and even more sad. This scene is inevitably heartbreaking. For this reason, Leng Ningshang's arrival always attracts a lot of onlookers. They don't know who Leng Ningshang is, but they are curious about what she is doing here. Same time, same girl. Same location, same scene. This has been going on every day for 10 days. It seems that everything has become a habit. At this moment, a lot of people also gathered around the square. They were men and women, old and young. All their eyes were fixed on Leng Ningshang. They pointed and talked, but from time to time they glanced at the Qisha base inside the city gate in front of them. The atmosphere is peaceful and the images are poignant. Leng Ningshang stood proudly, his eyes looking straight ahead. There was a hint of coldness, determination, and vicissitudes in his eyes. She was waiting for someone, a lifesaver who would definitely kill her. Da da da. Suddenly, there was a burst of dense footsteps coming from the front. Leng Ningshang was shocked. The next second, at the city gate, a face that was not unfamiliar but not familiar appeared in Leng Ningshang's sight. Ye Bufan. Suddenly, Leng Ningshang's delicate body trembled involuntarily, her whole body tensed up, and her mood was extremely complicated. The person in front of me saved me, but also destroyed me. Leng Ningshang was grateful to him, but also hated him. During these days, before they met again, Leng Ningshang had been thinking about killing him day and night. But now, when Ye Bufan appeared in front of her again, she suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. Eyes met. Looking at Leng Ningshang in front of him, Ye Bufan paused and his body stopped. Similarly, his mood was extremely complicated. Before he first met Leng Ningshang, Ye Bufan was captivated by her peerless beauty. But when he learned that she was already the concubine of the Qin Emperor, although Ye Bufan felt disappointed, he immediately gave up the idea. Unfortunately, fate is unpredictable. Who would have thought that within less than a day of separation, such a ridiculous thing as soul-stirring musk would happen? Most importantly, Ye Bufan also learned that although Leng Ningshang claimed to be the emperor's concubine, she had not yet married Qin Tian. At this moment, seeing Leng Ningshang again and feeling her changes, Ye Bufan himself didn't know what was in his mind. Guilt. Love. At first glance, it seems like thousands of years. Ningshang. After a moment, Ye Bufan spoke slowly. Leng Ningshang's delicate body trembled. Shut up. She shouted angrily, and the Tianchong bow suddenly appeared in her hand. She held the bow, pulled the string, and transformed her energy into an arrow, with the tip of the arrow pointing directly at Ye Bufan, all in one smooth movement. Leng Ningshang was afraid that if she said one more word to Ye Bufan, she would never be able to do it again. Buzz. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Call out. Leng Ningshang shot an arrow, straight at Ye Bufan. Everyone was shocked. Protect the commander. Behind Ye Bufan, Lang Feng's pupils shrank and he shouted loudly. In an instant, a divine warrior stood in front of Ye Bufan. He moved the long sword in his hand and instantly defeated Lang Ningchang's ordinary energy arrow. Kill her. Then, Lang Feng pointed his finger at Lang Ning again and shouted sternly. Lang Ningshang had been waiting here for 10 days. From the first time he saw Lang Ningshang, Lang Feng felt that she was not a good person. However, he did not know the relationship between Ye Bufan and Lang Ningshang, so he did not embarrass her. Now, Lang Ningshang's arrow was intended to take Ye Bufan's life. How could Lang Feng hesitate any longer? He just killed him. Swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, several divine warriors rushed out. Directly attack Lang Ningshang. Stop. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. The offensive of several divine origin realm warriors paused instantly. Lang Feng looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look. Commander, she. Stand back. Ye Bufan kept staring at Lang Ningshang, but another loud shout rang out. This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly. Stand back. Then he waved his hand. Several warriors in the divine origin realm retreated instantly. Ye Bufan took a step forward and said to Lang Ningshang calmly, Ningshang, if killing me is the only way to relieve your hatred, go ahead and do it. I will never resist. Commander. Ye Bufan's words shocked everyone. Lang Ningshang's body trembled even more. The next second, her face darkened, her eyes turned cold, and she almost roared, do you think I won't kill you if you do this? As soon as she finished speaking, Lang Ningshang raised the longbow in her hand, pulled the bowstring, and her yuanli turned into a sharp arrow, pointing directly at Ye Bufan. The murderous intent suddenly appeared. Ye Bufan closed his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lang Ningshang's heart trembled. The longbow in her hand seemed to weigh tens of millions of pounds, and the arrow could no longer be shot. The atmosphere was dead silent. Time stands still. Why? After a moment, Lang Ningshang roared, and the yuanli arrow dissipated. She dropped her hand holding the bow, stared at Ye Bufan, and said in pain, why don't you take action? Why do you force me? The atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Ye Bufan opened his eyes, looked directly at Lang Ningshang and said, because I owe you this. Lang Ningshang was stunned. Then, she roared again, yes, you owe me this, you owe me. Lang Ningshang's expression was ferocious. After she finished speaking, she looked directly at Ye Bufan and said resolutely, fight me and kill me, or I will kill you. I won't attack you. Ye Bufan said calmly. You have to take action. Lang Ningshang shouted loudly, then she grasped the longbow in her hand, pulled the bowstring, and the sharp arrow of yuanli pointed directly at her jaw. Ye Bufan was shocked and took a step forward. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Lang Ningshang shouted and took a step back. If I can't kill you, I will commit suicide. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. Does it have to be like this? Must. Lang Ningshang said resolutely. Okay, I'll fight. Ye Bufan responded helplessly. Fight with all your strength, and show no mercy. Lang Ningshang retracted his longbow, looked directly at Ye Bufan, and said without question, kill me, or I kill you and then commit suicide. Suddenly, everyone present had their mouths twitched and became confused. If you can't kill him, kill yourself. Kill him, and then you commit suicide. What rhythm? At this moment, even Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Lang Ningshang came with the determination to die. Either kill her or die together. Life is meaningless and I want to die. She would die no matter what. Ye Bufan suddenly felt extremely annoyed. It's not the shot. If you don't take action, it won't be the same. I'm sorry. The next second, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and rushed straight towards Lang Ningshang. He decided not to choose either option and directly choose the third one, which was to capture Lang Ningshang and not give her a chance to die. As for the future, we'll talk about the future in the future. Call out. Ye Bufan's speed was very fast. Like a cold light, he attacked Lang Ningshang directly. Lang Ningshang's speed was not slow either. Facing the charging Ye Bufan, she raised her longbow. Bend the bow and pull the string. Call out. An arrow was shot out and hit Ye Bufan directly at an extremely fast speed. Ye Bufan's figure flashed. The sharp arrow flashed past him. Bang! Behind Ye Bufan, Lang Ningshang's arrow was defeated by a Shenyuan warrior. However, Ye Bufan ignored it and didn't even have time to pay attention to it, because Lang Ningshang shot 3 sharp arrows at him. The momentum is unstoppable and the murderous intent is fierce. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the 3 arrows arrived, Lang Ningxiang had already shot out 3 arrows again. Ye Bufan was shocked. Brush. His movements paused, and the longbow in his hand suddenly appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he shot out 3 arrows in succession. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 6 yuanli arrows collided between Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang, and dull sonic booms sounded. Seeing this scene, Lang Ningxiang's pupils shrank and she was secretly shocked. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. After shooting 3 arrows, he flashed and in an instant, Lang Ningxiang's last 3 arrows flew past him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After a brief hesitation, Lang Ningxiang shot out 3 more arrows. Ye Bufan met the arrow with an arrow. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 sonic booms sounded. Lang Ningxiang did not stop. Ye Bufan's arrow was extremely powerful, and he was getting closer and closer to Lang Ningxiang step by step. Bang, bang, bang. In the square, arrows rained down and sonic booms sounded one after another. The fight between Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang, or the sharp arrows one after another, made everyone present dazzled and terrified. Ye Bufan approached Lang Ningxiang until he was 10 meters away. Lang Ningxiang's demeanor changed. Hold the bow and pull the string. Yin. An arrow is shot out, and the phoenix sings in the sky. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. Meet arrow with arrow. Call out. An arrow was shot out, and the sound of a phoenix singing in the sky was heard as well. Seeing this scene and looking at the phoenix blood arrow, Lang Ningxiang's pupils shrank, and her face was full of shock and horror. In such a short time, you actually cultivated Fengming Judian to the great perfection stage. How did you do it? Before Ye Bufan could answer, the 2 arrows collided. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded, and the terrifying energy impact swept madly into the surrounding space, causing the warriors watching on the scene to step back slightly. Lang Ningxiang and Ye Bufan took 3 steps back at the same time. Call out! Lang Ningxiang came back to her senses from her shock, and without any hesitation, she shot an arrow at Ye Bufan again. Storm of arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sky was filled with sharp arrows, blocking out the sun. Storm of arrows. Ye Bufan shot the same arrow. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of arrows collided with each other, and a heavy sound was heard. The sound became one and the same, as if it was going to shake the heaven and earth apart. This scene stunned everyone. Absolutely crazy, absolutely shocking. The 2 arrows rained down in a storm, and the sharp arrows collided in the sky. Although the arrows collided with each other and cancelled out a large part of them, there were still quite a few that shot towards the 2 people. Facing the countless sharp arrows, Lang Ningxiang did not retreat but advanced instead. She pushed the ground with her right foot and rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. The next second, she retracted her longbow. Base. In an instant, a sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. Lang Jia Ningxiang, draw your sword. Chapter 398 I lost, kill me. A long sword, a cold edge, and a single strike to kill. Dang dang dang. The rain of arrows in front of her was instantly ripped open by Lang Ningxiang. Her sword was very powerful and her speed was extremely fast, as if she and the sword were one, and she killed Ye Bufan with one sword. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he was horrified. Lang Ningxiang's sword was far more powerful and more terrifying than her bow. The long sword has arrived. A cold light flashed by. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan flashed in an instant. But it was still a step too late. Puff. The sword passed by, and a trace of blood spurted out from the chest, just breaking the skin, but the blood instantly dyed a piece of clothes red. Ye Bufan felt pain and dared not stay, and took 3 steps back in an instant. Lang Ningxiang stepped forward with his sword intimidating him. The sudden scene shocked everyone present, even the divine Yuan warriors. Lang Ningxiang's attack was so fast that they couldn't see clearly what had just happened. Her sword is as fast as lightning and as cold as ice. Kill. In the blink of an eye, another sword came. Ye Bufan raised his right hand and a long sword appeared. Without any hesitation, he slashed forward to meet the sword. In an instant, the swords collided. When a crisp sound of metal clashing was heard. In Ye Bufan's hand, the Xuanbing long sword broke into 2 pieces, but Lang Ningxiang's sword remained powerful, and the cold light attacked Ye Bufan directly. Ye Bufan retreated rapidly. Earth's soldiers. Looking at the long sword in Lang Ningxiang's hand, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. The sword missed, but Lang Ningxiang didn't stop at all. She shook the sword in her hand, and a sword flower appeared, and she pounced on Ye Bufan again. 3,000 black hairs dance wildly, and white clothes rustle in the wind. Crazy. Ground soldiers. Ye Bufan did not hesitate. The 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear suddenly appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed, and the spear swept out, attacking Lang Ningxiang directly. Ground troops against ground troops. When a crisp sound was heard. The 2 men were evenly matched in strength, but after a strike, they did not stop at all. Lang Ningxiang's long sword swept past, and Ye Bufan's long spear rushed out. Cold edge and spear sharpness. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal colliding continued to be heard between heaven and earth. Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang kept changing their positions, returning to their origins to fight the gods, with great momentum and fighting spirit. In a breath, the 2 of them fought dozens of times, which dazzled everyone present and frightened them. This is a battle between strong men, and it is also a visual shock. I didn't expect the commander's combat power to be so amazing. He is not inferior to the Shenyuan realm warrior in the Guiyuan realm. Behind Lang Feng, a Shenyuan warrior watched the battle between Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang and couldn't help but sigh. His expression was full of horror. The others also nodded. Lang Feng's heart sank. Just not losing half a point. Looking at Ye Bufan fighting with Lang Ningxiang in the square, he seemed to be thinking about something. It seemed that Ye Bufan had been defending all the time and had not taken the initiative to attack. Really full strength. Lang Feng couldn't be sure. Apart from Ye Bufan, he was afraid that no one else would know. However, there is one thing Lang Feng is certain of. Ever since he entered the 7 kills, he discovered that the more he understood Ye Bufan, the more he felt that he was unfathomable. It seems that he is a mystery with no limits. The most important thing is that at this moment, whether it is Lang Feng or the others present, they can see that Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang have an unknown intersection. Therefore, this battle can only be resolved by the 2 of them, and outsiders have no right to interfere. While Lang Feng was thinking, something strange happened again on the field. When swords and spears collided, and metal clashed. After the strike, Lang Ningxiang did not continue attacking. She retreated 7 steps, stood with her sword in hand, and looked directly at Ye Bufan. Ningxiang, we are evenly matched, so let's stop here. Looking at Lang Ningxiang, Ye Bufan stood with his gun horizontally and said calmly. Lang Ningxiang ignored it. In vain, her demeanor changed. 7 stars, sword 1. 4 words rang out from her mouth, cold and resolute. Yin. Between heaven and earth, a sword sound suddenly rang out, sharp and extremely piercing, and everyone felt a sudden pain in their ears. Lang Ningxiang danced with the sword in her hand. In an instant, in everyone's sight, the long sword in Lang Ningxiang's hand disappeared, as if it had merged with her. Her body also seemed to have turned into a sharp sword. Man and sword become one. The sharpness of the sword is enough to shock the world. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. Kill the god. Lang Ningxiang shouted loudly, and a fierce murderous force rose into the sky. Everything seemed long, but it was only a moment. The black hair dances wildly and the white clothes rustle. In a flash of lightning, Lang Ningxiang swung down her sword, and a sword light burst out from her body, attacking Ye Bufan with unstoppable force. The sky is shaking. The ground is shaking. This sword seems to be able to destroy the world. Everyone was shocked. Seeing the sword light approaching, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, but without the slightest hesitation, he retracted the spear in his hand and replaced it with a long sword. Martial arts, Hunyuan sword and shield. Ye Bufan danced with the sword in his hand. In an instant, 9,911 sword shadows appeared, guarding his body tightly. After the sword and shield, there is the Lingshu armor. Double defense. However, Ye Bufan still did not stop. Seeing that the shocking sword light was already in front of him, Ye Bufan danced with his sword and swung it to kill the sky. Call out. A violent and ferocious sword was swung out in an instant. As soon as Ye Bufan swung out his sword, Lang Ningxiang's sword light had already arrived in front of him. In an instant, the 2 sword lights collided with each other. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded, and the earth and sky shook. In an instant, the Zudian sword dissipated, and Lang Ningxiang's sword light was weakened by 3 points, but its murderous power remained undiminished, and it attacked Ye Bufan directly. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he wanted to hide, but it was too late. In an instant, the sword light attacked him. Commander! 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 Seeing this scene, Lang Feng and other members of the 7 kills exclaimed in surprise. I was very anxious, but there was nothing I could do. Boom! The next second, a muffled sound like thunder was heard. Ka ka ka. Strange sounds came from Ye Bufan's body. In everyone's sight, the 99 and 81 sword shadows shattered one by one. Lang Ningshang's sword light was weakened by another 2 points. The sword's force remains unabated. Bang! The Lingshu armor shattered in an instant. The momentum is like an unstoppable force. Zutian, Hunyuan and Lingshu, the 3 great martial arts, weakened the power of Lang Ningshang's sword by 7 points, and with only 1/3 of the power, the sword light hit Ye Bufan's chest. Bang! With the sound of thunder, the sharp sword light, and the impact of terrifying force, Ye Bufan's shirt was instantly torn into countless pieces and disappeared between heaven and earth. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. In an instant, Ye Bufan's body flew backwards, and with a bang, he landed heavily on the ground 4 meters away. The world was dead silent. The ground was covered with sword marks. A confrontation in an instant, a terrifying sword. Commander! Lang Feng cried out in surprise, and instantly rushed out, heading straight for Ye Bufan. All the divine warriors of the 7 killing army present locked their murderous intent on Lang Ningshang. The next second, Ye Bufan somersaulted and jumped up. Fine. Lang Feng was slightly stunned and paused. Call. Ye Bufan let out a long sigh. That was a close call. He groaned to himself and lowered his head slightly again. At this moment, Ye Bufan's outer clothes disappeared without a trace, revealing a piece of purple soft armor. Undoubtedly, this was the soft armor for Earth soldiers that he had given to Qin Yao. In the underground palace, ever since hearing about Ning Chushui's incident, Ye Bufan left the underground palace again this time. Qin Yao insisted that Ye Bufan wear this soft armor. Ye Bufan thought that Qin Yao would not need it in the underground palace, so he agreed directly. Unexpectedly, this soft armor saved his life not long after he left the underground palace. If he didn't have this soft armor, he would have been seriously injured if not killed by the sword just now. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan touched his armor and smiled slightly. Seeing that Ye Bufan was safe and sound, Lang Ningshang was also stunned. Ye Bufan looked straight at Lang Ningshang. Condensation. Puff. Before Ye Bufan could say anything more, Lang Ningshang spat out a mouthful of blood. Ye Bufan was shocked. Ningshang. Bang. The next second, Lang Ningshang staggered and half knelt on the ground. If she hadn't relied on the sword to support her body, she would have fallen to the ground. Even so, Ye Bufan could clearly see that Lang Ningshang's hand holding the sword was shaking. 7 stars, Sword 1, and God Slayer. Although that sword was powerful and even terrifying, it also exhausted Lang Ningshang's energy, leaving her in a weak state. The strongest sword is also a life-threatening sword. If you can't kill, you'll be killed. Suddenly, Lang Ningshang looked up at Ye Bufan and said coldly and resolutely, I lost, kill me. Chapter 399, Sudden Attack. I lost, you kill me. Lang Ningshang's simple 8 words made Ye Bufan's heart tremble violently. Seeing her determination to die, Ye Bufan said in a hoarse voice, does it have to be like this? Lang Ningshang ignored him and closed her eyes. Calm, open-minded, and seeking death. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's heart trembled slightly, and he felt a dull pain. Maybe Lang Ningshang might not still hate him, but her heart was dead. It is better to die than to have no desire to live. Just as she had said before in Fuquan town, she also wanted to be a happy angel, but someone forced her to become a vengeful demon. Although Ye Bufan didn't want to bring Lang Ningshang into the abyss of hatred, he also didn't want to watch her continue to sink like this. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. At least, as long as we are alive there is hope in tomorrow. In desperation, Ye Bufan shouted, if you die like this, you will be relieved, but who will avenge your parents and your Lang family? Buzz. Suddenly, Lang Ningshang's body trembled violently. Brush. Her eyes snapped open. What's the meaning? Looking at Ye Bufan with a look of horror, Lang Ningshang asked in a deep voice. Call. Ye Bufan let out a long breath and was about to speak, but at this moment, something strange happened. Call out. A cold light shot out from the crowd. An ordinary spear more than 3 meters long, with a cold light flashing at the tip, came straight at Lang Ningshang at an extremely fast speed, like a sharp arrow. Careful. Ye Bufan shouted loudly and took a step forward. Lang Ningshang's pupils shrank. The unexpected change made no one expect that someone would attack Lang Ningshang when she was weak after the battle. Brush. Ye Bufan was very fast and came in front of Lang Ningshang in an instant. He swung the spear in his hand at lightning speed, and with a clang sound, the spear was instantly defeated. Unfortunately, although Ye Bufan was very fast, there was someone who was also quite fast. Almost at the moment when Ye Bufan had just shot down the spear that was attacking Lang Ningsheng, a black shadow had already appeared behind Ye Bufan and attacked instantly. A punch was thrown. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom sounded. Puff! Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow succeeded in his attack, but did not stop at all. It instantly turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards Ye Bufan, who was flying backwards. Bang! With a loud bang, Ye Bufan's body fell heavily to the ground, followed by a puff sound, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Kill! At this time, the man in black had already arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Without any hesitation, the man in black attacked Ye Bufan with a violent punch. Court death! Ye Bufan shouted angrily. Brush! He jumped up with a somersault, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but he paid no attention to it and shot out with the spear in his hand in an instant. Violent, ferocious, and murderous. The black-clothed man's pupils shrank in shock. He never thought that Ye Bufan could still fight after being hit by his punch. In fact, he was like nothing happened. Moreover, Ye Bufan's reaction speed was too fast. The man in black didn't stop and retreated instantly. Ye Bufan's shot missed, but he did not continue to attack. Instead, he pointed his spear directly at the man in black and asked coldly, "Who is it?" As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at the man in black carefully. However, the man in black was not only wearing a black robe, but also had a black veil on his face. Ye Bufan couldn't see his face clearly, so he could only infer that he was a man. The sudden scene shocked everyone. The man in black, the center of attention. Protect the commander! Lang Feng shouted loudly in an instant. Several Divine Yuan warriors from the Seven Killings army present rushed out instantly. Their killing momentum was astonishing. They attacked and killed the Seven Killings commander at the Seven Killings base. This man was simply courting death. The man in black ignored them and looked directly at Ye Bufan, saying, "Kill your people." "Just you," Ye Bufan said disdainfully. "You'll know after you try it." As soon as the man in black finished speaking, he attacked Ye Bufan again. Court death! Ye Bufan raised his gun to fight. 8 divine warriors from the Seven Killing army arrived at the right time. However, before they could reinforce Ye Bufan, 10 black shadows rushed out from the crowd of onlookers. The 10 men in black instantly blocked the way of the 7 killers and 8 divine Yuans, not giving them any chance to help Ye Bufan. "Stop them!" One of the 10 men in black shouted sternly. Buzz! The sudden scene made everyone's body and even soul tremble, and made everyone wake up suddenly. Shang Zhuang's sword dance is aimed at Pei Gong. The previous shot that killed Lang Ningsheng was intentional. These people were targeting Ye Bufan. Court death! Immediately, Lang Feng shouted angrily, "Kill them!" Boom! In an instant, the 7 killers and 8 Shenyuan warriors fought with the 10 men in black, and the terrifying momentum made the whole world tremble. However, at this moment, everyone saw in disbelief that the 7 killers and 8 Shenyuan were beaten back step by step. 10 men in black, all in the Divine Yuan realm. This scene was even more shocking and frightening. These people not only came for Ye Bufan, but also came prepared. Asshole! Lang Feng shouted angrily, with murderous intent in his eyes. These people actually came to the Qisha garrison to attack and kill the Qisha commander, which was simply a provocation to the Qisha army. Do you really think there is no one in Qisha? Immediately, Lang Feng raised his head to the sky and roared, "All the 7 killing Divine Yuan warriors, come to our aid quickly, now, immediately, and immediately." The sound was like a huge bell, shaking all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lang Feng had just finished speaking when, in the blink of an eye, figures flew through the air and rushed towards the Qisha base. Their speed was so fast that they arrived in an instant. 27 divine warriors stood proudly in the air. Hiss! This scene made everyone present gasp. 27 Shenyuan realm warriors, plus the previous 8, that's a total of 35 Shenyuan realm warriors. During this period, the 7 Killings army has been recruiting new members. Everyone in the fortress knows this. However, few people know that the 7 Killings army has become so powerful. What does 35 Divine Yuan warriors mean? Under the command of the General of the War Department, the Divine Warriors are probably no more than this. Go, 10 men, reinforce the commander. The others. As he spoke, Lang Feng pointed at the 10 men in black who were fighting with the 7 killers and 8 Shenyuan warriors, and shouted in a cold voice, "Kill them all, leave no one alive, kill them." As soon as Leng Feng finished speaking, the 27 Shenyuan warriors did not stop, they instantly split into 2 groups and attacked. 10 people reinforced Ye Bufan, and 17 people reinforced the 7 who had killed 8 Shenyuan warriors before. The absolute number of people crushed them. Buzz. Seeing this scene, the 11 men in black trembled. Oh. After retreating from the blow, Ye Bufan did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at the man in black in front of him and sneered, "I said before, you can't kill me." You. The man in black was furious. Kill. At this time, the 10 Shenyuan warriors of Qixia had already arrived. Without any hesitation, they went straight to surround and kill the man in black. 10-1, a crushing victory. Ye Bufan did not continue to join the battle, but stepped aside, looked at the battle in front of him, and shouted, "Don't kill him, capture him alive." Ahem. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but cough lightly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. First he was hit by Lang Ningshang's sword, then he was ambushed and plotted against by the man in black, and was hit by a punch. Although he was protected by the Earth Soldier armor, Ye Bufan was also seriously injured. At this moment, he felt that all his internal organs were displaced. If this was not the 7 Killers base, Ye Bufan would never force himself to fight the man in black. He would either run away directly or kill him with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. 10-1, the black-clothed man could only take a beating. This was not only true for the black-clothed man in front of Ye Bufan, but also for the other 10 black-clothed men. In a miserable state, barely surviving. Among the crowd of onlookers. Who are these people? Queer, the maid beside Ning Chushui, was hiding in the crowd, looking at the melee in front of her, a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Originally, she just wanted to come and see the good show between Ye Bufan and Lang Ningshang, the beauty's sword, the hero's tears, and see what choice Ye Bufan would make when facing Lang Ningshang, but she didn't expect such a change would happen. An absolute pleasant surprise. After just a moment, Queer showed a wicked smile on her face. It seems that besides the young lady, there are others who don't want this boy to live. 11 Divine Yuan warriors were killed in one move. With such a big move, I'm afraid the opponent's background is not simple. Although we can't kill this guy this time, the strength of the 7 killing army has been completely exposed. 35 Divine Warriors. Tisk tisk, I wonder what kind of power the other party will use to deal with Ye Bufan next time. I wonder if he can still resist it. It's getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, Queer looked at Ye Bufan in the distance again. The smile on her face faded, and a cold look flashed across her face. However, I still have to tell the young lady about this matter. The young lady said before that this boy must die in her hands, and no one else can do it. The next second, Queer did not stop and squeezed directly into the crowd, and finally disappeared into the crowd, as if she had never appeared. Chapter 400. I was fooled. Ye Bufan had no idea about Queer's arrival and departure. At this moment, he was only focused on the battle in front of him, and the same went for the others around him. There are 35 Divine Origin Realm warriors in the 7 killing army, while there are only 11 men in black. Facing an opponent that is 3 times their number, the men in black have no chance of winning at all. Being captured will be their final fate. Bang! A dull, heavy voice sounded, and the black-clothed man who had attacked Ye Bufan earlier was shot down from midair by the 7 killings military god warrior. Then, before he could react, 2 long swords were already on his neck. If you dare to move, you will be bloodied on the spot. 2 Divine Yuan warriors were left to guard the black-clothed men, while the remaining 8 joined the melee on the side. The 10 black-clothed men, who were already struggling to hold on, were defeated in an instant as the 8-7 killing Divine Yuan warriors joined in. In a breath, the second person was captured. Then, the third, fourth, fifth. There was no suspense in the battle at all. Stop. When 7 of the 11 men in black were captured and only 4 were left, one of them suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone was slightly stunned, and the battle came to a sudden halt. Ye Bufan, release my brothers right now. Suddenly, the man in black who spoke looked at Ye Bufan and said with a determined look, also, let us leave the fortress and don't chase us. Forehead. When the man in black finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. Are you okay in the head? At this time, Leng Feng pointed at the man in black who was speaking and angrily said, you came to my 7 kills base to attack and kill my 7 kills leader. Now you've been defeated and captured, and you want us to let you go. Do you think it's possible? Ye Bufan frowned. Oh. The man in black sneered. Attacking your 7 assassins. After looking at Ye Bufan, he looked at Lang Feng again and taunted, if we were going to take action today, there wouldn't be only this many people coming. Do you think we are fools? Forehead. When the man in black finished speaking, everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan frowned, puzzled. What's the meaning? The man in black looked at Ye Bufan and laughed. Young Marshal Filong, is Ye Tianshang's son so easy to kill? Suddenly, the man in black glanced at the whole audience and said coldly, to tell you the truth, we came here today just to investigate the situation. We just couldn't help but take action because we encountered a little accident. What accident? Ye Bufan asked with a frown. What kind of accident? Can't you see it? There was a hint of evil and playfulness in the words of the man in black. Ye Bufan frowned. The man in black sneered, people often say that heroes have always been tempted by beautiful women. I didn't expect that Ye Tianshang's son is also a romantic. Boy, take a look at your woman. Is she still here? Ha ha ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black laughed loudly towards the sky again. Ye Bufan's expression changed instantly. Brush. He glanced towards the place where Lang Ningshang had been before. The same goes for others. However, at this moment, there was no trace of Lang Ningshang. There was nothing else at the place where she was originally located except the long sword. Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and his body trembled. Where are the people? He glanced at the man in black and asked in a cold voice. Ha ha ha. The man in black laughed unscrupulously, looked at Ye Bufan again, and said playfully, Master Marshal, what do you think? You. Ye Bufan was furious. Come here, seal off the fortress immediately. From now on, no one is allowed to leave the fortress. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. Lin Feng said in a cold voice. From what happened just now in Ye Bufan's attitude towards Lang Ningshang, Lang Feng could see how important Lang Ningshang was to Ye Bufan. But who could have thought that this group of men in black would be so treacherous? They first performed a sword dance like Shang Zhuang, aiming at Pei Gong, making everyone think that they were coming for Ye Bufan. Then, while the two sides were fighting and no one was paying attention, they secretly kidnapped Lang Ningshang. It's really abominable. Blockade fortress. As soon as Lang Feng finished speaking, the man in black sneered, do you think it's too late? You. Lang Feng was furious. The man in black laughed and said, we have been fighting for such a long time and talking for such a long time. Our people have already left the fortress with that woman. Otherwise, do you think I would be so stupid? To remind you at this time. Mean. Lang Feng gritted his teeth and 2 words rang out. All is fair in war. The man in black chuckled. Tell me, where are those people now? Also, who are you exactly? At this time, Ye Bufan looked directly at the man in black and said in a cold voice. Do you think I'll tell you? The man in black sneered, then his face darkened again, and he shouted, now, immediately, release our people, and let us leave the fortress. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my brothers will do anything outrageous to your woman. Young Marshal, I guess you don't want this to happen, right? The man in black smiled even more as he spoke. Take it. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted angrily. What? The man in black was shocked and asked anxiously, Ye Bufan, what do you mean? Don't you want to see your woman again? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered, you have already made it very clear before. You are just here to gather information. Since you are here to gather information, it means that you are just some small fry. What's wrong with killing you? Besides, you held Ning Chong hostage, you must have your own intentions and goals. Now that your goal has not been achieved, will you hurt her? Buzz. The man in black suddenly trembled and his pupils shrank. You. Take it. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, more than 20 Shenyuan warriors of the 7 killing army rushed out without hesitation. More than 20 people besieged only 4 people, and thinking that their side was actually calculated by others, the Shenyuan warriors were furious at this moment, and they attacked without mercy. In almost an instant, the remaining 4 people were all captured. You. Staring at Ye Bufan, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with nothing but anger, as if he wanted to eat Ye Bufan alive. Explain. Ye Bufan shouted, where did you take the person? Or, tell me, where did your companion go? You still want to chase? The man in black sneered. Explain. Ye Bufan shouted. No comment. The man in black twisted his neck and said resolutely. At this moment, the 11 men in black were each held at the neck by two 7-killing Divine Yuan warriors with knives, kneeling on the ground and lined up. Seeing that the man in black didn't say anything, Ye Bufan walked directly to one of them, took the long knife from the 7-killing Divine Yuan warrior, pointed at the other's neck, and said, "If he doesn't say it, you say it." Buzz. The man couldn't help but shudder, but he kept silent. Very good. The two words, Ye Bufan, rang out in a cold voice, and then, the long sword in his hand was slightly raised, and another sword slashed towards the neck of the man in black. A cold light flashed by. Puff. A trace of blood spurted out instantly. The knife fell and the head was cut off. Bang. The two 7-killing Divine Yuan warriors who were trying to capture the man in black loosened their grip, and the man in black fell to the ground, with blood gushing out of his neck. This scene shocked everyone. The Shenyuan warrior would kill without hesitation. Looking at Ye Bufan, both the men in black and the onlookers could not help but tremble in their hearts. Ye Bufan did not stop. Brush. He brought his long knife down on the second man in black. You say. At this moment, something strange happened. The black-clothed man whose head was cut off by Ye Bufan suddenly grew larger, and his clothes were torn apart in an instant. In just a moment, a headless bear monster appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils shrank. Demon Clan, Demon King. Ye Bufan frowned immediately. Take away their face towels. Swish, swish, swish. The 7-killing Divine Yuan warriors who were responsible for capturing these men in black did not hesitate at all. They instantly pulled off the black scarves covering their faces. In an instant, the black scarves of the remaining 10 people were all torn off, and the demonic patterns on their faces were clearly visible, which was even more shocking. In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. 11 people, all of them are demons. Chapter 401, Demon Emperor's Envoy. Solidified space, dead silent atmosphere. Who could have thought that these 11 men in black were all from the Demon Clan, and they were all Demon Kings? In a flash, everyone present looked at them with a chilling coldness and murderous intent. For millions of years, the human race and the demon race have been fighting to the death. You guys came quite quickly. Suddenly, Ye Bufan glanced at the 10 Demon Kings in front of him and said in a cold voice. The 10 Demon Kings were stunned. You knew we were coming. The Demon King from before couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan with a surprised look on his face. Wherever a flying dragon passes, the monsters and barbarians will avoid it. Its deterrence, fear, and blood feud. Ye Bufan looked at the Demon King in front of him with cold eyes and said resolutely, as the young commander of Phylong, from the moment I revealed my identity, I was ready to face the endless revenge of you demons and the barbarian faces. You will surely die. The Demon King gritted his teeth and said in a cold and decisive voice. I am afraid of you. Ye Bufan said with disdain, and then his expression became serious again, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Tell me, where did you take Ning Chong? No comment. Kill them all. As soon as the Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan gave the order in a cold voice. You dare. Immediately, the Demon King gritted his teeth and looked directly at Ye Bufan with his bloodshot eyes. If you kill us, your woman won't survive either. Kill. Ye Bufan ignored him and shouted. You. The Demon King was furious. Puff, puff, puff. The Divine Yuan warriors of the 7-killing army did not hesitate at all. They slashed down with the long swords in their hands. The swords fell, heads were cut off, and blood spurted out. Bang bang bang. The 9 Demon Kings fell to the ground in an instant, blood flowing, and their lives perished. You. Looking at Ye Bufan, the remaining Demon King gritted his teeth. I've said before that you're just a bunch of minions. Killing you won't have any impact. As he spoke, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of the last Demon King and looked down at him with disdain. Cannon fodder, after all, is just cannon fodder. You captured Ning Chong just for me. As long as I'm alive, she'll be safe. As for his whereabouts, do you think I really care? Even if I don't look for you, you will come to me. If that's the case, why should I bother? You. The Demon King's pupils shrank. Brush. Ye Bufan slashed with the long sword in his hand. Puff. The knife fell, the head was cut off. Blood was shed and lives were lost. Bang. The last Demon King also fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open on his huge head, and he would never close them. The whole place fell into deathly silence. Gurgle. After a moment, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva again. There seemed to be a hint of chill in the air, which made their eyes slightly change when they looked at Ye Bufan. Shocked, horrified, and stunned. 11 demon kings, just killed like that. Bang. At this time, Lang Feng knelt on one knee, in front of Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, I have failed in my duty, please punish me, Commander. 11 demon kings, no, there should be at least 12 demon kings. After all, if there were only 11 of them, no one would be able to take Lang Ningshang away. 12 demon kings sneaked into the fortress without him noticing. Lang Feng thought he was to blame. Get up. Ye Bufan said softly, the fortress is so big that it's easy for a demon king from the divine origin realm to sneak in. It's hard to prevent them. What's more, they came here for me. It's a blessing in disguise. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly. Yes. Then, he responded, stood up, looked at Ye Bufan again and said, Commander, what should we do now? Anyone can see that Ye Bufan and Lang Ningshang have a close relationship, but now, Lang Ningshang has fallen into the hands of the demon clan. What to do? Ye Bufan frowned. Wait. Lang Feng was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan turned around and looked in the direction of the Wangyao mountain range. He said in a deep voice, since they are coming for me, then they are holding Ning Chong hostage just to threaten me. So, they will come to me sooner or later. It would be best if Ning Chong is okay. If the demon tribe hurts her in the slightest. Ye Bufan paused, a murderous look flashed in his eyes, and he said resolutely, this young master has washed the Wangyao mountain range with blood. Boom. Ye Bufan's words made the souls of everyone present tremble. A bloodbath in Wangyao mountain range. This madman is even more of a maniac. Why? If the demon clan's base camp in Wangyao mountain range was so vulnerable, the melee and fighting between humans and demons would not have lasted so long. Ye Bufan ignored it. No sooner said than done. Time passed quietly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, but there was still no movement from the demon clan, and no news of Lang Ningshang. Not only Lang Feng, but Ye Bufan also became extremely irritable. But no matter what, life must go on. In 2 days, Lang Feng followed Ye Bufan's previous deployment and screened the 3 million members of the 7 Killing Army. The result was as expected, and the vast majority of the 7 Killing Army members chose to withdraw. However, there is a slight deviation. Originally, Ye Bufan expected that it would be good if 100,000 to 200,000 of the 3 million people could stay, but in the end, the number of people who stayed reached 300,000. Not only that, none of the 35 Shenyuan warriors left. I have to say, this was a pleasant surprise. Now, Ye Bufan is the commander of the 7 kills, and Lang Feng, who has reached the 7 stars return to Origin Realm, is the deputy commander of the 7 kills, commanding 300,000 7 kills troops. Of course, these 300,000 7 killings army are still just peripheral members and reserve forces. Even Lang Feng, the deputy commander, is the deputy commander of the 7 killings reserve army. Among the 300,000 strong army, there are 35 people in the divine origin realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation level is the 8-star divine essence, followed by 3 7-star divine essences, 2 6-star divine essences, 3 5-star divine essences, 6 4-star divine essences, 6 3-star divine essences, 4 2-star divine essences, and 10 1-star divine essences. In addition, there are 37,000 people in the Guiyuan realm, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, and the remaining more than 200,000 are all Condensation Yuan warriors. However, even the Condensation Yuan warriors are all high-level Condensation Yuan of the 4 levels of 6 stars, 7 stars, 8 stars, and 9 stars. It can be said that the combat power of the 300,000 7 killings army is absolutely amazing, even terrifying. If we don't talk about the number of people, they are not weaker than Zi Qinhao's subordinates. After the selection was over, Lang Feng registered all these people. From now on, they were considered as members of the 7 Killings Reserve Army. Moreover, they could not withdraw. Anyone who left the 7 Killings without permission would be hunted down by the entire 7 Killings Army. Until death. In addition, when the elimination round was over, Lang Feng announced publicly that the benefits of the 7 Killer Reserve Army would be restored, and they would have enough yuanxi for daily training. For the 300,000 warriors who stayed, this was definitely a pleasant surprise, but those who chose to leave regretted it deeply. Who wouldn't understand that this is just a small test? Unfortunately, time cannot be reversed, and they have no chance to choose again. What makes them even more desperate is that Lang Feng announced in public that he would kill 300,000 reserve troops and would not recruit anyone from now on. In other words, they will never have any chance to meet the 7 kills again. It is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Lang Feng knew very well that Ye Bufan was going to devote all his efforts to training the 300,000 7-killing army, because he knew better than anyone that Yuanshi was just an appetizer, and Jingyuan Dan was what really made people crazy. However, that was the benefit for the official members of the 7-killing army. If you want the essence pill, you must become a formal member of the 7-killing army, not a member of the reserve army as it is now. As for how to enter the 7 kills, Lang Feng himself didn't know. After all, he was only a temporary official member of the 7 kills army. Temporarily or permanently, there is absolutely a world of difference. Everything is back on track. The Keisha headquarters, the central hall. Commander, it's already the 3rd day, and there's still no news from the demon clan. Will it be in the empty hall? Lang Feng looked at Ye Bufan with a serious expression. Ye Bufan frowned. Call out. At this time, a huge figure rushed over from the direction of the Wangyao Mountains at an extremely fast speed, and arrived above the fortress in an instant. The terrifying aura swept through the entire fortress. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes looked up into the air. Above the fortress, in mid-air, a black bear demon stood proudly in the air, appearing in the sight of every human in the fortress. In an instant, everyone was shocked and even angry. Demon Clan, Demon King. Fuck, a Demon King dares to come to our human fortress alone to make trouble, are you looking for death? Kill him. Shouts of killing rang out one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the 7-killing army could react, several figures from the outer and middle levels of the fortress rose into the air and surrounded the Demon King in an instant. Kill him. The fierce murderous intent instantly locked onto the Demon King. The Demon King's body trembled. Stop. Without waiting for the human race's divine warriors to take action, the Demon King hurriedly shouted, I am here to deliver a letter. Sending a letter. Several Shenyuan warriors were stunned. The Bear Demon King ignored him. He looked towards the center of the fortress and shouted, listen carefully, human boy Ye Bufan. I am the envoy of the Demon King. The Demon King has asked me to bring a message to you. Get out now. Buzz. This one sentence stunned everyone. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone looked towards the 7 killers' base in the center of the fortress. In the main hall. Finally, it's here. Ye Bufan sneered and stood up suddenly. Chapter 402. When 2 armies are at war, will the envoys not be killed? The Keisha base is located in the square outside the 3rd gate of the fortress. 3 days ago, Langning Shang was kidnapped by the demons here. 3 days later, the Demon Emperor's messenger landed here. You are the son of that bastard Yi Tianshang, Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of him, the Bear Demon King said coldly, ignoring the countless warriors around him, looking completely fearless. Take it. Ye Bufan ignored him and said 2 words coldly. You. The Bear Demon King was stunned. What's the meaning? Not only the Bear Demon King, but the other human warriors present as well, they all looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This Demon King came to deliver a message on behalf of the Demon Emperor, and he was captured right away before he even said anything. Isn't that a bit too overbearing? Lang Feng was especially shocked, because he knew better than anyone that the Demon King came for Langning Shang, and Ye Bufan had been waiting for 3 days. Commander. Lang Feng couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan with slight hesitation. What are you waiting for? I said to take him down, didn't you hear me? Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, slightly dissatisfied. Lang Feng was stunned. Yes. Then, he waved his right hand, take it. The 3 7-killings Divine Yuan warriors didn't hesitate at all and rushed out instantly. 8 stars, 7 stars, and 7 stars, the 3 Divine Yuan warriors surrounded the Demon King in an instant. The Bear Demon King woke up in shock. You. Looking at Ye Bufan, the Bear Demon King gnashed his teeth and said, I am the Demon Emperor's messenger. You dared to try. If you hadn't said anything, I would have killed you long ago. Ye Bufan said coldly, and glanced at the 3 7-killing military god Yuan warriors again, and said without question, catch them first, and then beat them up. If they resist, just kill them directly. The Bear Demon King's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth twitched. He felt like he was about to cry. Was it necessary to be so overbearing and unreasonable? The 3 Shenyuan warriors did not stop. You. Seeing the 3 great divine warriors of the human race coming to attack him, the Bear Demon King was very anxious and furious. Just as he was about to fight back, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "Remember, if he dares to resist or fight back, just kill him." The corner of the Bear Demon King's mouth twitched again. It's unreasonable. So unreasonable. However, at this moment, facing the 3 Divine Yuan Realm warriors, he was no match at all. Moreover, this was the human fortress, which was full of masters. As a demon king, he could not escape at all. Originally, he thought that since he was the Demon Emperor's messenger, the other party would not make things difficult for him no matter what. That was why he was fearless. But now, damn, Ye Bufan doesn't play by the rules at all. Bang! Before the Bear Demon King could think any more, an 8-star Divine Warrior punched him in the body. The powerful force made the Bear Demon King's body tremble. Pain and anger. Bang! Bang! The other 2 Shenyuan warriors also launched attacks. No stopping, no hesitation. Bang! 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 The 3 Divine Yuan warriors knocked the Bear Demon King to the ground in an instant, and just like a fight between gangsters, they punched and kicked the Bear Demon King. The demon is under the eaves and has to bow its head. The Bear Demon King was filled with anger, hatred and rage, but he didn't dare to resist. He could only hold his head and let the 3 Divine Yuan warriors beat him up. Embarrassing, miserable and in unbearable pain. What a shame. Okay, stop it. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan waved his hand. The 3 Divine Yuan Realm warriors retreated instantly, and the Bear Demon King lay on the ground. His body kept shaking, and it was unclear whether it was because of pain or anger. Ye Bufan ignored it. Bang! He walked a few steps to the Bear Demon King, kicked him, lowered his head, looked down and said, "Is it true?" "You." The Bear Demon King suddenly raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan. He gritted his teeth, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of anger. "Why, haven't you been beaten enough?" The Bear Demon King was stunned. Ye Bufan sneered and said, "Tell me, what did your damn Demon Emperor ask you to tell me? Boy, wait until you fall into my hands. I will repay you 1,000 times over." Thinking viciously in his heart, the Bear Demon King said, "The Demon Emperor asked me to tell you that your woman is now in his." Bang! The Bear Demon King had just said half of his words when Ye Bufan kicked him directly. "What are you doing?" The Bear Demon King was furious and roared loudly. "Get to the point." Ye Bufan said coldly, "Ning Chong is in your hands, don't I know? Do I need you to tell me?" "You." The Bear Demon King was furious. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth and said, "The Demon King asked you to enter the Wangyao mountain range alone today. Remember, you must go alone. If you dare to bring others with you, you will never see that woman again." Bang! As soon as the Bear Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan kicked him again. "What the hell do you mean?" The Bear Demon King was furious. "If I say one word, you will kick me. Do you still want to let me speak? As a prisoner, I really don't like your attitude," Ye Bufan said lightly. The Bear Demon King was stunned for a moment, and then the corner of his mouth twitched again. Ye Bufan ignored him, looked at him, and asked again, "Where is the Wangyao mountain range? What is the location? Tell me clearly." "There is no specific location. Telling you the location will give you the opportunity to make arrangements and deployments, you are dreaming." With a sneer in his heart, the Bear Demon King continued, "You just need to start from the fortress and go straight to the Wangyao mountains. When you enter the Wangyao mountains, a member of my demon clan will take you to see the Demon King. Is your Demon Emperor quite careful and cautious?" Looking at the Bear Demon King, Ye Bufan could not help but sneer. "Nonsense." The Bear Demon King cursed inwardly, "Everyone knows that you are cunning and treacherous, how can I not be on guard?" "Why don't you take me there directly?" Ye Bufan asked suddenly. Forehead. The Bear Demon King was stunned. "Yes, why didn't the Demon Emperor let me take this kid directly into the Wangduan mountains and give him a day to prepare? It seems that your Demon Emperor is not very smart either." After laughing, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "Anything else you want to say?" "Other." The Bear Demon King thought for a moment and said, "No, you just need to set out from the fortress and go straight into the Demon Viewing Mountains within one day. You don't need to worry about other things. The Demon King has already arranged it." "Clear." Ye Bufan laughed. "Commander, you can't go." At this time, Lang Feng stepped forward, looked at Ye Bufan with a serious expression and said, "Commander, it is obvious that the demon tribe is plotting against you, you must not go." "Yes, Commander, you absolutely cannot go." As soon as Lang Feng finished speaking, Several divine Yuan warriors of the Seven Killing Army also spoke out that the demon clan was clearly intending to deal with Ye Bufan. If he entered the Wangyao Mountains alone and fell into the hands of the demon clan, he would definitely be dead. Can I not go? Looking at Lang Feng, Ye Bufan smiled. This. Lang Feng hesitated slightly. This is an open conspiracy. Even though you know there is a 100% chance of survival, you have to go. Angry, yet helpless. Oh. Seeing this scene, the Bear Demon King sneered. Boy, you're sensible. Don't worry, when you arrive at the Wangyao Mountains, I will definitely entertain you well. The Bear Demon King emphasized the word entertain, and it was obvious that he was planning to take revenge on Ye Bufan. You. At this time, Ye Bufan glanced at the Bear Demon King and said with a smile, do you think you still have a chance to return to the Demon Mountain range? The Bear Demon King was stunned, his pupils shrank, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart. He said anxiously, what do you want to do? Boy, let me tell you, I am the envoy of the Demon King. The War Department and my demon tribe have an agreement. When the two armies fight, the envoys will not be killed. When two armies are fighting, why don't they kill the envoys? That's right. Who is this young master? Forehead. Upon hearing this, the Bear Demon King was stunned. Lang Feng, tell him where this place is and who I am, Ye Bufan said suddenly without any hesitation. Lang Feng straightened his body and looked solemn. This is the Seven Killing Army's base, and you are the commander of the Seven Killing Army. Did you hear that? Looking at the Bear Demon King, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. This is the Seven Killers base. I am the commander of the Seven Killers. What does this have to do with the War Department? The Bear Demon King was stunned. Ye Bufan's face darkened. He pointed at the Bear Demon King and shouted in a cold voice, come here, take this beast away, skin it, pull out its tendons, break its bones, and then hang it on the wall next to the first gate of the fortress. I will make sure that every person, demon, or beast that enters the fortress will see clearly what will happen if they provoke me or the Seven Killers. Buzz. The body of the Bear Demon King shook, and his soul trembled. No, he screamed, and said in fear and panic, You can't do this, Master Demon King, no, I will not let you go. Demon Emperor. Ye Bufan cast his eyes on the Bear Demon King and sneered, do you think I'm afraid of him? Suddenly, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a loud voice, if you touch my woman, I'll let him accompany you at this time tomorrow. Chapter 403, Demon Prince, Soul Refining. Wangyao Mountain Range, 72 Demon Gods. Wangyao Mountain Range, as the base camp of the Demon Clan, is located directly west of the demonic battlefield and is also in the western part of the Shenwu continent. The Wangyao Mountains are vast and boundless, with mountains, rivers, dense forests and complex terrain. There are countless natural treasures, making it a natural treasure house. The demon race has the Wangyao Mountains, and the wild beasts have the 10 great forests. These are treasure houses of nature, but unfortunately, neither of them is available to humans. The moon is bright in the sky, and the stars are sparse. At the edge of the Wangyao Mountains, Ye Bufan arrived alone as promised. Under the long night, he was dressed in black brocade clothes, with a stern face, deep eyes, and long hair that moved slightly in the night breeze. He gave people a peaceful feeling, like a sharp sword in its sheath, hiding its edge. Looking at the Demon Mountain Range, the demons have evil intentions. If one person shows up for the appointment, there is no chance of survival. Ye Bufan knew this very well, but he still came without hesitation. If a man can't even protect the woman he loves, what's the point of living in this world? This is belief and also obsession. Pursue what you want to pursue, protect what you should protect. People can live a free and easy life, but if they lose their beliefs, what is the difference between them and a walking corpse? Although he had only known Lang Ningxiang for a short time, Ye Bufan knew that this woman had already entered his heart. No matter what Lang Ningxiang thought, Ye Bufan was willing to protect her for the rest of his life, without any complaints or regrets. So here he comes. Demon Clan, you'd better pray that Ning Chong is safe. If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I will spend my entire life to massacre your Wangyao Mountain Range with blood and flatten the entire Demon Clan. Looking at the Wangyao Mountain Range in front of him, Ye Bufan's eyes flashed with a fierce look. This was an oath, and he would do what he said. Pa. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a round of crisp applause rang out under the night sky. Young Marshal Filong Ye Bufan, should I say that you are arrogant or ignorant? Even Yi Tianshong doesn't have this ability, how can you do it? Ye Bufan glanced sideways. Under the night sky, in the Wangyao Mountains, to the left of Ye Bufan's sight, a middle-aged man transformed from a demon slowly walked towards him, his expression full of amusement. The day is almost up, and I thought you didn't dare to come. The Demon King chuckled as he came in front of Ye Bufan. Why not? Ye Bufan's expression was natural. Hee hee. The Demon King chuckled and said sarcastically, so you humans are stupid. You came here knowing that you are going to die. You dare to come here. Emotion is your biggest weakness, and also your most fatal weakness. There are some things that beasts will never understand. Ye Bufan looked at the Demon King with disdain. What did you say? The Demon King was instantly furious, staring at Ye Bufan and shouting, if you have the guts, say it again, who is the beast? Don't your demon race belong to the animal species? Ye Bufan asked instead of answering. You. The Demon King was furious, and he really couldn't refute for a moment. After all, some of the demons did belong to the beast species. Stop talking nonsense. Where are the people? Without waiting for the Demon King to think or say more, Ye Bufan suddenly asked in a stern voice. Snort. The Demon King snorted coldly, follow me. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the Wangyao mountain range, but in his heart he said fiercely, boy, let's see how long you can be so arrogant and presumptuous. Ye Bufan followed closely. Along the way, the Demon King stopped talking, and Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He kept looking around. This was Ye Bufan's first time to set foot in the Wangyao mountain range, and everything around him was extremely unfamiliar to him. However, Ye Bufan didn't care about it at all. The man and the demon walked forward in the dense forest, and the dense forest was dead silent under the night. Wangyao mountain range is worthy of being the base camp of the demon clan. Along the way, Ye Bufan has seen quite a few demon beasts. Although their ranks are very low, their numbers are large. Ye Bufan looked at these monsters, and the monsters also looked at Ye Bufan. However, because the Monster King was leading the way, these monsters ignored Ye Bufan. If it were in the past, I'm afraid these monsters would have rushed over to surround him. An hour later, the Demon King brought Ye Bufan to a lake deep in the dense forest. At this time, they had already penetrated nearly 10,000 meters deep into the Wangyao Mountains. The Demon King paused. We're here. Arrive. Ye Bufan stopped and looked around. Dense forests, green lakes, and bright moonlight, all around were dead silent. Ye Bufan glanced at the Demon King. Where are the people? Come with me. After saying the 3 words, Demon King, he walked directly to the lake. Ye Bufan was stunned and frowned. Is there a person in the lake? Why, are you scared? The Demon King turned around, looked at Ye Bufan and smiled. Lead the way. Ye Bufan said these 2 words calmly. Afraid. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Hee hee. The Demon King smiled calmly, then jumped up, and with a splash, he jumped directly into the lake. The lake in front of him was endless. Looking at the place where the Demon King went into the water, ripples appeared on the lake. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan also jumped into the lake. The lake returned to calm after a while. In the lake, Ye Bufan followed the Demon King and dived all the way down, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters until after 500 meters, Ye Bufan felt as if he had touched a thin film, and then his body became lighter and he fell rapidly. Ye Bufan was shocked. Bang! After more than 30 meters, Ye Bufan landed on his feet. The scene in front of him made Ye Bufan slightly dazed. He looked up and saw that the lake above his head was separated by a layer of barrier, forming a space at the bottom of the lake. Little Phylong, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a teasing voice suddenly sounded in front. Ye Bufan was stunned. He retracted his gaze and looked forward again. In the sight, a young man in white clothes was walking slowly towards the front. He was handsome and elegant, with a hint of noble temperament in his every move. On the right cheek, 10 purple gold demon patterns showed his identity as a demon. Behind him, there was a large group of monsters. Thousands and tens of thousands. This god. Looking at the young man in white in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Please introduce yourself. The young man in white opened the folding fan in his hand, fanned it lightly, and said with a smile, I am one of the 72 demon gods under the seat of the barbarian ancient holy dragon. I am Lianyun. You can call me Demon Young Master. Ye Bufan was suddenly shocked. Demon God. He originally thought that the person who held Lang Ningshang hostage was a demon emperor, but he did not expect that the one who appeared now would be a demon god. In order to deal with me, the demon clan even sent out the demon god. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan laughed secretly. The demon tribe thinks too highly of himself, but Ye Bufan feels that he needs to re-evaluate the demon tribe's attitude towards his cheap father Ye Tianshang. How about it? How do you feel about this place that I chose for you? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Demon Master Lianyun suddenly asked with a smile. Ye Bufan was stunned. Lianyun spoke again. This place was borrowed from me for you. It has no other advantages, except that it is about 500 meters above the ground, and there is a lake and a water curtain barrier. Even a human saint like you can't find it. How? Looking at Ye Bufan, he fanned his soul-refining folding fan and said with a smile, no one can find us here, and no one will come to disturb us. This way, we can have fun slowly. I see. Ye Bufan groaned inwardly. He was curious before, why did the demon race bring him to the bottom of the lake? It turned out that they were afraid that the human race's gods or saints would come to find him. Unfortunately, this demon prince thought too much, and he had no backup at all. No red eyes, no beating heart. Looking at Ye Bufan, Lianyun smiled again. It seems that you are very confident. Do you think you can still leave here? Where are the people? Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Lianyun and said, I'm here, where is Ningchang now? No hurry, no hurry. Lianyun closed the folding fan in his hand, shook his head, and said with a smile, didn't you bring other people with you? What are you waiting for? Call them all out. Ye Bufan's expression changed instantly. What's the meaning? Isn't what I said clear enough? The demon son Lianyun chuckled. If that's the case, then this god will make it clearer. Since the 30 Shenyuan warriors of your 7-killing army and the 20,000 Guiyuan realm warriors are here, why don't you let them show up? Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body trembled and his pupils shrank. Looking at the soul refining, he looked horrified. The demon clan was plotting something, so Ye Bufan would certainly not be stupid enough to take the risk alone. After all, if he did that, not only would he fail to save Leng Ningshang, he would also be at the mercy of others. For this reason, before setting off, except for a small number of 7-killing army soldiers who stayed behind to guard the fortress, Ye Bufan took most of the 7-killing army soldiers into the burial heaven palace. 30 divine warriors, 20,000 returned to the origin. The people Ye Bufan brought with him were no more than what Lian Hun said. However, apart from the members of the 7-killing army, no one else knew about this matter. How did this demon young master Lian Hun know about it? Qisha army, someone leaked the news. This was the first thing Ye Bufan thought of. Angry. The next second, he didn't hesitate at all. His deep eyes looked straight at Lianyun, and he waved his right hand. With a bang, the burial heaven palace fell to the ground and appeared. Now that it's exposed, there's no need to hide. At worst, we can just fight. Chapter 404 I don't want to die, I can't die. No matter who leaked the information in the 7-Killings army, and no matter how the demon young master Lianyun knew these things, this was not the time to consider these things. Since it had been exposed, there was no need to continue hiding. Bang! The heaven burial palace fell to the ground and appeared, with its doors wide open. Come out! Ye Bufan shouted loudly. In an instant, inside the burial heaven palace, 30 Shenyuan realm warriors and 20,000 Guiyuan realm warriors of the 7-killing army rushed out and gathered behind Ye Bufan. In terms of numbers, Ye Bufan's group is inferior to the demon clan. But in terms of strength, if Demon Master Lianyun and the Demon Emperor did not take action, the 7-killing army would definitely crush the demon clan. Of course, that is impossible and unrealistic. Hee. After looking at Ye Bufan and the more than 20,000 people behind him, Demon Master Lianyun chuckled, Little Phylong, you think of coming to the Wangyao mountain range to rescue people with just these few people. Don't you think that's a bit naive? Stop talking nonsense, where are the people? Ye Bufan ignored him and shouted loudly. The Demon Master Refining Soul waved his right hand. Brush. In an instant, a path was made clear in the demon team behind him, and 2 demon generals who had transformed into humans came up, holding Lang Ningshang's arms on the left and right, and threw Lang Ningshang in front of Lianyun with another bang. At this moment, Lang Ningshang was lying on the ground, her face was pale, beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down her forehead, and her face was full of pain. Ningshang! Ye Bufan exclaimed and took a step forward. Little Phylong, please don't mess around. Do you think you, a Guiyuan realm master, can save her from me? Seeing this, Demon Young Master Lianyun said immediately, And at the end he added, if you provoke me and I accidentally kill her, then it won't be fun. Ye Bufan paused, gritted his teeth, glanced at Langning Shang, then looked at Yao Gongzi Lianyun and shouted, what did you do to her? Nothing, just a little gadget. Demon Master Lianyun chuckled and said with a playful look on his face. A little gadget. She wanted to commit suicide, but I didn't want to break my promise to you. I didn't want you to see only a corpse when you arrived, so I injected some soul-eating poison into her body. You see, now she has no ability to commit suicide at all. You should thank me. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. To Ye Bufan, Master Demon's words about soul refining were like a bolt from the blue. The 4 words, soul-devouring Gu poison, kept echoing in Ye Bufan's mind. Wasn't this the poison that old man Yi Hong was poisoned by? He couldn't even withstand the Zhodian realm, and Langning Shang had just entered the Shenyuan realm, so how could he resist? As soon as Ye Bufan saw the demon son refining his soul, murderous intent surged in his eyes. Even the temperature around him dropped by several degrees in an instant. A chill swept through the hearts of every human and demon present. You deserve to die. Hee. Demon Master Lianyun chuckled and didn't care at all. Why did you come here? At this time, Langning Shang, who was lying on the ground with a look of pain on her face, suddenly propped up her body with both hands. Her face was still painful, but she looked at Ye Bufan with difficulty and said, I came because you are here. Langning Shang's delicate body trembled. A tear fell. Looking at Ye Bufan, she was in pain and despair, but her eyes showed a firmness, determination, and an unprecedented desire. Please, I don't want to die. I can't die, mine. She had always wanted to die, but now she was asking for life. That look made Ye Bufan's heart tremble inexplicably, as if his heart was cut by someone, and as if he had lost something. Puff. However, before Langning Shang could say anything, a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. However, she didn't care and stretched out her hand towards Ye Bufan. Mine. Boom. In an instant, a wisp of black gas rushed out of Langning Shang's body. With a bang, Langning Shang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ning Shang. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Tisk tisk. Demon Master Lianyun chuckled, what a strange woman. She wanted to die before, but after being poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu, she no longer wanted to die. She also relied on her willpower to hold on for so long before the poison erupted. I'm afraid that even the human Zhodian strongman can't do this. The human race is really a strange race. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Young Master Lianyun looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a smile, Little Phylong, do you want to save her? Buzz. Ye Bufan's body suddenly trembled violently. Can you save her? Certainly. The demon son was refining his soul in a natural manner. The poison was cast by this god. Since this god can cast the poison, he can naturally also detoxify it. As soon as he finished speaking, Demon Master Lianyun pointed at the more than 20,000 7-killing army soldiers behind Ye Bufan and said with a teasing look, Kill them all, and I will save her for you. Boom. The words from Demon Master Lianyun made all the members of the 7-killing army tremble. Mean. Looking at the soul refiner, waves of anger surged. Commander, don't believe him. Wei Qing, an 8-star divine warrior, stepped forward and looked at Ye Bufan and said, The soul-devouring poison will transform when it comes into contact with blood. It will first reside in the energy and devour it. Once the energy is completely devoured, it will begin to devour the soul, and then devour the flesh, bones, and internal organs until the body is completely destroyed. No one in the world can cure this poison, and no one can save it. Not even a saint can do it, and even less so a divine warrior. Anyone who is poisoned will die. He wants us to kill each other. As soon as Wei Qing finished speaking, Demon Master Lianyun frowned and glanced at him. Lianyun chuckled and said, Tisk tisk, Xiao Phylong, there are so many talented people in your 7-killing army. I didn't expect that someone even knew about this soul-devouring Gu poison. No one can solve it, no one can save it. Ye Bufan snorted in his heart, others can't do it, but I can. Qin Shin said that this soul-eating poison is an incurable poison for others, but it is a great tonic for him. However, Qin Shin only said that she could be saved, but did not tell Ye Bufan how to save her. Moreover, last time in the Burial Heaven Palace, because of the forced activation of the artifact, Qin Shin fell into a dormant state, and Ye Bufan could not ask at all. But it doesn't matter. Qinshin said that she would sleep for a year at most. She would wake up after a year, and then she could ask Qinshin for treatment methods. 1 year, Lang Ningxiang just needs to hold on for this year. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan looked at the demon son Lianyun, with a chill in his eyes that he did not conceal. Want us to kill each other? I never attack my own brothers. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's voice sank, and he said in a resounding voice, I never planned to leave alive when I set foot in the Wangyao mountain range. If you want to kill me, then you monsters will have to pay the price. Today, I will perish with you. Ha ha ha. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Demon Master Lianyun laughed loudly. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and chuckled, Little Filong, you guys want to perish together with us. Do you think it's possible? Is it realistic? Even if it's a moth to a flame, it has to fight. Ye Bufan's face darkened and he shouted sternly. Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear appeared in his hand. The will to fight and the murderous intent dominate the world. I will fight even if I am a moth to a flame. I will fight even if I am a moth to a flame. Behind Ye Bufan, more than 20,000 members of the 7 killing army also shouted in unison, and the weapons in their hands were instantly unsheathed. Ye Bufan pointed his spear forward. Kill. Kill. The 20,000 strong 7 killing army did not hesitate or stop for a moment. They instantly rushed towards the demon army in front of them, like wolves and tigers, unafraid and not retreating, furious. Today, even if they are like moths to a flame, they must fight. You don't know your own limits. Demon Master Lianyun sneered and waved his hand again. Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python, take your men to play with them. Remember, don't hurt our little flying dragon. The game between this god and him has not yet begun. Yes. The Demon Emperor level Golden Scale Dragon Armor Python responded. Kill. The demon army attacked instantly, and the Golden Scaled Dragon Armored Python did not stop. Boom. In an instant, the 2 armies collided. Kill. Sharp murderous intent and violent fighting spirit broke out among the 7 killer army and the demon army. Ye Bufan and Demon Young Master Lianyun were in the center of the battlefield, standing proudly and looking at each other, as if the battle around them had nothing to do with them. Little flying dragon. Looking at Ye Bufan with a teasing and amusing expression, Demon Master Lianyun was about to say something, but his face suddenly darkened. Shocked. However, it was too late. In the midst of the melee between the 7 killing army and the demon clan, a figure had already rushed in front of him. A punch came out from the side. Fast, fierce and violent. The raging waves seemed to be about to tear the heaven and earth apart. In an instant, this extremely violent punch landed on the side of Demon Young Master Lianyun's waist and abdomen with a force as strong as that of moving a mountain. With a loud bang of thunder, Demon Young Master Lianyun's body trembled, and his eyes were wide open in shock and horror. Call out. The next second, the body of Demon Master Lianyun flew backwards like an arrow shot from a bow, at such an extreme speed that only a residual shadow could be seen. Boom. In the blink of an eye, 500 meters away, the body of Demon Master Lianyun fell heavily to the ground. With a puff sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Call out. However, a figure was coming towards him again, at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of lightning, and arrived in an instant. Kill. A fierce murderous intent, a killing move. The body of the demon son Lianyun trembled instinctively, his pupils shrank, and he was horrified. Human race, the divine martial venerable. Chapter 405, The Demon God Escapes. Human race, venerable Shenwu. The simple 6 words of, Demon Master Refining Soul, stunned everyone present, whether they were human or demon. In an instant, the melee that had just begun came to a strange halt, and pairs of astonished eyes looked at Demon Master Refining Soul. Divine power, murderous intent. Old Tang Yuan succeeded in his first attack and without any pause, he attacked again. His speed was extremely fast. Like lightning and thunder, a sharp arrow shot from a bow. As the 6 words, Demon Young Master Refining Soul, came out, Tang Yuan had already arrived in front of him. With his strength as great as that of a mountain and his power as unparalleled as that of the world, he punched out with an earth-shaking punch to kill him. I will kill you while you are sick. A punch came at him, and young Master Yao Lianyun's pupils shrank. He did not dare to hesitate at all. In a hurry, he crossed his hands in front of him and defended instinctively. A punch landed. Boom. A loud thunderous roar was heard. The space vibrates. Da da da. Although he defended with all his strength, it was a hasty defense after all. Under the huge force, Demon Young Master Lianyun took 17 steps back. Puff. Then, another mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Kill. Tang Yuan took advantage of the situation and attacked again. One step ahead, every step ahead, first a sneak attack and severe damage, then further injury upon injury. Now, Tang Yuan has taken the initiative and is even more powerful at this moment. Boy, you tricked me. Seeing Tang Yuan rushing towards him again, Demon Master Lianyun couldn't help but roar in anger, but he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and tried his best to deal with Tang Yuan. In the space at the bottom of the lake, the mighty gods fought against the demon gods. Boom 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 boom. Thunderous sonic booms continued to sound, and the entire space was shaking and trembling. The two seemed to be evenly matched. However, at this moment, everyone could see that compared to Tang Yuan, Yao Gongzi Lianyun was obviously more embarrassed. 2 consecutive attacks injured him seriously. You are stupid. Looking at the demon young master refining his soul in the battle with Tang Yuan in the distance, Ye Bufan sneered, do you really think that I, with 30 Shenyuan warriors and 20,000 Guiyuan, dare to invade your Wangyao mountain range? You underestimate me too much. You. The demon master was furious while refining his soul. Call out. Tang Yuan's violent attack took advantage of the situation. Demon Master Lianyun did not dare to be careless. Although he was angry and wanted to kill Ye Bufan immediately, at this moment, he was unable to take any action and could only concentrate on dealing with Tang Yuan, the human race's divine and powerful master. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and ignored the demon master's soul refining. With Tang Yuan restraining him, he had no time to deal with him. Immediately, Ye Bufan retracted his sight, swept the stagnant battle between the 7 killing army and the demons in front of him, and roared coldly, kill all the demons here, don't spare a single one. A cold voice, full of murderous intent. Kill. The 7 killings army did not stop at all. In an instant, the fighting started again. The netherworld evil dragon, the fiery demon ape, the iron-backed grey bear, all of them, come out and kill them, kill, kill. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted again. Yin. Roar. Roar. 3 angry roars were heard in the burial heaven palace, and then the netherworld evil dragon, the fiery demon ape, the iron-backed grey bear, a demon emperor, and 2 demon kings rushed out. Kill. In an instant, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor rushed directly towards the golden scale dragon armored demon emperor who was fighting alone against more than a dozen 7 killing divine Yuan warriors, with an extremely powerful momentum. When the 7 killing divine Yuan warriors saw the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor rushing towards them, they were stunned at first, but then they remembered that this netherworld evil dragon was summoned by Ye Bufan and came from the burial heaven palace, so they did not stop and directly withdrew from the battle with the golden scale dragon armored python and turned to attack other members of the demon clan. Netherworld evil dragon, you actually betrayed the demon clan and obeyed a human. Do you know who that guy is? He is the son of Flying Dragon Commander Yi Tianshang. Have you forgotten how many members of our demon clan Yi Tianshang killed? Looking at the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor in front of him, the golden scale dragon armored python immediately roared angrily and questioned. Fuck your uncle's demon clan. Upon hearing this, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor cursed angrily. The corner of the golden scale dragon armor python's mouth twitched. You. Go to hell. The golden scaled dragon python wanted to say something, but the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor didn't give him any chance to talk nonsense and rushed out directly. That momentum, that murderous intent, was terrifying to the extreme. The scene before him was as if the golden scaled dragon armored python had killed the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor's family, slaughtered his entire clan, and robbed his wife and daughter. The fight continues until death. The netherworld evil dragon demon emperor was like this, and the flame demon ape and iron bear were no exception, especially the flame demon ape, who held a mace and smashed a demon emperor into minced meat, and the power he burst out was comparable to that of the demon emperor. This scene stunned the 7 Killers army and also frightened the members of the demon clan. Are these 3 guys on doping? In fact, the 3 monsters did take stimulants, or rather, Ye Bufan gave them a dose of stimulants. Before setting off, Ye Bufan only said one thing to them. In this battle, rewards will be given according to merit, and those who perform well will be rewarded with 10,000 essence pills, and those who perform poorly will not be able to get a single essence pill within half a year. What is essence pill? It is more stimulant than stimulants. If the demon king eats too much, it will be easy for him to advance to the demon emperor. If the demon emperor eats too much, it will be a natural thing for him to advance to the demon god. One demon emperor and two demon kings, how could he not be crazy? Kill. Crazy fighting, bloody killing. As soon as the three monsters appeared, the momentum of the seven killing army was instantly raised to the extreme. On the other hand, the demon clan. Originally there were demon young master Lianyun and the golden scale dragon armor python demon emperor. Although the human race had masters among them, they did not take them seriously at all. But now, both demon master Lianyun and golden scale dragon armor python were restrained by the other party, and were in a great position to lose, especially demon master Lianyun, who was seriously injured by the human race's divine warrior. This situation directly led to the demon race's morale being extremely low. In fighting on the battlefield, momentum is particularly important. At this moment, the seven killing army was full of vigor and momentum. Kill. Ye Bufan paid no attention to the bloody fight. He put away his spear, came to Lang Ningshang, squatted down, and gently picked her up. Don't worry, I will not let you die, nor allow you to die, and I will not let anything happen to you. Looking at Lang Ningshang, whose body was covered in black air, Ye Bufan said with a resolute look, and then, he carried her to the Zhangtian palace. A moment later, Ye Bufan walked out of the burial heaven palace again. Lang Ningshang was gone, but the murderous intent in Ye Bufan had reached its peak. The chill permeates the sky and earth. That kind of coldness seemed to freeze the heaven and earth. That kind of cold seems to freeze the soul. Yin. Suddenly, a long metallic sound was heard, and the 8 treasures silver silk dragon pattern spear appeared in Ye Bufan's hand. He took a step forward and killed. Spear, sharp edge, murderous intent, madness. At this moment, he fought with full strength and turned into a killing god. One word, slaughter. Not only Ye Bufan, but also the 7 who killed 30 Shenyuan warriors, 20,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, as well as the fiery demon ape and the iron-backed grey bear, all of them were like killing gods, madly slaughtering the members of the demon clan. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. The demon clan was completely routed. Feeling the situation in front of him, as well as the sharp murderous intent and the strong smell of blood that came to his face again and again, while young Master Yao was refining his soul to deal with old Master Tang Yuan, the corners of his mouth twitched unnaturally. He had to admit that this time, he underestimated the enemy and was careless. The human race's divine and martial master. He never imagined that there would be a divine martial master by Ye Bufan's side. Originally everything was under his control, but now everything has been completely out of control, and even his side is doomed to fail. Let's go quickly. Looking at Ye Bufan, who is like a god of death and a devil on the battlefield, Demon Master Lianyun couldn't help but think in his heart. He was scared. If there was no Tang Yuan, he would not have taken Ye Bufan seriously. But now that there was a Tang Yuan, it was different. In addition, he was seriously injured by Tang Yuan's sneak attack before, and now he felt powerless when facing Tang Yuan. In this situation, if Ye Bufan dealt with the demon army and turned to besiege him, the demon sun's soul refining simply couldn't imagine it. With a divine martial lord as the main attacker and 20,000 Guiyuan realm warriors risking their lives, even if he is a divine martial realm demon god, he will surely die. With this thought in mind, the demon master no longer stopped refining his soul. Boom. He and Tang Yuan exchanged blows, and then without any hesitation, he flashed and rushed directly towards the water curtain barrier. Boom. The next second, a strange sound was heard, and the demon young master's soul instantly rushed out of the water curtain barrier, then broke through the lake water and rushed towards the lake surface. No stopping, no rest, the speed is extremely fast. Like a sharp arrow rushing. At this moment, the demon god fled. Chapter 406, Frozen. You want to run, can you run? Seeing that young master demon Lianyun was trying to escape, Tang Yuanli shouted, and without any hesitation, he chased after him instantly. Whether it was a demon god or a human being in the divine martial realm, at this level, it was impossible for a saint to kill the other party without taking action. If there had been no sneak attack and severely injured the demon sun's soul, Tang Yuan would not have been sure to keep him. But it's different now. Lianyun is seriously injured, this is definitely the best time to kill him. Moreover, the value of a demon god to the demon race is unquestionable. Kill one less. Now that the opportunity is right in front of him, how could Tang Yuan let it go? Mr. Tang, this is the Wangyao mountain range. The moment Tang Yuan came out to chase him, Ye Bufan immediately shouted. Buzz! Tang Yuan's body shook and he stopped. Wangyao Mountain Range. Damn it! Looking at the demon young master refining soul who had broken through the lake water and rushed out of the lake, Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. He clenched his fists and his face was full of unwillingness. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Looking at Tang Yuan with an unwilling look on his face, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice that he definitely wanted to kill Lian Hun more than Tang Yuan did, but now was not the right time or place. Ye Bufan immediately spoke again. Tang Lao, let's deal with these guys first, and then we can leave here quickly. Good. Tang Yuan responded and rushed out directly. Buzz. The golden scale dragon armored python, who was already being defeated by the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor, looked at Tang Yuan rushing towards him. His pupils couldn't help but shrink, his heart trembled, and a chill surged from the bottom of his heart, sweeping across his body in an instant. Tang Yuan arrived in an instant. A palm slapped out. Paw. A clear, heavy, and loud sound was heard, and the golden scale dragon armor python spat out a mouthful of blood, then fell directly to the ground with a bang. The power of the gods is far beyond his ability to match. Master, do you want to catch him? Seeing that Tang Yuan beat the golden scale dragon armored python half to death with one blow, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor immediately said. Kill him. Ye Bufan certainly knew what the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor meant. If he captured him alive and controlled his soul in the future, he would have another demon emperor in his hands. However, Ye Bufan did not need it. Now, he only wanted to kill and vent his hatred. Not everyone can be controlled by him. Not everyone is qualified to have his soul controlled. Bang! In an instant, Tang Yuan killed the golden scale dragon python with one strike, without even giving it a chance to resist or beg for mercy. The demon god has fled, the demon emperor is dead, and now the demon army is no longer to be feared, not to mention that Ye Bufan's side also has a powerful divine being in the demon emperor. The demon army. Kill it like killing a chicken. In less than 2 minutes, tens of thousands of monsters were slaughtered, and the bottom of the lake was filled with corpses and blood. Everyone enter the heavenly burial palace. After killing the demon army, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He immediately shouted and asked everyone to enter the burial palace. A moment later, everyone entered the heaven burial palace. Ye Bufan took back the burial heaven palace. Mr. Tang, let's go. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan glanced at Tang Yuan beside him and said that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and the faster they left, the better. Tang Yuan naturally understood, so he picked up Ye Bufan, then rushed out of the water curtain barrier, broke through the lake water, and rushed straight to the lake surface. After leaving Qihu Lake, Tang Yuan flew directly into the air, flew over the Wangyao Mountains, and headed straight for the monster battlefield. He moved at an extremely fast speed, ignoring everything. This is not tourism, this is escaping. If they were a step later, and other demon gods from the demon clan arrived, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Swish, swish, swish. Less than half an hour after Ye Bufan and Tang Yuan left, the demon son returned from refining his soul and came directly to the Green Lake. However, he was not the only one who came back. There was another demon god, and they rushed directly to the bottom of the lake without any hesitation. Unfortunately, there was nothing at the bottom of the lake except the corpses of the monsters and the strong smell of blood. Damn it! The demon young master Lianyun couldn't help but curse angrily. He was unwilling to give in. Unfortunately, this round was already lost and could not be reversed. Little flying dragon, just wait for me. Next time, you will surely die. At the bottom of the lake, the angry roar of Lianyun was heard. Little did he know that there would not be a next time. The demon battlefield, the 7 Killers base. The door of the central hall was closed at this moment. At the entrance of the hall, Tang Yuan moved a chair from somewhere and sat quietly there. Leng Feng, with a solemn face, paced back and forth in front of Tang Yuan at the entrance of the hall. After returning from Wangyao Mountain Range, Ye Bufan went straight into the main hall and asked Tang Yuan to guard it, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Even Leng Feng didn't know what happened in Wangyao Mountain Range. He asked Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan didn't tell him. The only thing Leng Feng knew was that when Ye Bufan came back, the murderous intent around him had not dissipated. That murderous intent frightened Leng Feng. In the main hall. Call out. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all, and directly took out the mother-child true essence stone and contacted Qian Duoduo. Although he could dissolve the soul-devouring poison, Qinshin was now asleep, and Ye Bufan had no idea how to dissolve it, and Lang Ningshang's situation was not optimistic. 1 year. Lang Ningshang definitely can't hold on that long. Before that, Ye Bufan must find a way to suppress the soul-devouring loneliness in Lang Ningshang, and it will take at least a year. Ye Bufan couldn't do this, so he could only ask Qian Duoduo for help. Unfortunately, as soon as Ye Bufan activated the mother and child true essence stones, they fell directly to the ground, and there was no response from Qian Duoduo. Damn it! Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse angrily. This fat guy is always hanging around you when you don't want to find him, but when you want to find him, he is nowhere to be found. It's really infuriating. Now that Lang Ningshang's life was hanging by a thread, Ye Bufan dared not delay any longer. He immediately picked up the mother and child true essence stones and continued to contact Qian Duoduo. Not once. Twice is not okay. 3 times still didn't work. Brush. For the 18th time, Qian Duoduo finally responded. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The mother and child true essence stones flashed white light, and a light curtain appeared instantly. Fatty. However, Ye Bufan was filled with anger, and as soon as the light curtain appeared, he spoke directly in a bad tone, but suddenly he was stunned. Why is it you? The person who appeared on the light curtain was not Qian Duoduo, but Qian Rumeng. Hello, husband. A sweet smile flashed across Qian Rumeng's otherworldly face, and she waved at Ye Bufan. Where's your father? Ye Bufan ignored him and asked directly. Saving lives is as important as saving them, there is no delay. This. Qian Rumeng hesitated slightly, stuck out her tongue, rolled her eyes around, glanced at the person beside her, and said, Daddy said he's not here right now. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. The fat guy said, he's not here now. Also, Qian Rumeng's eyes clearly told Ye Bufan that Qian Duoduo was right beside him. Ye Bufan shouted angrily, Fatty, show up in front of me now, right now. If you don't show up, from now on, we will be done with each other. And, I promise to help the other 2 chambers of commerce to suppress your Linglong Chamber of Commerce, so that from now on you will no longer have a foothold in the Shenwu continent. Ye Bufan, always keep my word. Boy, are you trying to blackmail Mr. Qian? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo appeared in his sight, pointed at him, and said with dissatisfaction, You little bastard, now you are. Shut up. As soon as Qian Duoduo opened his mouth, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Forehead. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Ye Bufan said solemnly, Listen carefully, now, immediately, find me someone who can suppress the soul-devouring Gu poison. I don't care if he is male or female, old or young, as long as he can suppress the poison. I will give you whatever amount you want. If the other party is unwilling, I will not care what method you use, whether it is blackmail, intimidation, or tying him up, you must bring him here to me. Soul-devouring Gu poison. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo's pupils shrank, and his fat body trembled. Even Qian Rumeng's face changed instantly. As he breathed, Qian Duoduo's face showed a hint of tension and heaviness, and he asked anxiously, Boy, have you been poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu? Ye Bufan was stunned. For the first time, he saw tension, concern, and worry in Qian Duoduo's eyes. But this was not the time to think about these things. Ye Bufan immediately said, It's not me. Call. Hearing this, Qian Duoduo breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned again and said, Boy, there is no antidote for the soul-devouring Gu poison. Anyone who is poisoned will die. What are you talking about? Did I ask you to detoxify and save people? I asked you to find someone to suppress it for me. Do you understand? As long as they can suppress it, anyone can do it, and it has to be done quickly. Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense and roared angrily. Just suppression. That's right. Qian Duoduo shook his head, it still doesn't work. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Qian Duoduo said with a heavy expression, There is no medicine to cure the soul-devouring poison. Besides, except for the poisoned person himself, no outsider or external force can suppress it, unless. Unless what? Freeze. Ice-bound. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. The old man was poisoned by the soul-devouring insect, and it seemed that he had suppressed it by himself. Later, he was frozen by the Martial Arts Academy. Although I don't want to, I have no choice. Then freeze it. Ye Bufan shouted sternly, Find someone to come to the 7 Killings base right now. I will only give you 3 hours. If you don't arrive after 3 hours, you will bear the consequences yourself. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan cut off his connection with Qian Duoduo. Frozen. The demon prince is refining his soul. You, just wait for me. Chapter 407. Ning Chong is pregnant and cannot be frozen. Can't suppress it, can only freeze it. This result was completely beyond Ye Bufan's expectations. He didn't know what effect the freezing would have on Langning Shang. However, at this point, there was no choice. If she was not frozen, Langning Shang would surely die. 1 year, Ye Bufan needs 1 year, or in other words, Qin Shen needs 1 year to wake up. So, no matter what, Ye Bufan must buy this 1 year for Langning Shang, no matter what the cost. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan became even angrier and more murderous. In the main hall, Langning Shang lay calmly on the golden dragon throne. Looking at her, Ye Bufan clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. The boundless murderous intent seemed to freeze the heaven and earth to pieces. Even Leng Feng and Tang Yuan outside the hall could clearly feel the chill. The demon master, who refines his soul, must die. At this moment, all we can do is wait. The boundless night and the bleak murderous intent made tonight destined to be a sleepless night. Outside the hall, Leng Feng and Tang Yuan never left. Inside the hall, Ye Bufan just stood there, looking at Langning Shang quietly without saying a word. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. It's daybreak. However, Qian Duoduo still hadn't arrived. Not only Qian Duoduo, but also the person who was supposed to come to the Qi Sha base to freeze Langning Shang did not show up. Ye Bufan was anxious and even more angry. Brush. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan directly took out the mother-child true essence stone and contacted Qian Duoduo again. Fortunately, the situation did not happen last time. Ye Bufan contacted Qian Duoduo immediately, but it was Qian Rumeng who appeared. Husband. Looking at Ye Bufan, Qian Rumeng said with a heavy expression. How much money? Ye Bufan's voice sank. Dad went to the martial arts academy 3 hours ago. Husband, don't be anxious, wait a little longer. Qian Rumeng explained with concern. Go to the martial arts academy. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Yes. Qian Rumeng responded. Dad said that freezing a person in ice is not an easy task, and he can't do it alone. So, Dad went to the 3 major martial arts academies to find someone to help, and it will take some time. Buzz. Suddenly, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently. Ye Bufan originally thought that Qian Duoduo would find someone else to freeze Langning Shang, but he didn't expect that he would do it himself. Moreover, Qian Rumeng said that Qian Duoduo alone couldn't freeze her. Is Qian Duoduo right? Not a god, but a saint. Even a saint can't freeze it. After Ye Bufan came to Shenwu continent, he felt anxious and confused for the first time. Then he said weakly, I know. Husband. Qian Rumeng wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan had already cut off the connection. Wait. 4 hours. 5 hours. 6 hours. Time passed by minute, but Qian Duoduo still didn't come. Ye Bufan felt more and more heavy-hearted and worried. Qian Duoduo is looking for someone to help. What if the other party refuses? Boom. In the 7th hour, in the hall, Ye Bufan clearly felt that the whole space trembled violently, and he was immediately shocked. Here I come. Brush. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan rushed out of the hall. When the palace door was opened, Leng Feng and Tang Yuan were still there, but they were both looking up at the sky in shock, especially Tang Yuan. At this moment, this divine master had his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. Ye Bufan looked up. There were 3 people standing in the air, one of them was Qian Duoduo. Gurgle. At this time, Tang Yuan on the side suddenly swallowed his saliva, looked up at the 3 people, and said in a trembling voice, Fa, what happened? Why would the 3 saints come here? What? As soon as Tang Yuan finished speaking, Leng Feng exclaimed. Ye Bufan was also stunned. Are all 3 saints? Does it mean that to freeze one person, 3 saints are needed? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, Qian Duoduo had already landed in front of the hall with the other 2 saints and came to him in an instant. Except for Qian Duoduo, the other 2 were old men with white hair and youthful faces. Boy, aren't you very anxious? Why are you still standing there? Where are the people? At this time, Qian Duoduo glared at Ye Bufan and said viciously. Oh, Ye Bufan came back to his senses from his thoughts, looked at the two old men and said, "The person is inside, please come in, seniors." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched suddenly. "Why are there only two? Am I not a human being, Master Qian? Or, you don't need Master Qian to take action." However, at this moment, Qian Duoduo did not waste time talking to Ye Bufan, and walked into the hall first, followed by the two old men. Ye Bufan also followed in. These three saints, were they invited by the commander? Lang Feng couldn't help but say as he watched Ye Bufan and the three saints walk into the hall together. Tang Yuan also looked horrified. Three saints. What is the concept? In the hall, after the two old men came in, they walked directly to Lang Ningsheng without any hesitation. Qian Duoduo looked around the hall, then looked at Ye Bufan, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Boy, you are not planning to freeze someone here, are you? Are there any restrictions on the frozen places?" Although Ye Bufan had no intention of freezing Lang Ningsheng in the hall, he couldn't help but ask. "Nonsense." Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, "Do you think freezing is a joke? The ice crystal snow coffin must be placed in a place where there is no sunlight. Also, the environment must be dark and humid, otherwise, freezing will not have any effect." Underground Palace. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan blurted out. "What underground palace?" Qian Duoduo was slightly stunned. "Lord Kai, are you sure you want to freeze this woman?" Ye Bufan was about to speak when one of the two old men who were checking Lang Ningsheng's condition in front suddenly turned around and looked at Qian Duoduo and asked. "What's the meaning?" Qian Duoduo said with a puzzled look on his face. "The same is true for Ye Bufan. What does it mean to be sure? If you are not sure, why did I ask you to come? If it is not frozen, Lang Ningsheng will not be able to withstand the poison and will die. This girl is pregnant now. If she is frozen now, the fetus in her belly will definitely die." After thinking for a while, the old man said. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a bolt of thunder sounded. Ye Bufan's mind went blank. Pregnant. Qian Duoduo also looked at Ye Bufan with horror. Suddenly, Ye Bufan rushed to the old man in one step, ignoring his status as a saint, grabbed his clothes, widened his eyes, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "What did you say? Say it again." The old man was stunned for a moment, then shook his head, sighed, and said, "I think this woman is pregnant now, and it is less than 2 months. If she is frozen at this time, the fetus in her belly will definitely die." Pregnant. Less than 2 months. Ye Bufan was dumbfounded and confused. "Please, I don't want to die. I can't die, mine in the Wangyao Mountains, within the space at the bottom of the lake." The words that Lang Ningsheng said before the poison erupted, at this moment, echoed in Ye Bufan's mind again and again. At that time, she was in so much pain and despair, but her eyes were full of determination, resoluteness, and unprecedented desire. That is the desire to survive, the obsession to survive. Just as Yao Gongzi Lianyun said, "What a strange woman. She wanted to die before, but after being poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu, she no longer wanted to die. She relied on her willpower to hold on for so long before the poison broke out. I'm afraid that even the human Jodian strongman can't do this. The human race is really a strange race. Why? She is afraid of death, she doesn't want to die. No. A person with a dead heart, a person who came to the 7 Killers base to die, how could she be afraid of death? Why should she be afraid of death? It is better to die than to live. She didn't want to die. Perhaps it was because of the special nature of the soul-eating poison that made her realize she was pregnant at the moment she was poisoned. She didn't want to die because she didn't want anything to happen to her child. This was an instinct, a nature. That was why Lang Ningsheng, a warrior who had just entered the divine realm, had to resist the soul-devouring poison for such a long time before it completely erupted, even though even the Jodian strongman couldn't resist it. The most selfless and greatest love in the world is maternal love. She's pregnant. You don't owe me anything, but you ruined me. It ruined my dream. It ruined my vow. It ruined everything for me in my life. That day, Lang Ningsheng's words of agony kept echoing in Ye Bufan's mind. Now, because of him, she was kidnapped by the demon tribe, and even when she was pregnant, she had to suffer the inhuman torture of the soul-eating poison. What kind of pain is that? What kind of despair is that? As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and his soul felt like it was being stabbed by a sword. Puff! In an instant, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Heartbroken, Chapter 408 Get Lost. Lang Ningsheng is actually pregnant. Ye Bufan had never thought of this and was caught off guard. Heartbroken and desperate. She was originally a person who wanted to die, but she had the desire to live because of the fetus in her belly. Now, if Lang Ningsheng was frozen, it would be tantamount to killing the fetus in her belly. 1 year later, the ice was broken and the soul-eating poison in her body was dissolved. But if she lost the fetus in her belly, would she still have the courage to live? Ye Bufan didn't know, but if Lang Ning was not frozen now, she would die, and the fetus in her belly would not survive either. This is simply a choice without a choice. Ice. Suddenly, 2 words came out of Ye Bufan's mouth. Hard, sad, painful. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his body trembled unconsciously, his eyes were closed, and 2 clear tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Men don't shed tears easily, but they do when their love is deep. The fetus in the belly is Lang Ningsheng's child, his own flesh and blood. If possible, Ye Bufan would never do that. But there is no choice. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. In the hall, Qian Duoduo and the 2 saints could feel Ye Bufan's pain and despair at the moment, as well as a touch of sadness. They could not help but fall into silence. After a moment, one of the saints hesitated, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Little brother, I suggest you don't do this. It's best to sacrifice the big and save the small. Sacrifice the big to protect the small." Ye Bufan's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the old man with cold eyes and asked sternly, "What do you mean?" The old man was stunned, thought for a moment and said, "The soul-eating poison has no antidote in the world, and there is no medicine to cure it. Those who are poisoned will definitely die. Some people can't bear to see their loved ones leave them like this, so they choose to freeze them. Of course, freezing can temporarily suppress the poison, but it cannot suppress it forever. In the final analysis, the poisoned person will die sooner or later. But this girl is different." Pointing at Lang Ningsheng, the old man continued, "She is not only poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu, but she is also pregnant. With her cultivation at the 1-star divine Yuan realm, she won't last for more than a few years even if she is frozen. By then, there will be 2 lives left. Instead of doing this, it is better to abandon her and give the fetus in her belly a chance to come into this world. I believe that as a mother, she also hopes to see such a result." However, after hesitating for a while, the old man frowned and said, "If you want to save the fetus, you need to pay a high price." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Qian Duoduo and said, "Of course, given your father's relationship with the King of Wealth, if he fully supports it, this shouldn't be difficult." "What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan was bewildered when he heard this. He looked at the old man and asked in confusion, "Ningcheng's baby is less than 2 months old. How can you protect him?" "So we have to keep her alive. Extend life." Ye Bufan was stunned. The old man said, "The soul-devouring poison will transform when it comes into contact with blood. It will first reside in the Yuan energy and devour the Yuan energy. Once the Yuan energy is completely devoured, it will begin to devour the soul, and then devour the flesh, bones, and internal organs until the body is completely destroyed. No one in the world can cure this poison, and no one can save it. It can be said that those who are poisoned will die. However, it is a chronic poison." "What is chronic?" "It takes a process. First comes the energy, then the soul, and finally the flesh and blood. The poison in this girl should have just erupted and is in the first stage. The poison devours her energy. At this stage, the poison will not attack her body or soul, and naturally will not affect the fetus in her belly. However, it takes some time for the fetus to grow, so if you want to save the fetus, you need to buy it some time. How do we fight for it? To extend the mother's life. Although the soul-devouring poison is overbearing, it is also very peculiar. I have already said before that it will not harm the body before the host's energy is completely devoured by it. So, what we need to do now is to ensure that the girl's energy is not completely devoured by it before the fetus is born. As long as the energy is not exhausted, the fetus will be fine. Of course, now this girl is unable to absorb energy and condense energy on her own, so she needs external help. Give her 8th level or higher natural treasures to provide her with energy for the soul-devouring Gu to devour. However, as the soul-devouring poison consumes more and more energy, it will become stronger and stronger. Naturally, the speed at which it consumes energy will also become faster and faster. If you want to hold on until the fetus is born, By that time, the soul-devouring Gu poison will be so powerful that even a saint might not be able to withstand it. It can be said that by that time, you may have to consume dozens of 9th level or higher natural treasures a day, or even more. After all, this situation has never happened before, and no one knows what the result will be. In short, it's a bottomless pit. Although it is to extend life, it is also to spend money to extend life. Even the king of wealth may not be able to sustain such consumption. But this is the only way at this point. If it holds on, the baby will be born on the day the mother dies, so it can be said that it is a life in exchange for a life. If it can't hold on, the old man didn't say anything else, but the result was obvious. Both the child and the mother were devoured by the soul-eating poison. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this going to cost him all his fortune? Ye Bufan, however, stayed where he was. Extend life, extend life, extend life. These two words kept flashing in his mind. According to the old man, as long as Langning Chang was provided with a constant supply of energy, the soul-devouring Gu poison would not threaten her. By then, the baby in her belly would be able to be born smoothly. But Ye Bufan didn't think about these. Time. The fetus needs time, Langning Shang needs time, and he himself also needs time. As long as Qin Shin wakes up, Ye Bufan will have a way to dissolve the poison. At that time, all problems will be solved. Survive from the brink of death. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at the old man, immediately took out a essence pill, handed it to him, and asked, "Old sir, is this okay?" The old man was stunned. After taking a look at the essence pill in Ye Bufan's hand, he frowned and asked curiously, "Such pure energy, what kind of pill is this?" Qian Duoduo's eyes lit up. Essence pill. 3 words rang out from Ye Bufan's mouth, and he explained, "After taking this pill, you can restore the energy equivalent to that of a 1-star condensation warrior, and it has no side effects. Old sir, this should be able to replace the treasures of heaven and earth, right?" Ye Bufan doesn't have a huge fortune like Qian Duoduo, nor does he have a lot of natural treasures, but he has essence pills, which can also help Langning Shang recover her energy. Moreover, as long as he is alive, he will not lack essence pills. Soul-eating poison. Give him as much as he can eat. There are such pills. The old man was shocked, but shook his head and sighed, but it still won't work. This elixir cannot replace the treasures of heaven and earth. Why? Ye Bufan said in surprise. Don't forget the fetus in her belly. The old man said suddenly. Ye Bufan was stunned. The old man spoke again. If it was just to save the girl from dying temporarily, then we could just freeze her, but now it's to protect the fetus. If we just want to transfer energy to the girl, what about the fetus? Fetus. If we just want to transfer energy to the girl, what about the fetus? To put it simply, if we only supply this girl with energy, the fetus will starve to death. That's why I said that we should give this girl 8th level or higher natural treasures. Because even if she is in a coma, this level of